Hello, this is Ashen. What if Naruto was not hated by Konoha, but haunted by something far stranger? In this alternate Naruto story, Naruto lives a peaceful life with his mother Azami while attending the ninja academy like any other student. But Naruto has a secret. He can see things no one else can. Strange creatures watch him from rooftops, crawl through the streets, whisper in his ears, and call him something impossible. My prince. At first, everyone thinks Naruto is simply daydreaming. But when his visions grow stronger, his classmates begin collapsing. The Aburame clan becomes involved, and even Kakashi is sent to test him. Soon Naruto discovers that these creatures are not imaginary. They belong to another world, a world of spirits, monsters, ancient pacts, and kings. And when tragedy strikes his family, Naruto is forced to make a terrible choice: stay a normal boy, or give everything to the being known as the Red King. Interesting? Well then. Sit back, relax, and enjoy listening.
Chapter 1, The Call. A life lived with urgency can only punctured by that one soft stretch of easy breathing in the morning. Just enough of a lull to fall back asleep right as the alarm went off. Darn it, the blond boy exclaimed, jumping up. His pajamas flew off him in all directions. Seconds later his footsteps were already echoing down the stairs. Naruto, your breakfast. No time for that, the academy. Can wait, you can sit down for 2 minutes. Your classmates aren't going anywhere. Yes, Mom. You'd have to be reckless, or a little crazy, to defy the law of the household. In this case, he was neither. He stamped his feet as he dropped into his seat, sliding them under the table. Wearing a white apron over a black dress, the woman with ink black hair served him orange juice, fried eggs, everything one could expect from a princely meal, just like the stories she used to tell him before he fell asleep. My prince, please, grant us our wish. That voice, that tingling in his fingertips. He tried to fight it down, but it was winning more each day. Little furry shapes scurried across the table, jostling each other for his attention. Their eyes, too big for their heads, gleamed with an anticipation that never seemed to run dry. Mom, I want to leave, he pleaded. She set the frying pan down in the sink, the water singing against the metal. You're always in such a hurry, she said calmly. The world can wait till you've finished your plate. But the little creatures were working themselves into a frenzy, chirping, tugging at the tablecloth. He kept his head down and bolted his food. Then he shot to his feet, and the chair screeched back behind him. Thanks for breakfast. He was already at the door, yanking his bag off the coat rack. Naruto. His hand froze on the doorknob. Try not to daydream too much today. Hey, Naruto. He turned around. Choji was trotting over, a bag of chips in hand. Behind him, Shikamaru dragged his feet, wearing that all-too-familiar look, the one of a lazybones dragged out of bed too early. Hi, Naruto said, all smiles. Did you manage to escape your mom? Choji asked between bites. Yeah, but she still gave me a good scolding. He didn't really mean it, he just liked exaggerating things for the reaction. The group started walking again. As usual, Choji was telling them all about a new yakitori stand he absolutely had to try. Naruto nodded along, supposedly listening, distracted by the incessant buzzing in his ears. Out of the corner of his eye, he could make out a few of them. Round, blurry silhouettes on the edge of a rooftop. Others were peeking out of a manhole further down the street. They're still there, he muttered. What? Choji asked. Your imaginary friends again, Shikamaru sighed. Seriously, Naruto, I don't even have the energy to argue about it. I'm not making them up. They're really. Yeah, on the rooftops, in the alleys next door. We know. How many times have you said that now? 10 times, already. Choji shrugged, lobbing his empty bag toward the nearest trash can. You're always saying weird stuff. That's just your thing. It's not my thing, Naruto protested. I swear it's true. So why can't anyone else, not even the adults, see them? Shikamaru asked. Naruto clamped his mouth shut and pouted. The fact that he was the only one who could see them annoyed him to no end. Yet there they were, their attention pressing down on him, suffocating him. Whatever, never mind. You're impossible when you're like this. Shikamaru sighed. The blond boy walked past them and stuck his tongue out at them. They turned a corner. The academy loomed ahead, a familiar building with a courtyard where dozens of children were running all over the place. All right, see you in class, Shikamaru said, already stretched out in the shade of a tree. How can you sleep on the ground? Choji asked, doubtful. Just used to it. The buzz died down once they passed through the gates, as if something had been left behind at the boundary. While Choji went to see if his father had picked up his evaluation from the day before, Naruto let his gaze drift over the courtyard. Shouts and laughter rang out from every corner. A cluster of kids was practicing shuriken throws against a wall, targets pinned up like usual. It was the same scene as always, almost comforting in its sameness. "Hey, Naruto!" Kiba burst in, with Akamaru barking above his head. "Did you hear that? The teacher said we might have a hands-on activity this afternoon." "Wow, awesome. For once we get to stretch our legs. It's for teamwork, I guess." Naruto plopped down in his usual seat, third row, by the window. Choji arrived shortly after, out of breath. "I thought I was gonna die," he gasped as he collapsed next to him. "You say that every day." "Because it's true every day." The bell rang. The conversations gradually died down, and fell silent for good when Iruka entered, the attendant's roll tucked under his arm. "Good morning. Take your seats." The last few students still standing returned to their seats. As for Naruto, he slumped back into his chair. Roll call, then class. Probably village history or shinobi theory. The names were called out, monotonously, and he fought the heaviness tugging at his eyelids. The buzz grew louder, and beneath it, something else rose. A whisper, faint, barely audible under the teacher's voice and the murmur of the room. Come to me. Naruto." The whole class was looking at him. "Present." He felt his face go red under the class's laughter. Iruka frowned, then turned and started writing on the board, chalk screeching. Chapter 2, Chrysalis. Naruto wasn't the top student in the class, nor was he the worst. He did just enough to get his efforts noticed, though never enough to really stand out. It had always been that way, and he was fine with it. Or at least, that's what he kept telling himself. Well into the afternoon, Naruto could feel his clothes sticking to his skin. All around him, the students bustled about in groups of 3, in a clumsy ballet of passes and misses. "Focus," Mizuki barked from the sidelines. "If you can't even juggle, I dread to think what you'll be like once you're genin." Having sent his 3 kunai around to his teammates, Naruto waited for them to come back to him. Choji was panting like a horse, while Hinata looked away between each pass. Fortunately, he managed to catch them just in time. "Sorry," Hinata murmured, her eyes downcast. "Don't worry, we've got this." His cheerfulness wasn't enough to lift her mood. "Uzumaki, Hyuga, Akamichi, try again." Naruto huffed and looked away. Sasuke was juggling 6 kunai, setting the pace for 2 other students. It looked so easy coming from him. Girls on benches were devouring him with their eyes. "Naruto," Choji hissed. "It's your turn." The blonde absent-mindedly caught the throw and tossed it back to his neighbor, who stumbled. "Are you okay?" he asked, holding out his hand. "Sorry, I threw it too hard." It's nothing." As she brushed the dust off her vest and got back into position, he couldn't help but think, great. We don't stand a chance next to him. Put everything away and go freshen up. The teacher called out. The commotion resumed instantly. Naruto emptied his equipment into the bin and headed for the locker room. Just then, someone bumped into his shoulder. Sasuke brushed past without a word of apology, bag slung over his shoulder. Naruto rolled his eyes at the behavior. On a beam above, a black cat sat grooming itself, one paw drawn slowly over its ear. Its yellow eyes looked down, its whiskers flaring into a wide, jagged smile. "Watch out for the dark one." Naruto's blood ran cold. The cat continued grooming as if nothing happened. Cheating. I didn't cheat. You just have a lousy hand. Easy for you to say when you've got nothing but rare cards. It's not my fault you don't know how to play. That's unfair. How come you had a cage in hand the whole time? I held it until the right moment. That's all. Choji retrieved his trump card, carefully tucked into his card sleeve. The drawing depicted the 3rd Hokage sitting at his desk, a plume of smoke rising from his pipe. Meanwhile, Naruto was slumped over his empty hand. He'd been shuffling his deck for 3 turns without drawing anything useful. A genin, another genin, and a field card when his opponent already had 2 jonin in play. How much chakra do you have left? Enough. Yeah, great, thanks. Naruto reluctantly handed his rarest card to Choji and received a crumpled genin in return. This is a rip-off, he muttered. Those are the rules. Whoever loses has to trade. Naruto grumbled, shoving his stack into his pocket, 7 losses in a row now. Choji wiped his hands on a napkin before tucking the rest of his cards into a pouch. Their bench was set up against the wall of the main building, in the shade of the courtyard. A warm breeze made a few leaves flutter at their feet. Choji pulled a bag of snacks out of his backpack and chewed slowly. My dad fell asleep this morning. While eating. During breakfast, right in front of his bowl. My mom said it was nothing, that he just hadn't slept well, but it's weird, you know. Naruto shrugged. Like father, like son. Hey, I'm not like that. You slept through the whole history class yesterday, just so you know. That's the pot calling the kettle black. Haha, very funny. Suddenly Choji turned his head toward the back of the courtyard. By the way, have you seen Shika? No, but that's right. He said he was going to join us in class. He skipped school all day, the bastard. It's not like him to skip, even on a good day. Choji stood up, crumpling his empty bag. Should we go and check? Naruto said. They crossed the courtyard. The sun was already beginning to set, the surrounding trees casting a play of shadows. Kiba was playing with his dog by a small metal tunnel, while Ino was surrounded by the girls, sitting on the ground. When they reached the grove, Shikamaru was still lying at the base of a tree, sprawled flat on his back, hands tucked behind his head. Shika. Hey, Shika, the day's almost over. Choji shook him, then exchanged a brief glance with Naruto. He must be really tired. Yeah, but for not waking up when we are talking next to him. Let me handle this, Naruto said, grabbing Shikamaru by the shoulders. Hey, get up, you idiot. Shika, this isn't funny, Choji pleaded. This wasn't normal. Leaning over Shikamaru, Naruto studied his face. Completely lifeless, like a husk. We should go get someone, he said, swallowing hard. Choji nodded, his face pale. They found themselves sitting side by side in the infirmary, their legs dangling. Shikaku sat across from them, his elbows resting on the table. Behind them, two medic nin were bustling around the bed where Shikamaru lay, still motionless. How long has he been like this? Choji puffed out his cheeks. We're not really sure. He paused. He was fine this morning when he got here. Said he'd join us, but he never showed up, Shikaku finished. One of the medics checked the patient's pulse, frowned, and jotted something down on a scroll. Did he say anything to you this morning, on your way to school? Naruto nodded. Yeah, he said. Well, he grumbled like usual. That it was troublesome or something. That's it. Yeah, nothing special. Shikaku ran a hand over his face. All right, then. Take care of yourselves, kids. And don't let this get out. I'm counting on you. The medical ninjas lifted Shikamaru onto a stretcher, the blanket pulled up from head to toe. Shikaku followed shortly after, quiet, his jaw tight. Naruto and Choji let out a breath they hadn't realized they were holding. Scary, Choji whispered, his gaze fixed on the now empty bed. Naruto patted him on the shoulder. Come on, I'm sure he'll pull through. Shika's tougher than he lets on. I know, but they'll figure out what's wrong. Grandpa always says we have the best doctors here. Choji nodded half-heartedly. Yeah, I guess so. He slid off the table. The yakitori stand. Maybe we should postpone it another day. Yeah, I get it. They walked out as the bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Naruto glanced back one last time, his words sounding hollow even to his own ears. As the sun set on the horizon, the tension began to fade. Children ran down the steps, waving to their friends, and threw themselves into their parents' arms. He didn't have to wait long. Naruto's eyes lit up. His mother appeared near the open gates, her black hair falling over her shoulders, wearing a dark dress. Her green eyes met his own, her lips curled into a warm smile. Did you have a good day? He shrugged, looking the other way. Naruto. Yeah, I'm fine. He grimaced when a hand ruffled his hair. Is that how you welcome me? He rolled his eyes and planted a kiss on the proffered cheek. A mischievous laugh escaped her, and their hands clasped. I have to run some errands. Are you coming with me, or do you want me to take you home right away? I'll come with you. His sudden enthusiasm made his mother tilt her head, and something in her curious look sent a tingling across his skin. Are you sure? You look tired. Yes, Mom, I'm sure. His left eye closed as she kissed his forehead. You're such a sweetheart. Let's not take too long, then. They headed toward the market. The street was bustling at that hour. Shopkeepers were calling out to passers-by, ninjas were handing out flyers about upcoming events, all bathed in a soft orange glow beneath the shadows of twilight. Azami, an old woman called out from behind a vegetable stall. His mother stopped, a faint smile on her face. Good evening, Tanaka. Good evening, you too. So, was school okay today? Naruto nodded. Yes, ma'am. That's good, that's good. Hey, sweetie, look at these radishes. I set some aside for you this morning, the best ones. You're so kind. Well, it's only natural, after what you did for my husband last year. It's nothing. It's only natural to help each other out, right? Well said. Tanaka laughed as she packed the vegetables into a basket. How is he doing, by the way? Oh, much better. He's complaining less, anyway. That's a good sign. Tell him to stop by the hospital next week. His doctor wants to see him. I'll tell him. Here, this is for both of you. His mother reached for her purse, but before she could, the shopkeeper's wrinkled hands closed around hers. No, it's on the house. Tanaka. I insist. After exchanging a few polite words, they parted ways. Azami slipped the basket into the crook of her arm and took Naruto's hand again. A short while later, their house appeared among so many others, wood and stone, with its sloping roof and closed shutters. Azami inserted the key into the lock and opened the door. The interior was plunged into semi-darkness. Go relax for a bit, I'll call you when it's ready, she said once she'd flipped the light switch. Naruto climbed the stairs, glancing at his mother as she unpacked their things, then went into his room. It was spacious, but not cluttered. A trove of stuffed animals spilled over the bed, and a multitude of figurines littered the shelves. His desk was piled high with books, and not just those from the academy. What really dominated the space were the paintings. Canvases were scattered everywhere, stacked against the walls and even on the floor, most of them works in progress, half-finished, surrounded by tubes of paint and brushes soaking in pots of murky water. On one of the canvases, a flooding river was bathed in golden light, its overflowing waters animated with a life of their own. On another, an erupting volcano loomed on the horizon, the mountain sculpted into the face of a standing dog. A third depicted serpentine forms crawling beneath the earth, with vivid colors and energetic lines. As soon as the door closed behind him, his bag slipped off his shoulder. He rolled up his sleeves and bent over the canvas, paintbrush already in hand. The figure was almost finished, and all that remained was to add the finishing touches. A royal gown was topped by a wide ermine cloak, standing before a throne with sliding walls. The missing forearms, the legs hidden beneath the gown, the blank face above the collar, none of that mattered to him. Only the opulence of the regalia was worth his devotion. Naruto. Dinner's ready. He huffed, annoyed. I'm coming. He reluctantly set down his brush, rinsed his hands in a bucket of water, and rushed out. Behind him, on the canvas, two red orbs swirled, lingering in the whiteness of the absent face, before fading into silence. Chapter 3, Swarm. A treaty is only valid if both parties remember it, Haruka said, standing in front of a stone monkey. The texts from that era are rather brief on the subject, but the intention is clear. It's said that the first Hokage wanted to ensure this wouldn't be lost in the archives. Hence the stone. Few were listening, and some even went so far as to yawn openly. It was more entertaining than a lecture in a classroom, despite their teacher's uncanny ability to make any outing in the great outdoors feel deadly academic. At the very least, the scenery was worth the trip. Straw ropes hung between the vermilion columns of the altar, their cut-out white paper leaves suspended motionless in the warm air. Metal lanterns lined the steps, topped with moss and their sides streaked with half-erased kanji. An old camphor tree had lifted the nearby slabs with its roots, which no one had seen fit to trim. A fact that Haruka, of course, was quick to point out. The tree had been there long before the rest. Naruto gazed distantly at the three statues flanking the doorway. The stocky toad, its legs crossed over its round belly. The snail, curled up on itself, its surface as smooth as polished jade. And of course, the monkey, its stern gaze fixed on their group. Sarutobi, his grandfather's name, was one of those facts he'd never really stopped to question, until now. It went without saying, just like Choji and his chips, or Hinata's constant embarrassment. Obvious truths that you didn't second-guess because there was no reason to. In the branches, however, it was a different story. Along the roof tiles, atop the lanterns, tiny white spiders caught the light along their webs, unsettling, and stranger still that no one but him seemed to notice them. Fortunately, Haruka urged everyone to step onto the creaking wooden floor. They took off their shoes as required and entered the cool, dim light of the temple. The scent of incense hung in the air, heady without being unpleasant. In any case, he didn't feel as overwhelmed by it as Kiba did, who was sneezing profusely right there on the spot. Thanks, he said, taking the handkerchief that was held out to him. It's really, Akamaru whimpered in his arms. Yeah, you're right, it's really gross. The fact that Kiba could talk to his dog was another given that was hardly worth mentioning. Grandpa says it wards off evil spirits, Naruto pointed out. So either you are one, or your nose is delicate. Are you calling me delicate? Isn't that a song? Shino asked, pushing up his tinted glasses. I didn't ring your bell. Uzumaki, Inazuka, Aburame, Ruruka's voice snapped like a shuriken hitting wood. We're in a sacred place, not the schoolyard. Kiba grumbled under his coat, his dog on the verge of snapping. The offerings are at least 3 days old, Ino whispered, wrinkling her nose. If I were a spirit, I'd feel insulted. Spirits surely have other things to do, Naruto replied. Like what? She asked, turning around with a surprised look. Probably important stuff, the kind you only notice when things go wrong. I didn't know you were superstitious. I'm just repeating what the teacher says. Do you ever have an opinion of your own? The temptation to call her a blockhead was strong, but his manners got the better of his impulse. Especially since Iruka's dark glare was a strong deterrent. It would have been unwise to rouse the sleeping dragon. The tour continued in relative silence, with the girls paying closer attention than the boys. Sakura took notes diligently, and Hinata followed the explanations, her eyes wide as she looked at the dressers. They were so caked in dust they'd clearly never been touched. All right, Iruka paused. The 3 tribes you saw at the entrance are depicted elsewhere in the temple. Find them and note their locations. This is a graded assignment. You have 10 minutes. The news was met with the usual enthusiasm, that is to say, none. A few incredulous murmurs went up. Graded, but Iruka's smug smile was argument enough to silence them. Shortly afterward, the group scattered amid a hubbub of whispers and crinkling parchment. Naruto pulled out his own and thought for a moment. Toads were bound to be near a water source. He remembered seeing a pond at the entrance, near the left side of the building. He hurried over there, hoping the water might splash onto some slugs along the way. As for the clues about the monkeys, he didn't have the slightest idea, but maybe he could compare notes with Choji later about the effigies inside. He climbed down the wooden slats and put his shoes back on, then sneezed at the sudden change in temperature and smell. It just went to show that Kiba wasn't the only one with hay fever. The heat pressed down on him, after the coolness inside, thick and heavy. With that distraction out of the way, he approached the water source, right where he'd memorized it, but it looked as stark as it was lifeless. Just a shallow stone basin and still water. As for the statues, aside from the ones Iruka had pointed out at the top of the steps, there were no other clues. It must have been, 2 minutes already since the assessment had begun. Of course, the translucent spiders were still there, weaving cocoons and nests beneath the branches. None of that had anything to do with the current exercise. Naruto sighed and crouched at the edge of the stone basin. His reflection in the water's surface showed him a small string hovering above his head. He looked up, exasperated, and reached out toward the web, just to see if he could grab it. Or break it. You shouldn't disturb them. He froze, his hand halfway outstretched. Behind him, Shino stood motionless, his finger pushing up his tinted glasses, an added touch to his usual impassiveness. Why? They're just stupid spiders. Naruto felt the gaze through the glasses. The bespectacled boy approached, not toward him, but toward the spider that was climbing down, and helped it settle on a branch near his raised finger. They don't show themselves to just anyone. It's an honor that has to be earned. The blonde hadn't expected that, especially not from the most dreamy-eyed boy in the class. Let them go honor someone else. It's not like I asked for their attention. Shino met his gaze, his dark pupils crisscrossed with lines. Disrespectful. My family devotes their entire lives to them. And you treat them like a nuisance. Naruto opened his mouth, then closed it again. A second stretched out, longer than he'd wanted. That wasn't, he hesitated, my intention. It's just that this sort of thing and we barely tolerate each other. Shino's gaze weighed heavily on him. For a long time. Then, turning away, he said. I'm being told that what we're looking for is on the other side of the temple. Naruto's face lit up, and he followed Shino at a run, under the watch of the 8 eyes around them. Kiba had been taunting him from the other side of the line for 2 minutes. The ball was spinning in his hands, and the smile on his face didn't bode well. A bead of sweat trickled down the blonde boy's temple. With tension at its peak, Kiba took a running start, jumped as the ball dropped into a half volley, and struck it as if the stakes were the village's survival rather than a midweek practice session. The wind whistled beneath the speed of the blazing projectile. Naruto crouched, arms outstretched, and nearly toppled over from the impact as the ball whizzed past. Behind him, number 10 streaked by. Leaping forward, Ino caught up, and the ground screeched beneath her skid, her hair trailing in her wake. She straightened up, tugged her ponytail over her shoulder, then flashed a smug expression. Honestly, without me, you'd be AALL lost. Her remark was met with boos from the rest of the team, or rather, from the guys. Naruto, in particular, just waved her off. Yeah, you're amazing. You gonna serve, or are you done staring at your own reflection? Ino eyed him for a second, then threw the ball right at his chest without warning. She crossed her arms and lifted her nose in the air, which only fueled the mocking whistles rising from both sides of the court. "Get a room you two." Kiba laughed. Naruto didn't blush, and with a distracted flick of his wrist, he brushed the strand of hair away from his eye. "Right, you and your mutt should get the room instead." This time, Kiba stopped smiling. "Say that again and I'll make you eat that ball, on your knees preferably." The end of his sentence died in a muffled, oof. Kiba doubled over, and the ball rolled to a stop at his feet. The next moment, as he was being escorted over to the prisoner's side, Hinata walked over to the ball in small steps, her bangs hanging low. Something moved on her lips, too quiet to hear, but easy enough to read. "Naruto Ino, Naruto Ino, Naruto, Ino." Her fist clenched around the inflated ball, which twisted under the pressure, and the opposing team barely had time to say, "Sayonara," before the shot ricocheted from one member to the next, starting with Ino, ending with the blonde boy, who saw his whole life flash before his eyes. Then a hand shot out and caught it, as effortless as a handshake. A wisp of smoke rose from the murder weapon, still warm between Sasuke's fingers. "My turn," he breathed. Hinata's foot sank into the floor, her pupil-less eye narrowed through her bangs. "That's not fair, Sasuke. It was my time to shine." The dark-haired boy let the ball drop with indifference. Naruto felt insulted by that insolent ease, before he even began to wonder how he'd managed to catch it with just one hand. The rest of the team struggled to their feet, their bodies aching. A banshee-like scream pierced the air when, in front of her mirror, Ino saw her swollen face. Naruto was catching his breath on the school steps, his hands resting on his knees. It had been a long day, and all he wanted more than anything was to collapse onto his bed and not move until the next day. But the moment didn't last. The hum crept up on him before he even noticed, that familiar, irritating background noise he'd learned to push to the back of his mind. Except it wasn't staying where it was supposed to stay, even the academy's gates were no longer enough to keep it at bay. The small, hairy balls swarmed toward him in a creeping wave, accompanied by a chorus of gurgles, cracking bone, and other, even more unsettling sounds. His breath caught in his throat as the compact, pulsating mass rose to standing, straight, but wrong somehow. It was humanoid, but not quite human, like an organic scarecrow, its arms hanging like stalks, or rather, like decrepit branches. A single eye opened, and at its center, a smile sliced across the eyeball, a foaming, blood-stained grin, its putrid rattle carrying something almost cadaverous. "Good evening, my prince." Chapter 4, Exorcism. Normally, Naruto would have tried to flee or even make light of the situation. But what stood before him was sickening in a way he had no words for. Ironically, faced with a scarecrow, he had become the puppet, and whatever strings had held him upright had long since snapped. The creature's branches rustled, noises punctuated by cracking sounds. The single eye half closed, the smile, full of stitches, stretched wide, gaping and grotesque. "Fear is useful, especially for us. But this is not what is required of you, my prince." Naruto realized the sound it made was meant to be laughter, or at least, that was the closest word for it. I'm not your whatever." The sound repeated, this time with a more sarcastic tone. "My prince. Shashasha. The conglomerate I inhabit is a greater nuisance to me than necessary. I'll let you discover what you are when we truly meet. And no need. Thanks anyway." The single eye blinked slowly, making the situation even more uncomfortable. "A delight that I'm not entitled to. As for the reason for my presence, here's what I've been instructed to convey: causing too much interference racks up debts." Was that it? This thing had given him such a scare just to talk about debts. But the incongruous rustling of the branches made him fear the worst. Disappointed. Be grateful we don't ask you more than that, my prince. The reckoning is near." The structure collapsed in an explosion of fuzzy little balls bouncing in all directions, which fled in a stampede under the academy's gates. In the background, the end-of-day bell was still ringing. It wasn't until 5 seconds later that he realized he'd been holding his breath the entire time. He only let go once the creature had gone, as suddenly and cryptically as it had come. "Don't interfere." Fine by him. He fully intended to forget he'd ever seen any of it. He stood up, all smiles, his neck drenched in cold sweat, his legs moving instinctively, if not mechanically. He let himself drift along with the chatter of students complaining about tomorrow's homework and saying their goodbyes. "Hurry, please, come get me," he thought, fists clenched and lips dry. And then, finally, there she was. Her green eyes met his from behind the gates, and he was swept away by that smile, so gentle it twisted his insides. Naruto crossed the distance without feeling the ground beneath him, and threw himself into her arms. "Naruto." She gasped. Once the initial shock had passed, their arms tightened around each other, and Naruto had nothing left to do but let himself go. The fabric of her dress pressed against his forehead, with the familiar scent of homemade bombs, and tears welled up without him even realizing it. That hand in his hair rocked him without asking for anything in return. He clung to her like an anchor in the middle of the storm, and slowly, the tide receded. "I'm sorry," he murmured. Silence. A hand found his, and a gentle squeeze slipped between his fingers. "Let's go home." The walk blurred in a continuum of orange and black. The muffled sound of locals greeting one another in the shadows of the streetlights, the mountain carved with the faces of the 4 village leaders watching over the crowd, none of it registered. He had only one goal, to put one foot in front of the other. With his eyes half closed, Naruto barely noticed the door opening ahead of him. When the interior engulfed him, his shoes slipped off unnoticed. The world reduced to a blur of half sound and half sight. Once upstairs, the paintings welcomed him, as did the stuffed animals piled on the bed, a familiarity that was so comforting it lulled him to sleep. His eyes drifted upward to the figure sitting at his bedside, tucking him in. "Are you okay?" The question hung in the air, gentle and unpressing, and Naruto let it sink in. "Better. Do you want to talk about it, or?" He sighed. "Yes." The ceiling became his conversation partner. The words came tumbling out, one sentence leading to another with no apparent logic. The thing from earlier, but also the stuff he was seeing everywhere. Scattered fragments whose meaning he'd always run away from. He spoke until the echo of his thoughts came back to him. Her fingers resting on his, the silence had time to grow cold before she broke it. "Do you know what an imagination like yours is?" Naruto opened his eyes slightly. "Mom. No, listen to me." He fell silent, less out of obedience than because of the gentleness of her tone. "Few people see the world the way you feel it. It's rare, precious, even. It's not just my imagination. Yes, it's much more than that. It's a talent. Just look around you, Naruto. Everything you paint." His gaze swept around the room. One canvas depicted black waves rising up to the sky, their mouths gaping open over everything beneath them. Another depicted thousands of fireflies swarming over a forest inferno, the tree line consumed and already sprouting anew in the same instant. The last one was smaller, almost hidden behind the others, a face composed of a swarm of insects and birds, traced by their collective movement. "It all comes from you. What you see, what you feel, do you think just anyone could paint that?" He didn't answer. "What you perceive can't hurt you, Naruto. It did tonight. You were just scared." He grumbled half-heartedly as she pulled the blanket up over him. "You have a gift. Let it work for you instead of turning your back on it." "You're right, Mom. You're always right." The hand running through his hair paused for a moment, before a kiss landed on his forehead. "Good night, Naruto." The light went out. He waited until he was certain he could hear her footsteps heading down the stairs. He got up and crouched in front of his desk. When a fat-toed coin purse emerged from a drawer, he sighed. "Let's do it." By mid-morning, Naruto's patience was wearing dangerously thin. Weapon shops and calligraphy stores stood shoulder to shoulder with everything from elegant restaurants to humble family diners, yet nowhere could he find the place he could have sworn he'd seen only days earlier. While craftsmen hammered away atop rooftops and scaffolding, he'd spent the entire morning combing the storefronts below, and not one of them belonged to the kind of expert he was searching for. "Shamans. You'd be better off going back to school instead of daydreaming. Have you tried the library? That's where they keep the fairy tales." "A shaman. Why not a ghost while you're at it? Go ask the old hag in the tent over there. She's got about as many teeth left as she does functioning brain cells." He hurried on, ignoring the laughter of the crowd staring at him askance. A skeletal hand shot up to his nose the moment his head passed through the tent's entrance. 500 ryos, the harsh voice demanded. "Ah, hello to you too." The interior was crammed to the ceiling with hanging fabrics, jars of dubious contents, and candles whose wax had dripped in stalactites onto every available surface. In the center, an old woman sat cross-legged on a worn cushion. She was small and shriveled, with eyes sunk so deeply into their sockets that one wondered if light still reached them. She wore a headdress of intertwined feathers and bones, and her fringed dress had seen better days, probably under a different reign. 500 ryos, she repeated, without further introduction. Naruto placed the crumpled bills on the small tray she held out, his once proud toad-shaped wallet now completely flattened. The old lady fanned the money out in front of her broken teeth. "You've made a good choice, my boy. Come sit closer." With a gesture meant to be graceful, she pointed to a faded sofa. On the side table next to it, an incense burner spewed thick smoke. Naruto settled in, unsure, doubting the furniture could hold his weight. The old woman cleared her throat and inhaled through her nose. Fear not, boy. I sense powerful spirits lurking around you. You can see them. Yes, yes, but be quiet now. The old woman raised both palms toward him, then closed her eyes. Her lips moved without making a sound. A long silence settled in, filled only by the crackling of the candles and a scratching sound coming from behind a jar, the source of which he preferred to ignore. Abdum daba dali dobu, mui maluomu, nemu amida butsu. She rocked back and forth with increasing frenzy. The feathers fluttered, and her bones rattled between each syllable. Naruto, his hands clenched on his knees, watched with hopeful attention. Yes, yes, yes. No, she whispered. It needs more, more. What, do you want me to? Silence, brat. This sacred ceremony must not be interrupted. Naruto stood as straight as a stake. The old woman resumed her swaying, her eyes rolled back and her lips curled over her gaping jaw. Abdum, daba, dali, dobu. She slammed her hands on the ground as the candles flickered. After a moment, her skeletal hand plunged into a pocket in her metal dress, from which she pulled out a small pouch tied with orange string, which she held out as though she were conferring a knighthood. Wear this around your neck. Naruto did as he was told. It felt warm to the touch, a little damp, and smelled like a cross between licorice and a wet sock. Is that it? That's it. Are you sure? Because it's a little. An extra 500 ryos for complete purification. He paused for a moment. Is there a full purification option? There's always a full purification option. Naruto stared at the bottom of his wallet. He had 2 crumpled bills left and a 1 ryo coin with the third Hokage's head half worn away. I'll stick with the partial purification. Wise decision. Come back when you have enough to pay. All that was missing was a kick in the rear to speed things up. Outside, the light of day washed over him, brighter than he'd expected. The market went on as usual. Merchants were calling out to passers-by. 2 ninjas were chatting in front of a shop, coffee in hand. As for the buzz, it remained, ever present. His hand clenched around the cloth toad. A tear rolled down his cheek. It'll never end. Chapter 5, Level 5. The adults' expectations regarding the ninja children were clear: staying at the academy. Disobeying that was not without consequences, something Naruto could more or less resign himself to. But his encounter that afternoon was far more unpredictable. As he entered the neighborhood where the school was located, his brand new necklace dangling around his neck, his gaze fell on an unusual figure standing at the edge of the sidewalk. A man with gray hair that seemed to defy gravity, his face half hidden by a neck warmer pulled up to his nose. He was holding a map up to his single uncovered eye, turning it this way and that with a puzzled expression, as if the neighborhood were unfolding in the exact opposite of what his notes suggested. Would you like me to show you the way? Sometimes, Naruto hated the good habits he'd been taught. That would be a great help to me, indeed, the person replied with a heart-wrenching sigh. My sense of direction has always been terrible. I get lost every time I step outside my house. A congenital condition, some might say. The young boy would have found that suspicious, if himself weren't the target of a curse. Show me your map. Where do you want to go? The academy. I was told an hour ago that it was a league from here, but I've been walking for 5 leagues now. The academy. That works out well. I was heading there anyway. You're a new teaching assistant, right? An interim teacher, he clarified. My schedule is flexible, and my position is precarious. Naruto had never heard of a ninja without a sense of direction, let alone a part-time ninja. This guy really must be hopeless. Or worse, an adult who'd never passed the Chunin exam. A genin 25 years old or older, a horror no one talked about anymore, or at least not enough. Help others and you'll help yourself, that old saying rang strangely true right now, especially with his luck being what it was. All right, then, let's hurry, Naruto said, hopping up and down. You won't have any trouble keeping up, will you? Just to be sure. My bones aren't as strong as they used to be, but running after you should be doable. At least, I hope so. The walk dragged on, Naruto's impatience growing with every step. They arrived while the sun was still high in the sky, and Naruto was hopeful he wouldn't be stuck there until he dropped from exhaustion due to the hours of detention ahead. In front of the gates, he spotted the gray-haired man crouching down, notebook in hand, looking deeply pensive. Well, I'll leave you here. I have to hurry off to the student council office. Ah, I'm done, he said, putting away his notes. I have to go there, too. If you can put up with me for just a little while longer. Given how involved he was, it would be a real shame to let him down, wouldn't it? Fine, okay, Naruto sighed. But if I catch you flirting with the scenery again, I'm leaving you here, got it? My sense of direction is terrible, but not so bad that I'd get too familiar with iron bars, heaven forbid. It would have been funny if he hadn't been in such a rush. The person accompanying him even had the audacity to pull out a book rated not suitable for minors along the way. Suppressing a disapproving look, Naruto stood at attention in front of the secretary with the endless pigtails, who was adjusting her thick, coiled frame glasses. Name and reason for the visit. Naruto Uzumaki, class of. Well, you already know all that. The reason for the visit. Tardiness. Excused or unexcused? He glanced at his makeshift teammate, who shrugged with utter nonchalance. Unexcused, he grumbled. She stamped a form with almost punitive vigor before looking up at the newcomer. And you? Kakashi Hatake. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Ah, you were called in this morning and… Naruto didn't hear the rest of the sentence, his mind was racing. Kakashi Hatake. The Kakashi Hatake. The one whose name kept coming up among the instructors with that particular inflection, half respect, half caution, the kind reserved for those who had an entire section dedicated to them in the academy manuals. 1,000 jutsu, they said. Capable of copying any technique with only a single glance. And he, Naruto, had taken him for a clueless guy with a screw loose. He replayed the scene in fast forward, every detail taking on a new and harrowing significance, a jonin in the middle of a surveillance mission, and he'd interpreted it as a bout of senile confusion. The book, forbidden to minors, left out in the open on the street, a clue he should have picked up on as a warning sign rather than just another eccentricity. To top it all off, the red and white crest sewn onto the back, the very same uniform he'd seen on the cover of every textbook ever since he'd learned to read. My bones aren't as strong as they used to be. Naruto had bought that. He'd literally offered to slow down for a shinobi who was probably capable of raising an entire neighborhood without breaking a sweat. It was a test, and he'd just failed it with the conviction of a seasoned pro. He glanced sideways at the gray-haired man, hoping to find a trace of mockery, anything that would confirm the humiliation. But Kakashi was simply rummaging through his pocket, looking just as absent-minded as he had 10 minutes earlier, as if the revelation of his identity were nothing more than a bureaucratic formality. Which, Naruto thought with a wave of nausea, was perhaps far worse than anything else. Here, Kakashi said, holding out a badge between two fingers, as if he'd just found it at the bottom of a drawer forgotten for years. The secretary examined it with the same intensity as a customs officer scrutinizing a suspicious passport, squinting over her thick-rimmed glasses. Everything's in order, she said at last, in the same tone she would have used to announce a conviction. You can take him. Kakashi turned to Naruto, his visible eye glancing unabashedly at the tied pouch hanging from his neck. Nice necklace. 2 words. 2 measly little words, and yet Naruto felt the ground give way beneath his feet with the precision of a kunai plunged between his shoulder blades. Because that necklace, of all things, was something no one was supposed to have heard about. No one, except the old woman in her tent, and himself. Except that Kakashi had just commented on it, as if he knew exactly where he'd come from. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place in his mind with the grace of a collapsing wall. Interim teacher, he'd said. Someone who'd been brought in for a specific reason. And who else but his grandfather could have demanded that a jonin of that caliber be hanging around the academy grounds on a morning just like any other? It was so typical of him that it was almost comical. That paranoid old man never left anything to chance, not even behind the facade of a quiet grandfather handing out gentle smiles to anyone who passed his office. If anything, that outward gentleness only masked a constant vigilance, one that only sharpened when it came to his own grandson. Great. Just wonderful. As if the prevailing anxiety needed an extra dose of close surveillance. Are you going to just stand there for much longer, or do I have to carry you to class too? Naruto straightened up suddenly, as if pulled from deep water. No, I'm fine, Actually, said Kakashi, his visible eye fixed on him with an intensity that was anything but casual, I think we'll skip class this time. Before Naruto could say anything in response, a hand rested on his shoulder, firm enough that all the earlier nonchalance suddenly felt like an act the world receded in a flash of emptiness. The next moment, the air smelled of cut grass and dry dust, and the academy was nothing more than a distant speck, as if wiped away with the back of a hand. A training ground stretched out before him, vast and empty, surrounded by a dense forest whose trunks stood in rows like a silent guard as far as the eye could see. A river flowed nearby, hemmed in between 2 banks of compacted earth, its muffled murmur the only sound to break the silence. Do you know why you're here? Naruto opened his mouth, and closed it soon after. The silence seemed to engulf the whole perspective. For an exercise. The answer didn't come yet. The silence stretched, and with it, Naruto's anguish. When Kakashi spoke again, his voice had lost every trace of the nonchalance he'd shown until now. I've been asked to do something about you, kiddo. Me. You've been nothing but trouble snooping around. The kind of trouble that has to be dealt with before it becomes a nuisance. The air emptied all at once from his lungs. You can't do that, can you? It's forbidden, it's a crime, it's. The dead tell no tales. Yes they do. That's exactly it, the dead do talk. It's even written in books, they're called autopsies, and. Smart ass, Kakashi cut him off. I don't care about your tall tales. There's only one person who makes the rules here, and it's me. Naruto took a step back, staring at him. You're insane. And you're a dead boy. I hope, for your sake, that you can run faster than what you just showed me. That was all the warning he got. No telltale movement, no shift in stance, nothing Naruto could have read and reacted to in time. Just a metallic whistle that split the air, followed by a second, then a dozen more, as if the whole of space had started spitting out sharp fragments. Naruto threw himself sideways on pure reflex, without even understanding what he was fleeing. A blade sliced his forearm, another bit into his shoulder, a third clot of burning line across his thigh. He rolled through the grass, breath knocked out of him, and for a moment the world shrank to that unbearable sensation, metal against flesh, warm blood already gluing fabric to skin. It was real, atrociously, viscerally real, and the pain radiating along his arm confirmed it with a clarity his most panicked thoughts could never have reached on their own. He had to flee. Anywhere, anyway. His legs carried him toward the river, convinced the water might at least slow the rain of blades. Wrong. Immediately, a new pain replaced the old one. Instead of clotting against his skin the way it should, the blood thinned in the icy water and ran freely, in dark, continuous ribbons. He surfaced gasping, water spat out of his lungs, and understood with icy clarity that all he'd gained was to nearly drown himself and, incidentally, worsen his injuries. No time to dwell on it. A new whistle split the air above the water, and he dove back under on pure instinct, without even knowing if it was the right call. The current tossed him, sent him rolling against the pebbles on the riverbed, and when he surfaced again on the other side, it was just in time to see a shadow dart between the trees, already poised to strike from a different angle. He crawled and threw himself toward the nearest cover without a second thought. 3 blades planted themselves in the trunk he'd just grazed past, inches from his skull. He didn't stop to check how close it had been. Run. Just run, again, anywhere, as long as it was far from this senseless madness. It was unfair, completely unfair. He needed someone. Help. Anyone. Even the creatures from his nightmares. Anything. Whoever could give him a moment's respite. But no one came. Of course no one came. There was only him, the grass slapping his calves as he ran, and that dull pain pulsing with every stride, as if to remind him that he was still, despite everything, terribly alive. A new volley whistled behind him, closer than the last. He swerved sharply, plunged between 2 close-set trunks hoping the narrowness of the passage would at least protect him for a moment, and felt the bark tear the skin off his arm as he passed, just enough to choke back a cry. How long do you plan on running, kid? Kakashi called from somewhere above him, his voice carrying effortlessly through the trees. Come on, show me something. Anything. A kick, a thrown rock, I don't care. But do something, instead of bolting like a rabbit having its throat slit. What do you want me to do, huh? He shouted, voice breaking between 2 ragged breaths. I haven't even learned how to defend myself, I've just been taught classroom stuff, theories, just theories. Just as I thought. Great with words, useless the moment you have to move your feet. Sow the wind, reap the whirlwind. Except he hadn't sown anything, had done nothing but exist, been the victim of a fate he'd never asked for, and yet the storm came crashing down all the same, blind to any logic of merit, or even of cause and effect. He flattened himself face down and decided that was enough. You're giving up, really? Even earthworms struggle longer than that. Naruto didn't answer, didn't care to. He closed his eyes and just wanted it to stop. For everything to stop. For time itself to stop. Too soon for that. Something murmured somewhere in the distance, but he barely had time to catch the thought before he felt a blade slide with agonizing slowness against his throat. Dead. The word fell, plain and flat, more terrifying still in its banality than any raised voice could have been. But death, unlike the declaration, didn't come. The blade withdrew from his throat as slowly as it had arrived. Naruto stayed frozen, eyes shut, breath suspended between 2 inhalations he didn't dare finish, not understanding why nothing came, not understanding whether he was supposed to move, speak, or just lie there waiting for it all to end. It was only after a minute, an eternity, counted in frantic heartbeats, that he opened his eyes again. The leaves kept rustling, indifferent to what had just played out. And he was still there, lying in the grass, intact in the way that actually mattered, with no idea what had just happened, or why. A shadow fell over him, backlit, and he had to blink to make out Kakashi's masked face looking down at him. "You're alive," he said, as if stating an obvious and interesting fact. "That much, at least, you managed. As for the rest." He raised a finger, like a teacher counting off a lesson. 1. You handed over your entire savings to a con artist, in exchange for a knotted scrap of cloth that did strictly nothing for you. If you'd been put in charge of an army in wartime, you'd have sunk your country before the end of the first week. Naruto flushed, not sure if it was shame or anger. 2. You escorted a complete stranger straight to the academy gates without a shred of suspicion, despite behavior that should have raised alarms at least 3 times over. If I'd been an enemy ninja, I could have slit all your friends' throats that very day. Naruto wanted to protest, but no sound came out. 3. Faced with a direct threat, your first reaction was to flee with no plan, no direction, not the slightest attempt to assess your surroundings. 4. Given the chance to defend yourself, you chose to deliver a speech about the unfairness of the situation instead of taking any action, however minor. And finally, when the last finger unfolded, something deep and hostile stirred in Naruto, echoing his own thoughts. 5. You gave up, plain and simple, before the threat was even neutralized. The silence stretched on, disturbed only by the murmur of the river below. 5 failures in 1 evaluation. A record, in a way. Naruto said nothing. There was nothing to say. Every word he might have found was already counted, judged, filed into a box that left no room for defense. A hand reached down from above. He stared at it for a moment, hesitant, before grabbing on and letting himself be pulled to his feet. His legs buckled halfway up, but a firm grip on his arm kept him from falling back down. "Here," said Kakashi, digging through a pocket of his vest. "Spread this over the deepest wounds. It won't work miracles, but it'll keep off infection." Naruto took it without quite understanding, fingers still trembling, unable to tell whether the gesture was meant to soften the sentence he'd just received, or was simply an extension of it. One last reminder that he couldn't even tend to himself properly. He looked at it vaguely, so much so that, to his mortification, he saw Kakashi apply the bomb himself before he could even protest. Cries of pain tore through the clearing, and 5 minutes later, Naruto could no longer hold back his tears. "First times are always the worst," Kakashi said, not looking up from the wounds he was cleaning. "Pain means you're still alive. Small comfort, but a comfort all the same. Great. Can't wait to tell my friends. Guess what, I'm alive, what luck. If you've still got the energy for backtalk, it wasn't so tragic after all. When it really hurts, you cry hard enough to want to die." Naruto found nothing to say to that. He just stood there, arms held out in front of him while the bomb kept biting into every gash, and let the question that had been burning in his throat since this whole ordeal began finally rise to the surface. "Was I supposed to actually succeed at any of that?" he asked in a hollow voice. "Or was it rigged from the start?" Kakashi paused, the pot of bomb suspended mid-gesture, as if the question deserved genuine thought. "Plenty of missions aren't meant to be succeeded. That's the core of our work, doing the best we can with the little we have." Naruto absorbed the sentence in silence, eyes fixed on the bandage being applied. Doing the best you can with the little you have. It sounded almost like an excuse dressed up as wisdom. Is that supposed to comfort me? It's something you learn out in the field, beyond the ideal situations your books give you. Naruto added nothing. He no longer had the strength to look for a worthy comeback, and besides, what would be the point, since Kakashi seemed to have an answer for everything? "Right," the man said, straightening up. "You're excused for the rest of the day. No point going back to class in that state." Naruto nodded, too drained to protest, and watched Kakashi gather his things with that same offhand slowness that had opened the day. A question slipped out before he could stop it. "Will we see each other again?" "Unlikely," Kakashi answered, without even turning around. "I'm only passing through Konoha to see my disciple." His disciple. The word lodged somewhere in Naruto's chest with a sharpness that surprised even him. A pang of envy as sudden as it was absurd, as if someone else had already claimed a place he himself hadn't even wanted. "But I'll be back next year for your exam," Kakashi added, throwing a last glance over his shoulder. "The one you just failed, by the way. Let's hope it goes better next time." Naruto stayed silent for a moment, the word exam looping in his head, before a question forced its way out, more urgent than any wounded pride. "But, the exam's supposed to be in 6 months, for everyone. Why is mine now?" Kakashi shrugged, and waved a hand over his shoulder as his only answer. Naruto watched him vanish into the underbrush until his silhouette dissolved completely into the shadow of the trunks, and no answer ever came to fill the silence that question left behind. Chapter 6, Transient. Emptiness. There was no sound, except the ticking of the hallway clock and, further off, the faucet dripping endlessly because he'd forgotten to turn it off. Naruto had circled the living room 3 times without knowing why. The fridge, opened then closed, had revealed nothing worth the hunger he didn't really feel. The bandages pulled at his arm with every movement, a dull, nagging reminder. He let himself drop onto the couch, searching for a comfort too thin for a wound that ran far deeper. The failure, his inadequacy. The day kept looping, and he couldn't make it stop, like a song stuck in his head. He would have liked to paint out every pulse of it, not knowing if he'd have the strength, or even the will. The buzzing, for its part, hadn't stopped. He'd ended up drowning in it so deeply that he no longer really heard it. Background noise absorbed into silence, like water you stop feeling on your skin once you've stayed in it too long. A bath that carried him off, far, very far, until the edges of the living room blurred, the ticking stretched out, slowed, and everything faded away, giving way to another scene. All around him, columns rose without end. Hundreds of hanging lanterns, and the echo of every breath returning tenfold before dying out. The black marble floor threw back 2 silhouettes, doubled in a reflection too calm for what the scene carried. Banners of red silk hung from an invisible ceiling, motionless despite a wind that felt glacial. The altar, oversized, seemed carved for bodies far larger than theirs, each step astride, each shadow a lurking threat. Braziers lined the aisle, their orange light swallowed by a low mist that crept along the ground, like a creature waiting to be fed. And that creature, at the center, lay prostrate. Her black hair, undone, covered the ground around her like an indelible tide. Along her arms, hands, and legs, the ink spread in patterns so dense one couldn't say if there remained an ounce of bare skin beneath. The tattoos ran along her temples, lines thin as veins, or perhaps veins already half turned to ink. Her bowed neck revealed spiral patterns that seemed to move, intimately, in rhythm with her held breath, alive with a life that was no longer quite her own, that had never been entirely her own. Where the skin should have been pale with fear, it gleamed instead with an almost bluish black, the ink having long since ceased to be mere drawing and become flesh. Only one eye remained visible beneath the curtain of hair, still human, but ringed with a dark line that no makeup could emulate. Before her stood an unshakable presence, upright, immense in his authority. His face vanished into a darkness that not even a brazier still smoldering could drive back. His voice fell from on high, and one couldn't tell whether it was the temple's echo or distance that made it sound so far away. One hand, the only visible part, emerged from the GI and rested on the pommel of a sword only partly seen. "Father, I'm sorry. I didn't want. I couldn't." Silence. "I have no use for your apologies." Naruto felt it like a slap. Shame, fear, and distress drowned him in an endless pool. "You'll wear his refusal on your skin for the rest of your days. Do you think I can still look at you as my daughter?" She didn't raise her head, her hair drinking in the braziers, light rather than reflecting it. "You were prepared. You were adorned. You were offered. You had only one thing to do. Open that door. And you failed. 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 Get up," he finally spat. "You no longer have the right to crawl. Not even that." A hand, which was not a hand, but more a talon, closed around the thread of the vision and pulled with an irritated gesture. The temple tore apart into 1,000 bubbles, burst by the dripping of the forgotten faucet. Naruto stayed frozen, his own knees bearing the marks of his nails, unable to say who he was still crying for. Her, or himself. What was that? He thought, becoming aware again of the surface he was lying on. His neck cracked as he tried to sit up. The couch had kept the imprint of his curled-up body, as if he'd stayed like that for hours. Those stupid visions again. He got up with a sigh and turned off the faucet, the flow finally running dry. Chapter 7, Electroshock. The next day, Naruto stirred his spoon in his bowl, despite having no appetite. His gaze was lost in the steam curling up from his dinner. Azami bustled about in front of him, the familiar clatter of dishes being put away in the background, while he mulled things over. Months ago, he had confided in his grandfather about the things he saw, or at least, the persistent noise that surrounded him. Clumsily, no doubt, in his own words, but the old man had listened, gravely, before placing a hand on his head with a confident smile. "I'll see what I can do. In the meantime, be good, and go to all your classes." Naruto had nodded, happy to be listened to. His grandfather took care of everything, it had always been that way. True to his word, a week later, the little creatures had stopped at the academy gates. That meager relief would have been enough, until recently. The direct encounter with that thing outside the school had left him with a bone-deep certainty, he couldn't afford to wait any longer. And besides, he'd take the opportunity to complain. Seriously, what had gotten into his grandfather to make him take such a stupid test? "If that's how it is, I'm going to get revenge," he said, banging his spoon against his bowl. Your card games again? His mother asked with a little laugh. No, it's not funny, Mom. It's serious, this time. Oh really? And who's the big bad who deserves such a serious revenge? Naruto crossed his arms, lower lip jutting out. She never believed him when he talked about this stuff. You'll just tell me I daydream too much again. And it's true. You're always off in the clouds, she said, coming back to the table, the dish towel slung over her shoulder. But that doesn't mean I don't listen to you. She sat down across from him, elbows on the table, with a seriousness that sat easily alongside her teasing smile. Come on, tell me what's bothering you, instead of fighting with your spoon. Well, it's very simple. If I had to summary. The air around them compressed with sudden pressure. The massive furry balls clung to the tablecloth and kitchen utensils, gurgling like they were starting to boil. They clumped together, emitting a screeching sound like sheet metal being twisted, pierced, and beaten all at once, until they almost instantly formed an elongated silhouette, no thicker than a shadow cut out with a knife, with a texture similar to a road sign traced with a ruler. Black spines, long and twisted, bristled from every angle of its body like ridges of polished iron, and where hands should have been, two curved sickles gleamed instead. Its half-moon head turned toward him, and a macabre smile split across its face, otherwise stripped of any other feature. Naruto? His mother asked, seeing him fall apart on the spot. He had no time to answer. The creature raised one of its sickles towards its split smile, the way one raises a finger to one's lips. A delicate gesture, exaggeratedly slow, and all the more terrifying for how unmistakable it was. With its other appendage, the thing brushed against the hallway wall. The material disintegrated over a few centimeters, eaten away from within. Naruto felt his whole body empty out like a breaking dam as the same sickle drew closer to his mother's neck, a gesture that needed no words. Silence, or I kill her. Azami was still waiting for the answer to her earlier question. Naruto, despite his ceaseless trembling, forced a smile that felt, even to himself, as convincing as a grimace. Actually, it was nothing important. I forgot. You forgot, she repeated, frowning. Yeah, weird, huh? A stridulation escaped the creature, dry and metallic, bordering on melody in its horror. After the pattern repeated twice, thrice, it stopped the moment Naruto realized it could only be laughter. Naruto, you're white as a sheet. I didn't sleep well. You know, exam stress, all that. His mother answered, puzzled. I don't think it's a good idea for you to go to school today. No, you're right. I'll go back to my room like a good boy. Thanks for the meal. Naruto pushed away from the table, and walked, or rather, scurried to the stairs. He could hear, just over his shoulder, that dry, steady scraping, like a scythe being dragged on the cold floor. He desperately wanted to go to the restroom, but he couldn't stop, in fear the enemy might react. Thump, thump, thump. Don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back. 1 second was just enough to betray his own instruction, and the creature was suddenly there. Naruto screamed, or thought he screamed, because no sound came out. His legs gave way, and he collapsed backward against the stairs. Above him, the thing dove, or rather folded, at an angle that defied all logic given its own rigidity, the split smile hovering above his face. Naruto. Azami's voice hit him from far away, as if through thick glass. The forked tongue grazed his cheek to plant itself in the wood, far too close to his ear. On the half-moon head, where its eyes should have been, blazing script etched itself, twisting the metal in a rancid smell. Last chance. Something Naruto's mind refused to grasp, especially when the thing split into perfect cubes, which crumbled into dust in a pure defragmentation effect. The last thing he perceived was the edges of the room slipping away, before the darkness took him. Chapter 8, Chasm. The return happened without transition. One instant, the void. The next, a light his eyes couldn't adjust to. The raw density of the ceiling fluorescence blinded him in bursts, and it was then that he noticed the unfamiliar weight of a stiff sheet against his skin, like the cold pressure against his hand. When he lowered his eyes, he saw fingers clasped tightly around his own, trembling. Those fingers belonged to a figure sitting beside him. White uniform, collar buttoned strictly to the throat, a red cross embroidered above the heart. A familiar uniform he'd had many chances to see at home, watching her through the door as she got ready. His mother, Azami, sat beside him, her face carrying emotions that neither her natural modesty nor her nurse's discipline should have let through. That, more than anything, troubled him. The last thing he remembered was fear. A fear so dense it had flooded the inside of his mouth. The rest had dissolved somewhere between then and now, like a riverbank lost from sight in the dark. Mom, he recognized, before turning his head. Where am I? The white curtains framing his bed gave him a clue, but answered nothing precise. Beyond the fabric, Blurred silhouettes moved without hurry, the dull clatter of a cart pushed over linoleum, low voices exchanged between two curtains further off. The air carried that same heaviness as the hallways where he sometimes waited for her, in the evening, sitting on the school bench. At the hospital, Azami said. Her voice trembled on the last word, like a rope worn thin from being pulled too tight. I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm so sorry. Naruto blinked, unable to find anywhere to hang those words. His mother pressed her hand to her own chest to catch her breath. Last night, your bandages. I saw you were exhausted, and I said nothing. I told myself it was ninja business, things I never you understand anything about, that I risked ruining everything if I got involved. I should have brought you here yesterday already. Instead, I let you go up to bed telling myself would pass. The sight of his mother, not even daring to look at him, overlapped with another vision he'd glimpsed briefly. But unlike in that vision, it wasn't as an implacable judge that he received this confession, but with a beaming smile. It's not your fault, Mom, he finally said, his voice still rough. There's nothing to apologize for. Azami sniffled and grabbed a cloth lying near the bed, quickly wiping her face. Something lingered in the back of her throat, but she held it back. An awkward silence settled in, during which Naruto, in his weary lucidity, also noticed the absence of the usual background buzzing. This, more than anything, made his thoughts strangely clear. The true cause of his blackout would never cross the threshold of his lips. Whatever suffering he'd have to endure, nothing would be worth the price of freeing himself from it. He closed his eyes for a second, as if to confirm this resolve. Once open again, he waved his arms side to side, making the tubes attached to his skin rattle like a Christmas tree. Well, shall we go home? Given all this equipment, I must be worth 5 medals, right? He didn't expect, however, to be immediately pulled into a hug. He felt his mother hiccup against him, sobs and tears of joy mixed together, while, with sharpened eyes, he saw overlaid on this scene talons extending from an arm too long to be hers, pulling from a lake of infinite black a silhouette with hair heavy as seaweed. The vision lasted only a blink before he sighed and patted his mother's back. That moment of calm shattered under a hand that swept the curtain wide open. A new silhouette appeared in the gap, closing as quickly as it had opened. A loose coat wrapped around a body too frail for it, all but swallowed by the coat if not for the mass of black hair cascading from the hood. Tinted glasses covered the upper half of an angular face, and despite a posture that screamed the exact opposite of Shino's usual stiffness, there was no doubt whatsoever about the identity of the person present. We are relieved to learn that you did not succumb, Uzumaki. The Aburame clan wishes you a swift recovery. The hands wrapped around Naruto kept clinging to him as Azami slowly turned, cheeks tight with restrained anger. He just woke up. If you want him to recover quickly, at least give us a day. Your remark has been noted, though it does not alter the purpose of our visit. You're all insane. All of you, in this village. Children barely out of the cradle, and you treat them like pawns on a board. Your status as a civilian excuses you from judging matters beyond your station. Please keep to your own. Hey, Naruto called out. That's my mother. You speak to her properly, or you get out of here. The stranger's gaze finally left Azami to fix on him. Naruto felt, beneath the tinted lenses, the crushing weight of the multitude. We apologize, if we have offended you. Apologize to my mother instead, he said, despite the unease forming in the hollow of his throat. The dignitary studied him, then, with a turn of the head, faced Azami and bowed with a motion too mechanical not to have been drilled into her. Shortly after, the figure straightened, gaze once again heavy on him. The Aburame clan wishes to invite you to a meeting. A person of great importance wishes to see you. She reached inside her coat and pulled out a thick envelope, which she set on the edge of the bed, within reach. In compensation for the inconvenience this will cause. Naruto stared at the envelope without touching it. This whole strange situation, he still didn't know where to place it. What is that? 500,000 ryo. He was floored. The silence that followed in his head seemed to echo for miles, the kind of dull vertigo brought on by a sum with no concrete meaning. Azami, for her part, hadn't moved, mouth half open, as if still searching for a joke where there wasn't one. Is this amount to your satisfaction? Under normal circumstances, Naruto would have answered with an, it's way too much. But here, the sheer disproportion of the compensation compared to the trivial request made the whole thing feel even more abstract, not to say suspicious. Azami was the first to break the jarring silence. What are you going to ask of him now? In response, with a gesture of sharp theatricality, the dignitary drew back the white curtain surrounding them. Naruto was so frozen he barely heard the indignant gasp to his left. A row of beds stretching out of sight, each occupied by a motionless body, sheets pulled up to chins over faces he didn't recognize. Nurses moved between the rows, trays in hand, while doctors leaned here and there over silently blinking monitors. The true reason for your presence here. In this, your mother acted rightly, when she judged that you too might have been affected. Your awakening is an encouraging sign, though celebration, for now, would be premature. Azami straightened abruptly and yanked the curtain shut, hand clenched on the fabric, a tremor betraying her distress. Guilt, but not quite that. Helplessness. No, more the expression of someone who, day after day, had to keep moving forward against a current too strong to even think of holding back. Naruto stayed silent, absorbing it all. His bubble, until now, had held. His school days, the spirits only he could see, his private, even privileged, fear. But what surrounded him now suggested an overflow that far exceeded the frame in which he'd contained his little personal problem. He turned to his mother, who was looking at him as if she wanted absolutely to shield him from everything. An understandable reflex, whose limits Naruto could already sense. It wasn't unfamiliar to him either, this same distress, now turned toward her. But that still left the question of why, when it came to this invitation. He didn't know if it was wise to accept this sum of money, which, in any other story, would mean the loss of someone close. But would refusing stir up more trouble? Making as few waves as possible seemed to be what was expected of him. Or rather, it was the leash now keeping him from doing more. But staying paralyzed in the absence of choice wasn't an option he could allow himself. Could you give us a moment to think it over? I'd like to speak with my mother. The request was granted, after which, the stranger disappeared behind the screen. Looking at his mother, Naruto's lips pressed into a flat line. What do you think we should do? I don't know, she breathed, before picking up the envelope. We don't need anything, with what I already earn and what your grandfather adds. But this, maybe it would let us leave this village, and give you a more suitable education. He looked for a moment at the bandages on his arms, the memory of his encounter with Kakashi still fresh in his mind. If disappearing would also mean bowing to the demands of monsters that could spring up anywhere, at any time. We should accept, he murmured. But. He stopped, still caught in thought. The village offered expertise he couldn't find anywhere else. Escaping meant giving up on that option entirely. Especially since honoring the wishes of whatever was threatening them would guarantee nothing for their safety. And yet, if even the Sandaime himself had found no way to solve his curse, what more could he hope for? This line of reasoning was going too far, beyond the scope of this decision. This doesn't commit us to anything, he breathed. I should go, just to keep that door open. His mother looked at him, eyes shining, before slowly nodding. Be careful with them, just this once. Refuse anything extra they offer. You know how they are. Give them a hand and they take the whole arm. Naruto turned his gaze toward the curtain. You can come back, he called out louder. Once the dignitary stood before him again, he continued, I'll go to the meeting. When will it happen? She pressed her hands together in a gesture of thanks. As soon as possible. Follow me. The buzzing fell over him the moment he set foot outside the hospital. The dark of night was another surprise, one that faded quickly in favor of the three other people waiting for him at the bottom of the steps. Same coats, same glasses, he wondered if their attire carried meaning beyond mere formality. In any case, given the rigor of their protocol, this personal escort of his was clearly no small matter. Their walk through the village went without incident. Passers-by and onlookers stepped aside for their procession, lit by 4 torches whose cast shadows flickered against walls of wood and concrete. Storefronts and facades trailed off one by one, gradually giving way to a dirt path, where only the sobbing of cicadas rang out naturally. The dark swell of wheat fields under a half-moon night might have passed for poetry, were it not for the heaviness of the silence accompanying the rest of their steps. After an indeterminate time, Naruto made out, at the end of the road, an isolated camp nestled against a hillside. Low buildings followed one another in uneven tiers, their roofs covered in earth and moss to the point of blending into the slope itself. A troubling detail, from outside, there wasn't a living soul among the ruins, save for small black specks flitting from one building to another. Where are the people? Naruto asked, more to break the silence than out of real need to know. Inside, the dignitary answered, without turning around. The clan doesn't expose itself after sundown. The answer rang hollow, but Naruto had no time to dwell on it further, startled by the sudden darkness when his escort extinguished their torches upon reaching the gates. A firefly then appeared before his nose, its glow just enough for him to make out the outline of the cloak belonging to the person ahead. Inside the enclave, the buzzing of insects thickened, until it merged with the one that had always lived inside him, like 2 rivers that eventually become indistinguishable from one another. The journey blurred into a haze of descents and climbs. In places, the firefly's light hinted at the outline of a wall too close for comfort. It was only when he felt the air closing in a little more around him that he understood they had just entered a building larger than the others, or more precisely, a gallery. The urge to ask how much further they'd take him passed through him, but he decided it wiser to say nothing. Ahead of him, the dignitary bent her back intermittently, constrained by a ceiling he himself had no need to duck under. The turns followed one another with no apparent logic, right, downward, then left again, until he gave up trying to remember any of the path. A labyrinth, designed to lose people in rather than to help them find their way. Then, after a stretch of time he couldn't have estimated, the light returned all at once, almost violent after so much darkness. Through half-closed eyelids, he made out drapes first. The antechamber itself felt more like a sanctuary than a mere waiting room. The floor seemed to have been polished for decades to reach this near-liquid sheen. 2 stone statuettes stood near the sliding door at the far end, worn unrecognizable by generations of hands that must have paid their respects there. "Open it. They await you on the other side," his escort said with a sweeping gesture. Naruto swallowed, then clenched his fists. His hand hovered over the panel before he resolved to slide it open. But how mistaken he was, for where he should have found an official seated to greet him, only an abyssal nothingness answered his senses. When he turned to ask for an explanation, a hand slammed between his shoulder blades and shoved him forward. A long, unbroken scream accompanied his fall, swallowed by the vastness into which he plunged. His hands tried to grab anything that might slow him down, but finding no success, his body began to spin, up and down blurring into each other with every rotation, until an elastic thread brushed his skin, then several, multiplying like a forest of white vines. His body braked, and braked again, and he finally landed with the delicacy of a feather on a rocky surface, dazed to still be alive, arms and legs tangled in a sticky, dripping substance he struggled to free himself from. After a while, he got up and looked around, surprised to find light in such a deep place. An immense, bottomless chasm surrounded him to the point of dizziness, made worse by the melody echoing louder here than anywhere else, like a diffuse breath carried by hundreds of children's voices humming in unison. Finally, his eyes caught a prominent detail, or rather, were drawn toward what served as the sole source of light. A full moon, bluish, suspended in the dark, bathed the space in a soft glow, the way phosphorescent mushrooms might be found beneath a damp stone. It was only after a while that he noticed its hypnotic descent, set in motion by a movement bordering on elegance. Naruto realized, with some delay, that this wasn't the surface of a celestial body, but a pattern traced onto a surface far vaster than anything he could have imagined, an abdomen, far too absurd in its enormity to be measured. The rest of the creature revealed itself in fragments, his gaze unable to take it all in at once. Legs, 12 in total, spread through the darkness with a thoughtful stillness, their substance at the very edge of invisibility. Before such vastness, Naruto felt reduced to a single point, insignificant before the 8 eyes that tilted toward him until they were level with his face. After recoiling, a voice pierced from his own mouth, and he realized it was his. Where am I? And what exactly are you?" The immense eyes closed and opened repeatedly, with a languor in rhythm with the melody, which softened in intensity. "Interesting. I did not think you were still so young." Naruto clutched his head, an unease spreading through every pore of his skin. You wished to see me. Indeed, my children have fallen silent, one after another, for several moons now. And I can only watch, helpless, as this silence grows over them. I thought I would find my answer in you. But clearly, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. At the mention of the silence, the melody cracked, voice after voice, until it held on by a single thread, nearly extinguished. Something tightened inside Naruto, and he couldn't tell whether the feeling came from himself or had been induced. Your children, you mean the Aburame clan? Before him, something clicked. It was only after a moment that he made out, in the dim light, 2 mandibles rubbing against each other thoughtfully. Yes, but not only them. My very essence is changing, as if something were being prepared, something of unprecedented scale. Your essence. What are you? Naruto stopped, mid-thought. Who are you, rather? Under normal circumstances, terror would have overwhelmed him too much to ask such a brazen question, but the exhaustion of that day had long since worn down his restraint. What I am does not matter, and never has. I am but a presence, woven into this place since long before your birth. The first of those who would become the Aburame clan found me, and since then, they are part of me, as I am part of them. Baruka's lessons on pacts between peoples came back to him. But he, like all the students in his class, had assumed such things took a metaphysical form, rather than what stood before him now. I see, he finished on a contrite breath. So, what do you want me to do about? Then he stopped mid-sentence. Carried by his desire to help, he had nearly forgotten his own resolve, to promise nothing, to do only what was strictly necessary. The 8 eyes blinked once more, with that gentle attentiveness that tugged at him. Something holds you back. Naruto felt something stir within him, as though the question itself sought to untangle what was blocking him, without needing him to answer aloud. Tell me what weighs on you. Perhaps I can lighten the burden, even if only a little. His mouth opened but produced no sound. All the questions that had gnawed at him for months stayed lodged at the back of his throat. Why was he the only one who could see these things? Why did they call him Prince? Why did he have these strange visions at night? This creature, perhaps, could have answered all of it better than anyone else in the world. But showing even the intention to communicate might endanger the person he cared for most. Stop, please, he continued mentally, hand clenched against his own chest. I don't want. No, I can't lose what makes me who I am. He felt the presence withdraw, like a veil being lifted and moved aside. I understand, though with regret, that we should have things to hide from each other, even now. After so much time, the silence keeps growing. The disappointment that followed this statement washed over Naruto in crushing shame. To that, he had nothing to add. There was no resentment, only despair. Even so, one last thread remains to be woven. Come closer, my prince. Naruto was seized with panic when, suddenly, his body was lifted, independent of any notion of gravity or consent, toward the enormous mandibles. What are you doing? Stop. Wah. Do not worry. I have no intention of harming you. Not that I could, in any case. He then felt, for just a fraction of a second, a sharp pain low in his belly, just enough to knock the breath out of him, before the bonds suspending him gave way, and he landed, on his knees, on the immense stone where he stood. The melody, which had seemed to be everywhere, now felt distant. What did you do? The now translucent eyes blinked once, as if in agreement. A simple device that the one you hold in such high regard asked me to carry out, in exchange for one of my wishes. A look of disbelief crossed his face. His own grandfather had arranged this exchange. Your presence here is no longer required. I wish you a stunning growth, my prince. Perhaps we shall meet again, if our songs endure that long. With a gesture of one of its majestic legs, Naruto felt the edges of the world blur, and the next instant, he found himself kneeling in the middle of a room on a summoning circle, surrounded by 10 long cloaked silhouettes, their hands clasped, facing him. Chapter 9, One Last Dance. The setting sun bathed the room in honeyed light, wrapping the canvases on the walls in a bittersweet mood. Naruto, sitting at his desk, brush in hand, was still hesitating over the wording. Crumpled balls of paper littered the floor around his chair, remnants of abandoned attempts. He sighed, chin against palm, gaze lost somewhere between the window and open space. Dear grandfather. The problem I told you about. I know I'm not supposed to say anything, but your friend managed to solve it, even if only partly. It's been a week now, and I feel less bothered than before. It's a relief. He had written the opening a dozen times already, never managing to bring out the sincerity he wanted. A strange wall had risen between them, even though he knew he couldn't really hold it against him. Was there even anything to hold against him? Decisions made without being consulted, a constant absence, tinged nonetheless with a kindness hard to untangle. I hope you're not too worn out. I bought you some coffee beans, even though I know you're surrounded by enough people to take care of you. Will you come to the festival? His hand released the brush and picked up the letter. Just as he was about to crumple it into a ball, he decided it was enough, however brief. A small bird he'd commissioned that morning waited at the open window. A handful of sunflower seeds lighter, leaning against the sill, he watched the tiny speck fly off into the distance. Time to go meet the others, he said, a dreamy note in his voice. Naruto found Shino exactly where they'd agreed to meet, in the middle of the great square. The boy in the long coat stood leaning against a fence being decorated, indifferent to the hammering going on 5 meters above him. Ino and Sasuke arrived together shortly after, neither of them bothering to comment on the coincidence. Hey, Naruto said, with a lopsided grin. Yo, Ino replied cheerfully, while Sasuke simply raised a hand in greeting. I expected there'd be more people, but it's just the 4 of us, huh? Shino nodded, adjusting his glasses. It had been days now since Hinata, Choji, Sakura, and Kiba had stopped coming to class. Not seeing them now wasn't a surprise, though that made it no less painful. Enough with the gloomy faces, we're here to have fun, Ino said, spinning around, her ponytail swept up by the motion. By the way, what do you two think? The yukata she wore was gorgeous. Orchids on a navy blue background wove down in a twisting pattern, a striking counterpoint to the black and red he was wearing. Those colors go really well with your complexion. The blue against your blonde is a contrast that works amazingly well. Also, the flowers make it look like the fabric's moving even when you're standing still, and Thanks, Naruto, but I wasn't asking for that much detail. Still, I appreciate it. What about you, Shino, what do you think? I agree. As eloquent as Sasuke, she said, pouting. Honestly, neither of you makes any effort. Good thing me and Naruto are here to raise the bar. I didn't ask to be invited, Sasuke shot back. Oh, very well. Naruto, I believe you'll be my knight in default tonight. If you'd be so kind as to offer me your arm. Refusing the Yamanaka princess was practically a capital offense, even though under normal circumstances Naruto would have brushed her off. Still, the prospect of dampening the mood appealed to him even less. That said, he sighed when Ino stuck her tongue out at the other boy, who seemed more interested in watching the troupe of minstrels setting up on the stage further off. I've never seen them before, he murmured. Seen what? Ino said. Nothing important, Sasuke replied, his onyx eyes turning toward Naruto. You seem pretty at ease today. With Ino as my bodyguard, I can only be a stone Buddha. Are you two really going to be like this all evening? Sasuke raised a hand to his lips, glancing aside to hide a light laugh, the first Naruto had ever noticed from him. Where do you want to start? Shino asked, pulling out his map of the park. Not the haunted house, please, Naruto said, hand raised. I'm vetoing the Swan Lake, Ino added. That doesn't leave us much, Shino said, pushing up his glasses. There's still the bumper cars, the Ferris wheel, and the little hell train. Did they really have time to set all this up in one day? Naruto asked. My clan and Choji's provided. The memory of the envelope he and his mother had ultimately refused came back to him. More disillusioned than annoyed, Naruto got the sense that sums of money didn't mean much to those running the village. I vote for the little hell train, Ino said. And my vote counts for 4, so it's decided. Just as Naruto started to open his mouth, Shino folded up his map and pointed in a direction, with Sasuke following behind, the roller coaster visible from afar. On the way, Ino grabbed cotton candy from a stand and, with a pointed look, forced Naruto to pull out his toad wallet, which he watched thin out with infinite sorrow. Now I understand why Sasuke bailed. Ino asked, more focused on her sugary cloud. Whoever arrives last pays for everyone, he said, breaking into a run. Hey, she shouted, still holding his hand. I'm going to end up covered in sticky sugar because of you. A shadow swept past them, and before they even had time to blink, Sasuke was already at the ticket booth, as if lining up tokens for everyone else wasn't in his vocabulary. In the end, Shino stepped up. The Aburame reputation for courtesy is clearly well deserved, Ino said with a crocodile grin. You're paying for the next ride, Shino said, handing out the stamped tickets. While Ino, in the background, went back on her word, Naruto swallowed hard at the sight of how high the next car climbed. You guys confident about safety here? He asked out loud. We haven't had an accident in 3 years, an employee replied, urging them to buckle in. The Chunin on watch duty are here to catch anyone who falls, Sasuke said, holding out his ticket. Naruto just hoped he wouldn't end up losing what was left of his lunch. The handful of insects lingering on Shino's skin retreated back into his pores with a less than appetizing sound. Shortly after, their car jolted before climbing the track, the rest of the village and its sprawling forests coming into view. Haha, we can see your house from here, Naruto. By the way, you've never invited us over. The blonde kept his eyes resolutely shut the whole way. Then the car plunged. Ino let go of the bar first, arms in the air with a scream, her cotton candy lost to the wind. Shino, judging by the angle of his head, had somehow managed to sneak in a nap between 2 turns, while Sasuke stared straight ahead, arms crossed, barely a hair out of place. Naruto, meanwhile, clung to the bar with all his strength, lips trembling in the wind just as the click of a camera confirmed the moment had been immortalized. At the exit booth, Ino was the first to snatch the photo, still warm from printing, and burst out laughing. I knew it. Naruto, look at yourself. You look like you're dying on the spot. He already regretted coming. He could already picture himself, in the days to follow, as the laughingstock of the class. Oh, look at him, the ninja in training who's scared of a little ride. That made me hungry, she added, slipping the photo into her pocket. Should we eat? After the ride and the cotton candy she'd made them buy, she was asking that. You're only asking that to get out of paying, Shino said. Me, never. Anyway, hand me the map. Every time you're the one planning, it's a mess. The restaurant they'd ended up choosing was more of an oversized stall than a real establishment, paper tablecloths and a lit candle at every table. Ino had insisted, arguing the grilled meats there were the best in the neighborhood, an argument no one had the strength, or rather the will, to contest. They sat down at a corner table, Ino and Shino on one side, Naruto and Sasuke on the other, menus handed out in a quiet silence punctuated by the sizzle of nearby grills. Naruto watched Sasuke scan the menu with no apparent interest, and a memory surfaced. 4 days earlier, the forest behind the academy, the one he sometimes retreated to when he didn't feel like talking to anyone. A sustained note carried on the wind between the trunks. He'd followed the sound without thinking, all the way to that clearing where Sasuke, sitting on a stump, played the flute with his eyes closed, no one else around. Naruto hadn't dared breathe a word. He'd just sat down behind a trunk and listened until the last note. Sasuke had opened his eyes again, stared at him for a moment, without reproach or real surprise, as if he'd always suspected he'd eventually be found there. They hadn't spoken of it since. But something had knotted itself into place that day, something neither of them had tried to name. The waiter came back, took their order, and the dishes piled up on the table. Naruto watched, incredulous, as Sasuke devoured an entire piece of meat without restraint, elbows resting on the tablecloth. The lofty bearing, the studied silence, that reserve he displayed on every occasion, and here, this display of unrefined, feral appetite. Naruto closed his mouth on the question that nearly escaped him, absolutely stunned. "What?" Sasuke asked, without looking up from his bowl. "Nothing. Nothing." Across from them, Ino, by contrast, ate with a diligence no one would have suspected from hearing her talk. Back straight, measured bites, napkin folded in two over her knees without her even thinking about it. Shino, meanwhile, cut each piece into small, even squares, methodical, as if following an invisible pattern, and brought his chopstick to his mouth with the same economy of movement he applied to everything else. Before dessert, Ino sprang up, her chair scraping the floor. "I need to go to the restroom. Don't touch my noodles or my beef." Sasuke got up shortly after, without a word, heading for the exit. Naruto watched him until the restaurant door closed behind him, then turned his attention back to Shino, left alone across the table. "Hey," he began, "could you pass on my thanks? To her, I mean." Shino adjusted his glasses, not looking up from his plate. "She received it well." "Oh, already? Few people have a direct line to her." A shiver ran up Naruto's spine. She's watching us. Right now. She's always with us." For a moment, Naruto pictured the creature deep in its web, following their every move as they ate fried noodles. That had to be pretty awkward, for people in the clan, having that huge beast keeping watch over their get-togethers, even the most private ones. Shino must have read something on his face, because he added, in the same even tone. "It's not really like that. She answers if called. Otherwise, she doesn't impose herself. Some people just find it easier to reach her than others." "What's it like, growing up with something like that around?" "I find it strange, actually, that other kids have no one to talk to. Someone who listens, when you need it." He brought a piece of food to his mouth, chewed, swallowed, then added. "People must feel truly alone, with that constant emptiness." Naruto wasn't quite sure how to take the remark. He thought of his mother, of his grandfather, of the love he held for them without ever doubting it, and yet, that distance that remained, that quiet wall keeping him from knowing what they really thought, at night, alone. A pressing urge pulled him from his thoughts, and he got up in turn. "Be right back." The swinging doors clattered softly shut behind him, a back and forth of varnished wood that had no business being in this kind of establishment, as if the owner had seen it in a movie once and never managed to shake the idea. Naruto followed the crookedly hung pictogram, a blue silhouette with legs apart, to the door that barely slid on its track. Inside, he turned the tap and let cold water run over his hands, more to compose himself than out of real need. The walls weren't very thick. Through the partition, he heard Ino, her voice cracked, broken up by sniffles she was visibly trying to stifle. "Sakura, it's too hard without you. What's happening to this damn village?" Naruto closed his eyes at the sink, clenched his fists in an effort to keep his sympathy from spilling over. His mother came back to mind, the deep shadows carving into her face every evening these past few days, her smile holding up less and less well under the strain. The village displayed its lanterns, its freshly painted facades, its stone cage watching over from the towering cliff. But all of it was hanging by a thread, he could feel it, as clear as the trickle of a river. He opened his eyes again toward the mirror. For a split second, a stranger's face overlaid his own. A woman, long red hair undone, sitting in a cloistered space of abyssal black, face buried in her hands. "I'm sorry, Kurama. Forgive me, I had to do it." Then nothing. His own reflection stared back at him, pale, eyes wide over the water still running between his fingers. He rinsed his head afterward, a towel over his shoulders, and took whatever time was needed for his face to regain an acceptable color before pushing back through the swinging doors. At the table, the plates of grilled meat had given way to bowls of shaved ice, red syrup dripping down the sides. Ino had already started on hers, the trace of tears on her cheeks concealed under a fresh layer of blush. No one, seeing her like that, could have guessed what had just played out on the other side of a partition that was decidedly too thin. "So, what were you doing in there? Took you long enough," she said, pointing her spoon at him. "Actually, never mind, I'd rather not know, knowing guys your age." "Hey," Naruto protested, dropping into his chair. "What's with that disgusting insinuation?" "Oh, nothing at all," she said with a predatory grin. "You know exactly what I mean. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." "Of course you don't. Not even who you were thinking about while you were at it." Naruto pressed a hand to his chest, feigning outrage, and launched into a routine he knew perfectly well was ridiculous, arms flailing in an attempt to prove his innocence. Ino's laughter rose, a little too loud, a little too fast, head tipped back. Naruto kept playing the fool, throwing the jab back at himself, because he knew exactly what that performance was covering up, and nothing would silence it as surely as a bit of noise and bravado. Sasuke came back around then, his expression darker than before, and took his seat again in silence. Shino hadn't moved, his spoon dipping into his ice with the same measured regularity as the rest of his meal, but Naruto thought he caught, beneath the tinted lenses, a moment of attention lingering on Ino a bit longer than necessary. The meal wound down without much fanfare, the bowls emptied down to the last thread of syrup. When the bill came, Shino took it with a gesture that left no room for discussion, paying for the whole table with a wad of bills pulled from his coat. Sasuke, for his part, set down his own share on the table without a glance, tacitly refusing to let his portion be folded into the other's gesture. "Thanks, Shino," Naruto said, standing up, a little caught off guard. "You didn't have to. It's nothing. Consider it fair payback, after what your toad went through today." Outside, night had fully settled in, a clear sky riddled with stars above the park's lanterns. The troupe of minstrels had struck up a livelier tune, violin and trumpet answering each other over a slow, dragging bass, while a few onlookers clapped along to an approximate rhythm. Naruto stopped, nose tilted up toward the Ferris wheel turning, slow and glittering, at the other end of the path. "One last ride," he suggested. "This one's on me." "You," Ino said, surprised, "with your wallet half empty." "I kept enough. So, are you coming or not?" No one refused. The four of them crammed into the same car, which creaked under the weight before starting its ascent. The village unfolded gradually beneath them, a carpet of warm lights and dark rooftops, the silhouettes of the cage carved into the cliff barely visible in the darkness, their outlines traced by a last glow rising from below. No one spoke for a while, each with their nose pressed to their own window, as if the view alone was enough to fill all available space. It was Shino who broke the silence, an old-fashioned camera emerging from his coat, bellows and round lens, the latest model of its kind. "Gather round. One last memory for the road." Naruto complied without needing to be asked twice, leaning toward Ino to tug her cheek and force a smile out of her despite her offended look. Sasuke kept his usual expression, as unreadable as ever, while Shino, camera braced with one hand against the window, raised two fingers in a victory sign with the other. The shutter clicked, followed by a brief flash that lit up the inside of the car. Laughter spilled out, a soft embarrassed, the kind shared without knowing why. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto saw Ino tilt her head toward him, that smile still caught on her lips, but her eyes too bright to be only joy. This vanished quickly when she stretched, pulling all three of them in by the shoulders. "Seriously, without me, this evening would have been deadly boring. Three hopeless cases, that's what you all are." "Hey, I was here too, for the record," Naruto protested. "I'll grant you that, fairly. It so happens I have several thousand direct witnesses. Up my sleeve, to be precise." Ino held back a laughing tear, hysterical, one hand pressed over her mouth as if to dam up the fit of giggles threatening to sweep everything away. Naruto shared in the joy with a wide grin, before his gaze drifted to the other side of the car. Sasuke had his forehead turned toward the window, against the cold glass. His lips moved, barely, a murmur Naruto only caught in part, if only, swallowed as soon as it was spoken, closer to a breath than a word. A bitter line briefly creased the corner of his mouth, before his eyes closed fully, and there was nothing left but the sound of the cable creaking, steady, above their heads. Naruto hesitated, the question already forming. Something like, "You okay?" That would probably sound hollow, but that he would have asked anyway. Before he could get it out, the car gave a jolt and stopped dead, suspended in midair halfway up the wheel. "What the?" Sasuke was on his feet before Naruto finished his sentence, as was Shino on the other side, his posture suddenly rigid. Naruto leaned forward too, searching for whatever had caught their attention, and his stomach clenched. Below, on the rooftops stretching out toward the edges of the village, hooded silhouettes leapt from one building to another, too many to count, their movements too fluid to belong to anyone familiar. "What is that?" Ino breathed, her voice suddenly drained of every trace of laughter. A creaking rose up along the cable, different from the one that had stopped them moments before. Duller. Worse. Naruto didn't even have time to look up before the car was already plunging in a dizzying spiral of twisting metal, dragged into a fall that knocked the breath out of him before a scream could even escape. Chapter 10, Dissolution. Naruto blinked, his vision blurred, a veil of dust hanging in the air, filtering the light of the street lamps still standing. Above him, a tangle of twisted metal cut against the sky, what remained of the Ferris wheel, its cars torn from their rails and scattered like broken toys. He tried to sit up, and a grimace escaped him as his ribs protested. It was only when he looked down that he understood. Steel wires, stretched taut from shurikens, were driven deep into the rubble, wound around his chest and limbs, a makeshift harness that had, quite clearly, broken his fall before it turned fatal. Ino. Shino. A movement to his left answered his call. Ino, suspended the same way a few meters away, had her arm caught at an awkward angle. Shino had fared worse. Still standing, yes, but one leg unable to bear any weight at all. Sasuke, Naruto managed, turning his head every which way. Sasuke. Around them, the world seemed to have split into two distinct layers. On one side, distant but insistent, panicked screams mixed with the metallic clash of blade against blade. On the other, close by, an almost unnatural silence, broken only by their own ragged breathing. It was Shino who moved first, or rather, limped, in a labored motion, the lenses of his glasses cracked by a line that split his gaze in two. Naruto stared at him, dazed, unable to do more than watch. Shino knelt beside Ino and caught his balance with one hand braced against the debris. The other searched out the wire, following it with his fingertips to the knot pinning Ino's arm against a beam. Ow. Careful, please. Ah, sorry. HNG. His fingers slipped on the metal, missed their grip, tried again. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple and vanished into his collar. The knot finally gave, and Ino pulled free, drawing her arm back against herself with careful slowness. As for Shino, he let himself drop to a sitting position, no longer bothering to hide the toll that simple gesture had taken, his forehead damp with sweat beneath his disheveled hair. "What the hell just happened?" Ino asked. "This hurts like shish." Shino clapped a hand over her mouth as a shadow passed close by, thrown across the rubble by the flickering glow of a lamppost still standing. Naruto held his breath, every heartbeat a sharp stab in his ribs. The footsteps stopped, then resumed on the far side of their pile of scrap. It was only once the silence returned that Shino let Ino breathe again. "We don't know whose side they're on," he murmured. "Better not to take any chances." She nodded, pale. "You okay, Naruto?" she said, quieter this time. "I hurt everywhere." "You really are a baby, I swear," she said, with a strained smile. "You need help getting untied?" Shino asked. "I don't think I can manage on my own." After considerable effort and willpower, they finally managed to sit in a circle. "Sasuke," Naruto said, his voice broken. "We have to find him." "I left an insect on him," Shino said, holding up his wrist. "It's not sending anything back from here. He's not in this area." "So where is he, then?" "Somewhere else. That's all I can say." That was enough for Naruto to cling to it like a lifeline. Somewhere else was better than underfoot. "The surveillance Chunin, why aren't they here yet?" Ino complained. "They must have more urgent things to deal with," Shino answered. "Like what's more urgent than us?" Shino simply gestured broadly toward where echoes of battle and terrified screams kept reaching them. Naruto felt something tighten in his chest, a dull panic that had nothing to do with his ribs. "So what, we just stand here," he said, his voice climbing a notch. "We can't just wait for it to land on us." "Nobody said that," Shino replied. "But leaving without knowing where might be worse." "Leaving to go where, exactly?" Ino pressed. "We don't even know what's out there." "We know the fighting's in that direction," Shino said with a nod. "If we go the opposite way, we've got a chance of running into someone who can help." "Or into something worse," Ino muttered. "True. But staying here means waiting for the worst to come to us, without even knowing how long that'll take." No one found an argument to counter that, and soon enough they set off, sparing themselves the sight of the horrors beneath the rubble, the shapes that suggested, all too clearly, that not everyone had been so lucky. Naruto quickly lost all sense of time, each step a negotiation between his will and his ribs, which refused to stay quiet. Ino and Shino supported him on either side, or rather, it was him and Ino carrying Shino as much as the other way around, a three-legged team, none of them able to walk far alone. Shino, for his part, kept his head up despite everything, his insects deployed as scouts, the only thing keeping them from walking straight into a threat lurking in the shadows. It turned out that even with all their care to avoid the hot spots, the village had become nothing but a chaotic string of shadows and blinding flashes. Most of the street lamps had given up the ghost, and what light remained came from elsewhere, geysers of water erupting like luminescent dragons between rows of gutted houses, gouts of flame licking an entire section of wall before dying out just as fast. Each flash tore a scene from the darkness that none of them had time to take in, except to think that the scale of the fighting was far beyond anything they could handle. It was the first blast that truly sent them into a panic. A brutal detonation, somewhere ahead of them, followed by a blast of air that kicked up a cloud of dust and threw silhouettes into the distance, dislocated for an instant by the flare of the explosion before vanishing back into the dark. Ino pressed herself against Naruto, a muffled cry caught in her throat. "That could have come from anywhere," Shino finally murmured. "We wouldn't have seen it coming." "What the hell is this?" Naruto snapped, his voice suddenly too loud for the moment. "We can't even move without getting hit with something like that." "He's right," Ino said, her fingers digging into Naruto's sleeve. "We don't even know where we're stepping. At this point we might as well walk blindfolded." "We should have stayed where we were," Naruto went on. "At least there, we knew what we were risking." A figure emerged from the darkness ahead, stumbling. Naruto froze, his heart suddenly in his throat, ready to pull the other two back, until the glow of a distant fire caught the man's forehead protector, half torn off, but the leaf symbol still visible beneath the grime. "Kids, what the hell are you doing out here?" the man said, collapsing to his knees in front of them. Naruto stood speechless, unable to find anything to say, his gaze fixed on the dark stain spreading between the man's fingers pressed to his side. "We were at the festival," Shino offered, not without a reproachful glance at his friends over what could have happened. The ninja blinked, a grimace twisting his features, less from pain, it seemed to Naruto, than from the sheer stupidity of his own question, asked the three kids in the middle of an attack, as if they could have been anywhere else but in the heart of the chaos. "No escort," he managed between ragged breaths. "All the way here. How?" "His insects," Naruto answered, nodding toward Shino. "He got us past pretty much everything, I think." The man turned to Shino, something that looked like a flicker of respect crossing his exhausted face. "Aburame. That explains it." Ino knelt down and tore a strip from her yukata, already caked in dust. She wound the fabric around the man's side as best she could, the clumsy knot betraying hands that had never learned this kind of work. The man kept his gaze fixed on the distance throughout, his dark, disheveled hair falling over the bandage across his nose. "There," she said, without much confidence. "It'll do," he answered, pressing his own palm over it, as if to make up for what the bandage lacked. "Thanks." A silence settled in, long enough for the ninja to catch enough breath to stand on his own legs. "Now, follow me," he said. "I know some routes that should still be safe. Goes without saying, the three of you are my responsibility now. Katetsu, by the way. Should have said that earlier." Ino sniffed, a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob, quickly swallowed back, and Naruto nodded, his throat too tight to say much more. "We're with you." The walk passed in a half-darkness pierced by sporadic flashes, Katetsu leading with a stride that tried to stay steady despite a limp he could barely hide. He led them through narrower alleys, sometimes stopping with a raised hand to listen before moving on, never explaining what he was trying to avoid. Naruto had long since stopped counting the detours, entirely consumed by the effort of keeping pace despite his ribs, when a familiar silhouette finally took shape ahead of them. Tall walls of reinforced wood, a palisade that hadn't given way, unlike so much else that night. The base closest to the hospital, Katetsu breathed, audible relief in his voice. "We should be safe in there." He dug through an inner pocket of his vest and pulled out a key, which he fit into the small, reinforced side door. The mechanism gave after a moment of resistance, and he ushered them inside with an almost tender gesture, like a shepherd closing his flock in for the night. Naruto went in last, and it was with an almost painful relief that he welcomed this first hint of respite. It was only as he crossed the threshold that he caught it, faint, that hum he knew all too well. A coincidence, he told himself, probably just exhaustion catching up with him. The interior wrapped them in a darkness even denser than outside, barely pierced by the glow of a forgotten lantern, half extinguished, sitting on a crate near the entrance. A hall stretched out before them, marked by massive pillars holding up a high ceiling, and on the floor, a mess of abandoned belongings. Half-open bags, overturned bottles, a jacket thrown over a crate as if someone had had to shed it in a hurry. But there were no people. No guards, no silhouette standing out in the gloom, Nothing but silence, and for the first time in hours, it was a genuine relief to hear nothing at all. They must be posted elsewhere, Kotetsu said, his gaze sweeping the empty hall. Ino sat down against one of the pillars, knees pulled up to her chest. You think they've got sleeping bags in here? Because right now I could sleep standing up if you gave me 2 minutes. It's a military base, not an inn, Shino pointed out, sliding down to the floor as well, his legs stretched out in front of him with visible care. A girl can dream, can't she? We do have places to sleep, Kotetsu said as he shrugged off his vest, heavy with fatigue. Fairly standard, for our bases to have some. Ino sat bolt upright, looking outraged. Well then what are we waiting for? While she and Kotetsu rummaged through the packs nearby, Naruto let himself sink down, eyes closed. Ino's exclamations followed one after another, each more delighted than the last. A rolled-up sleeping bag, still in its case. Tea bags lined up in a tin box. Then a packet of biscuits, which she brandished like a trophy despite her bad arm, followed by survival rations she examined with a dubious pout before finally declaring them edible. Naruto smiled, half dreaming, listening to these small victories bringing them, if only a little, closer to something like a normal evening. But the hum didn't settle. It grew, insidious, a dull pressure building behind his temples. Unsettled, he sat up, straining to listen to a silence that, second by second, no longer deserved the name. He studied each pillar in turn, as if a pillar could have a face, without finding any reason for what he was feeling. This isn't right, he murmured. Kotetsu turned, the bag he was holding slipping loosely against his leg. Naruto. What's wrong? Ever since I was little, I've heard this hum. No one else hears it but me. And it never comes alone, there are always creatures with it, ones only I can see. I know this sound anywhere, and right now, it hasn't stopped growing since we came in. And the last time I ran into one of those things, I almost died. Kotetsu stayed silent, confused, before glancing at the other two. That's Naruto for you, Ino said with a shrug. He's been rambling like this since we've known him. As Naruto was about to answer, his gaze swept one last time across the far end of the hall, and every word he'd been about to say was sucked away along with the rest of his breath, because exactly where, a second earlier, there had been nothing, something now stood, motionless between two pillars. He'd never been able to recall its shape, until this instant. The void he'd believed final, that hole where the memory of one of the worst nights of his life should have lived, tore open, and it all came rushing back without warning, the shape cut with a blade's edge, the two curved blades in place of hands, the cold that had run through him the first time he'd seen it rise up in his own home. It moved, or rather, it stopped being there to be here, with no step between the two instants filling in the absurdity of the distance crossed. One of the sickles rose, a gesture that should have taken no more than a fraction of a second, and yet the pillar in its path split in two before the blade even reached it, as if the mere act of raising an arm was enough to rewrite what was allowed to exist between it and its target. The stone collapsed in a cloud of dust, silent, as if swallowed too by a logic that belonged to none of the laws Naruto knew. No one moved, no one cried out. Time itself seemed to freeze, suspended between the instant the creature was still a distant shadow and the imminent one where it no longer would be, and in that silence stretched to breaking, Naruto saw, on Kotetsu's face, on Ino's, on Shino's, the same icy certainty forming alongside his own. Whatever was coming was no delirium of a tired child, and would be, inevitably, unchangeably, their end. It was Kotetsu who broke the spell first. He hadn't seen anything, none of what Naruto saw, but something in the air, a sudden pressure he recognized by instinct more than sight, made him throw himself forward without the slightest hesitation. His hand closed around Naruto's shoulder in an iron grip and shoved him aside with everything he had left to give. The ground met Naruto before he had time to understand the motion, and it was from that position, flat against the stone, that he witnessed what Kotetsu had just spared him. The man's body was sliced in two from the chest, before disintegrating entirely into fragments, as though sucked out of existence. All that remained of him was a pool of blood still spreading across the cold stone, the only tangible proof that Kotetsu had existed, if only a second before. The scream that followed came from nowhere in particular. It erupted from everywhere at once, Naruto's mixed with Ino's, a sound so raw it no longer held anything human, carrying nothing but pure terror. An acrid smell rose somewhere behind him, though he couldn't say exactly where, Ino too petrified to even notice it herself. Shino made no sound at all, his mouth half open on nothing, his body frozen in a stillness that could easily have passed for death. Naruto felt the tears fall before he even realized he was crying, a sob tearing through his chest with every breath, unable to tear his gaze away from the pool still spreading across the stone toward him. The creature, for its part, seemed to bloom under that terror the way a flower drinks in light. Its tongue, sharp as a razor's edge, slid along the blood-slicked sickle, and its split smile didn't change shape, but something in its very stillness suggested a boundless satisfaction. This had only been the beginning, and some small part of Naruto, the part that still refused to fully sink, understood that Kotetsu had only been an appetizer, and that they would be next. The sickle rose, slowly, without the slightest hurry, and lowered, just a fraction, leaving nothing else in suspense but the trivial question of who would go first. Naruto didn't even have the strength to close his eyes. His entire body refused to obey, frozen by a terror that had long since passed beyond any logic of fight or flight. The blade began its descent, silent, effortless, carried by that same absurdity that nothing around them could contradict anymore. But partway through its arc, the Reaper went no further. A clash of steel against steel rang out, the one true, righteous thing in this entire nightmare. A long ninjutsu, held in a steady hand, had blocked it. From the outstretched arm to the shoulder, Naruto's gaze climbed to the face of someone he knew, or thought he'd known, because the eyes there held nothing familiar. Scarlet, with a black pupil at the center and 3 commas arranged at even intervals, their curved tails spinning in ceaseless rotation. And those eyes, foreign as they were, fixed on the creature with a coldness so absolute that it seemed, against all expectation, to shrink in on itself, as if caught red-handed in an emotion it should never have known. Chapter 11, Deluge. From the ground, everything within Naruto's sight came down to the back of the one protecting him, the ninjutsu held horizontal, and above it, the sickle grinding uselessly against the steel. A sound that saturated whatever space he had left to think, before Naruto managed to understand what was taking shape. What had belonged to him alone, that weight even his mother only ever brushed against without ever grasping it, Sasuke saw it, touched it, opposed it with his entire body. And nothing, in everything Naruto knew of the world, could make room for such certainty. The creature recoiled, as if sucked backward by the very absurdity that had birthed it, except now, retreat was the path it was taking. The thing that had cut down Kotetsu with the ease of a blink, this embodiment of everything Naruto had dreaded since he was old enough to dread anything, was backing away from a boy their own age. Sasuke didn't hesitate. He lunged, stripped of all the elegant restraint Naruto had once associated with him, driven less by a will to cut than to avenge the insult of that thing's existence. The ninjutsu traced a downward arc, and the sickle rose just in time to parry, a crash that made the surrounding pillars shudder. The exchange continued, as brutal as it was deafening, each impact tearing substance from the setting itself, as if the fight were biting into the very fabric of the hall. At the edge of his vision, Naruto sensed his 2 other companions reacting just as he was, frozen in a blank stupor that held as much confusion as lethargy, with Sasuke seeming, to them, to be fighting alone against empty air. The creature slipped away again, this time folding and refolding through angles nothing living should have been able to take. Its entire body coiled into a spring before launching straight upward, scaling a pillar as though gravity had no claim on it. 2 new sickles burst from what served as its legs, anchoring themselves into the very texture of the stone. Sasuke sprinted vertically along the towering columns, bordering on flight, his sandals barely brushing the rock with a speed that turned lines into curves, and curves into circles. After 2 brief touchpoints, one against the opposite pillar, the other on the ceiling, the creature dove, sickles crossed, straight at Sasuke. He spun at the very last instant, his blade passing within a hair's breadth of the neck he meant to sever. Both bled off their momentum before launching back the way they had come. This time, just before they collided head-on, the boy threw a shuriken that grazed past the creature. It deflected the blade with a backhand sweep of its sickle, but the wire, still attached to the projectile now lodged in the pillar behind it, snapped taut between his fingers. Sasuke swung his own trajectory around that anchor point, hurling himself toward the creature from an angle none of its previous dodges could have anticipated. The first gash, however, was only a prelude. Once contact was made, Sasuke's mouth opened onto a gigantic flame, which instantly ate away, withered, twisted the metal in a shrill, saturated metallic scream. The raised ninjutsu fell again and again, new gashes opening with every pass, their shared descent toward the ground never once breaking the relentless rhythm of his strikes. The final impact settled the outcome, the creature crushed against the ground, with Sasuke a few meters away. The substance of its melted body dissolved into an immaterial puddle, and with it, the buzzing receded before the silence. Eyes shining, Naruto watched Sasuke rise to his knees, all his weight braced on the sword he held with both hands, planted straight into the ground. Something in the hall seemed to recede as the 3 tomo faded, giving way to the onyx of before, and with it, normalcy. For a moment, no one disturbed the silence, everyone too exhausted, too stunned, to even say anything. It was Ino who broke it first, voice cracked, torn between sobs and laughter. "I can't believe it. Are we actually still alive?" Naruto laughed, or cried, his gaze sliding toward Sasuke, no words adequate to honor what had just been accomplished. Shino let himself fall backward, arms and legs splayed in a star, under the laughter of the two, though, wasn't moving. He stayed a moment on his knees, head bowed, his breathing ragged and refusing to settle. Naruto first thought he was catching his breath, the way anyone would after that. Then he saw his fingers tighten on the hilt, a grip too forceful to be mere fatigue, and something inside him went quiet, the earlier laughter dying down as if under a warning shot. Sasuke rose with a shift of his stance, eyes still fluttering slightly. He rummaged through his green vest without a word, pulled out a small box, and swallowed 2 pills dry, his throat working around them. Naruto said nothing, but the image stayed lodged there, incongruous, one more weight on an evening that already had plenty. Sasuke? Naruto asked. No time to waste, he muttered. Sit down, Naruto told him. I know it's chaos out there, but the adults can handle. The hospital is under attack right now. An icy silence received the announcement. Shino sat back up, his messy hair hiding his expression. Ino stood frozen, mouth half open on a question that struggled to form. What? She said, a beat late. You heard right, which is why, I repeat, I have no time to waste here. But, Naruto began, his throat suddenly too dry to finish the sentence. Seriously, though, this isn't a joke, Ino asked. Sasuke's resolute stance left no room for doubt. He sheathed the ninjutsu and refastened his green vest in the same motion, as if one couldn't happen without the other. Is there anything we can do to help? Shino asked, hands flat on his outstretched leg. Yes, you and Ino stay here, Sasuke said. Excuse me, Ino bristled, sitting bolt upright. You'd just be dead weight if you came. It's already a miracle you're alive. Don't waste the chance your previous protector gave you. His words hit them like a slap. Ino flushed, one hand clenched in the fabric of her yukata, tears welling in her eyes. It was Shino who broke the silence in her place, his voice sharper than usual, gaze locked on Sasuke without blinking. That's a bit low, put like that. It's the truth. Still low. Sasuke didn't try to apologize for it. He'd already turned his head toward Naruto, as if the matter were closed. And me? You're coming with me. Your ability to detect some of our enemies will be useful on sight. But I'm useless in a fight. You've seen enough of that already. I didn't ask you to fight. Yeah, well, it's not like I have a choice anyway, since my mother's over there. He'd said it louder than he meant to, and the silence bouncing back made him feel it. Ino, for her part, kept her eyes down, jaw clenched. That's not fair. You can't just say that and. She puffed out her cheeks, as if holding back from breaking down. It was only the truth, Sasuke replied. So what? That doesn't give you the right to be vile about it. Shino, for his part, added nothing, but his silence weighed just as heavily, his gaze fixed on his outstretched leg, as if the humiliation of being left behind gnawed at him more than the injury itself. Naruto, moved by all that emotion, searched Sasuke's face for the slightest crack. He thought he caught something, a jaw clenched tighter than usual, though he couldn't tell if he'd simply imagined it, because Sasuke had already turned on his heel toward the broken doorway. Let's go. Naruto's gaze slid toward the other two, throat tight, the silence thick. He would have liked something more, a word, a jab, anything that would have resembled the way they used to be with each other before that night. But no one dared lift their head. In the doorway, he turned back, and saw a hand rise, Ino's, a faint gesture that might have meant encouragement, might have meant goodbye. She gave him one last look, a smile carrying as much exhaustion as tenderness. The walk passed in a silence neither of them tried to break, each measuring his stride against what breath he had left. The alleys they took drew gradually away from the heart of the village. Houses gave way to lower enclosures, reinforced palisades and guard posts, some of them now nothing but charred wooden husks. A watchtower lay tipped across a path, its planks shattered as if struck by a giant fist, and Naruto looked away before he could start wondering what had become of whoever might have manned it. The buzzing, meanwhile, kept growing as they got closer, a dull pressure now lodged somewhere between Naruto's temples, indistinguishable from the pounding of his own heart. He would have been hard-pressed to say where one ended and the other began. The hospital finally rose before them, an entire wing gutted from top to bottom, the floors above leaning at an angle that should never have held, and yet did. The fighting hadn't stopped, far from it, silhouettes still clashed over the rubble at the entrance, all of it indistinguishable at this distance, blended into a single magma of screams and movements too fast for the eye. Naruto watched the scene without moving, two thoughts fighting for the same space in his skull, evenly matched. The first, Sasuke hadn't caught his breath once since the fight against the Reaper thing, and those pills he'd swallowed without a word of explanation could only mean one thing, a reprieve borrowed from a body that would present the bill sooner or later. The second, more incongruous, nagged at him just as much. If he was this strong, why was he standing there, watching the fight instead of rushing to help those fighting just a few meters away? Sasuke turned his head toward him, as if Naruto's silence alone had been enough to voice it for him. Optimizing the deployment of forces on the field. That's the arts of war. Huh. Those over there already have numbers on their side. Our presence is far more necessary elsewhere. Naruto said nothing, as if too caught off guard by the coldness of the calculation to judge whether it held up. You're really not just some academy student, are you? Sasuke didn't answer, and covered the rest of the distance at a forced march. The rain was only just beginning to fall, fine, hesitant, as if the sky itself couldn't decide which side to take. More questions were already piling up, a barely ordered crowd of them. Since when? How? Whether his grandfather knew, whether that was why Sasuke had been trailing in his wake for months without ever explaining himself. But none of them managed to rise above the others, drowned out by a single one, duller, older, one that must have been waiting its turn since the very first time he'd seen an anomaly on a rooftop with no one else looking up. Whether, at last, he'd found someone to whom this weight wouldn't be entirely foreign. If you can see the same things I do, why did you never tell me? Sasuke stopped. His neck and shoulders hesitated between two opposite movements. Then he turned, and his gaze locked onto Naruto's with an intensity different from his usual coldness. Something floated on the surface, a mirage too fleeting for Naruto to make out what lay beneath. Naruto, Sasuke said, eyes turned aside. Yeah. Some questions are better left unanswered. Naruto stayed rooted to the spot, the word better looping in his head. Better for whom? The question went unanswered, swallowed by the pounding of the rain. The inside of the hospital no longer had much in common with the place where Naruto had opened his eyes a week earlier. The fluorescence in the main hallway flickered intermittently, throwing pale bursts of light over overturned gurneys and curtains torn from their rails. The smell of antiseptic lingered despite everything, mixed with something sharper that Naruto preferred not to trace to its source. Somewhere above them, a beam let out a long groan, like a back turning over in its sleep, before falling silent. There, he breathed, one hand clenched on Sasuke's sleeve. To the left. It's coming from further off, but it's strong. Sasuke asked no questions. He pushed him behind an overturned cart, back against the wall, between two dented metal lockers. Don't move from this spot. Wait, what about you? There was already no one left to ask. Naruto stayed crouched, breath short, ear straining toward the source he'd pointed out. A crack ran along the ceiling, a trickle of white dust dripping like sand through an hourglass. A minute passed like that, long as an entire night. The particular thread snuffed out, absorbed into the vaster buzzing that only weakened by a hair. Sasuke came back shortly after, footsteps muffled, as if returning from some errand with no stakes at all. His eyes, open onto Scarlet and the three commas, blinked only once before locking onto Naruto. Next target. The routine repeated itself like that, hallway after hallway, overturned cart after dented locker, Naruto pointing a finger in some direction. What should have felt like a hunt, a horror repeated at every turn of every wall, ended up taking on the feel of a chore, almost mundane from being carried out identically each time. Naruto found himself almost disappointed in his own initial dread, having expected to relive the terror of the hall, the sickle poised over his throat, only to be met instead with this dry, clipped silence, settled within a minute every time. He caught himself wondering if this was what real missions were like, a clear objective, sufficient means to achieve it, and nothing more to take from it than a well-oiled routine. The chaos of that night, Katetsu reduced to dust, would then be nothing but the exception, the statistical accident filed away before moving on to the next case. Or maybe it wasn't the rule at all, he thought right after, maybe it was only Sasuke, and Sasuke alone, who made all of this look so simple, the reverse exception, the one that made their duo, and not the rest of the village, the real anomaly of that night. When the buzzing dissipated down to a mere breath, Sasuke motioned for him to step back. He summoned a crow with a brief seal, no more ceremony than if he'd pulled a kunai from his pouch. He tied a green paper scroll to the bird's leg, and it took off at once through a broken window, swallowed by the night. Naruto watched it disappear, and understood what the gesture meant, the signal given to forces far more considerable than the two kids they still were, to come and clean up what had just been prepared for them. So, Naruto said, what do we do now? Sasuke didn't answer right away, and that silence alone was enough to stoke his doubt. Naruto. What? Is it starting again? Naruto froze, ears straining, and felt the pressure already climbing behind his temples. Yeah, but I think, outside, this time, It's getting closer. Sasuke fell silent, gaze turned toward the window the crow had just fled through. A new wave. What does that mean for us? That the building won't hold much longer. We have a window, just enough to get the staff still hiding here out. Originally they were supposed to keep patients on site, but given the situation, the orders changed. Priority is evacuation. He resumed walking, faster than before, and Naruto followed him without difficulty this time, the prospect of finding his mother in that momentum giving him legs he no longer thought he had. The floor felt a little less steady under their steps, a board giving way here, a burst pipe hissing there, as if the whole building were holding its breath before surrendering. It was rounding a recess, a break room whose door hung crooked on its hinges, that a hand slammed against Naruto's shoulder, pulling him back before he could take another step. He only had time to glimpse, in the space of a blink, hooded silhouettes bent over sleeping bodies, a barrel vanishing in a puff of smoke, then a second one, left half open, and beneath the dark fringe hanging out of it, a round face he'd have recognized among 1,000. Sasuke, that was Hinata, he breathed, pressed against the wall. We have to do something, we have to. We can't save everyone with just the two of us. But that's Naruto. The tone allowed for no reply, and Naruto fell silent, throat tight. We were given a mission. Our objective is clear, and straying from it will only cause more casualties. Naruto couldn't shake the glimpsed face, nor the bitter bile rising at the thought that there was strictly nothing he could do. He would have liked to hate Sasuke for it, for that coldness that cut between one life and another the way one might sort through cards, and some part of him, the most childish part no doubt, was already clinging to that anger being easier to carry than the rest. But the other part, the one that had seen Sasuke throw himself at the Reaper thing without a shred of hesitation, the one that had watched him come back hallway after hallway without ever breaking his word, found nothing to fault in what he'd just said. He was right, and maybe that, deep down, was the hardest part to swallow. By the time he caught up with Sasuke's pace, it was without another word, rage and reason locked in constant struggle, neither one willing to yield. The mission's objective turned out to be a trapdoor, hidden beneath a torn entrance mat, a metal plate Sasuke ripped away with one motion, revealing a narrow staircase plunging into darkness. He went down first, and Naruto followed, hand on the damp wall to keep from stumbling in the dark. At the bottom, some 30 silhouettes stood huddled against the walls of a storage room, whitecoats streaked with dust, some still crouched beside patients they'd managed to drag this far. A murmur of relief passed through the group at the sight of the military uniform, quickly tempered by the tremors shaking the whole building. How much longer will it hold? The head of the establishment asked. Not long, Sasuke replied. We need to get out. Now. The movement organized itself in relative disorder, gurneys leading, the rest of the staff following in a line Naruto found far too slow for his liking. It was rounding a recess that he saw her, an apron stained with blood that wasn't hers, her long ink-black hair undone and stuck to her temples. Naruto. Azami stood frozen for a moment, until surprise gave way to something even stronger, and her arms closed around him. We don't have time, Sasuke said, already turned toward the stairs going back up. Yes, we're coming, she breathed, without loosening her hold all the same. By the time she straightened up, the line had already swallowed most of the group, and they found themselves dead last on the way back up, Azami's hand in Naruto's, refusing to let the distance between them grow despite the narrowness of the passage. The tremors, meanwhile, kept intensifying as they climbed the steps, a dull rumble rising from the foundations themselves, closer with every step. We're almost there, Azami said. Just a bit more and the ground gave way beneath him. A hand seized the back of his collar, the air fled his lungs, and stone scraped against his palms. Something heavy covered him. Gravel hammered against a back that wasn't his. Only later, as the dust began to settle, did he realize Sasuke had shielded him. Below, where the staircase had collapsed, something unrecognizable protruded from the rubble. He lay motionless, staring at the lock of black hair jutting out from beneath the stone. Someone started digging. Naruto heard the sound without ever quite connecting it to the motion, the scrape of shifting rocks, a voice calling for a medic, a name he failed to catch. He stayed there until enough rubble had been cleared away that there was nothing left to hope for. Someone pulled him toward the body, or perhaps he dragged himself there, he couldn't have said. His arms found a shape that had once been warm, in a life that already refused to belong to him anymore. The world around him stopped holding any meaning. Everything melted, stone by stone, rubble and broken beams like candles whose wax was burning away, weeping facades collapsing one after another. Cries reached him from far off, voices, maybe his own, maybe Sasuke's, maybe nothing at scenery coiled, blended, faded at the same rhythm the surroundings bled red and white. The blood on the rubble took on a different hue, less red than vermilion, less vermilion than fresh paint, until everything became nothing but a flat wash of colors that refused to dry. Frozen, transfigured, his mother's body in his arms, and memories flooding in with no order or logic, a hand in his hair, I love you slipped at night, comfort in the evening when he confided in her. All of it broke apart, drowned in something that no longer had a name, that should never have had a name, shattered by a cry from elsewhere, from above, that pierced through the world. With a burst, amid a whirl of blue, purple, and green, a two-headed bird of paradise swept across the horizon. At once, thunder rang out in a downpour, a torrential rain, no, a tsunami from the sky crashed down, and in its wake, washed away colors, washed away rubble, washed away every tear shed. Hatred, resentment, grief, all of it purified. Water mingled with earth, and from that earth, life was born. Seasons passed, the climate shifted, and a rainbow descended among ruins he didn't recognize. In the middle of a vast meadow ringed with fallen stones, standing atop a solitary menhir, a silhouette stood out, arm outstretched. A gesture, simple in appearance, if not for the act of welcoming the incarnation of the deluge and of renewal. The immense bird settled, shrinking in a kaleidoscopic effect, until it rested with utmost delicacy on the three-toed talon. The white ermine coat, woven with yin and yang across the back, held up wet, white-gray hair falling to shoulder height, while his single red tail traced an imperceptible flick, a signal of assent. Or something else. To think that after all these years, the only one who deigns to greet my return is you, Downpour. How despicable. The buzzing climbed, and with it, Naruto's heartbeat, in apotheosis. As he turned around, his angular features were set in a thin, dissatisfied line, while the slightest twitch of his brows only stirred the embers smoldering in his crimson eyes. Well, better late than never. I've been expecting you, Naruto. Chapter 12, Descent. The grass pricked through the fabric of his dusty yukata, damp against his knees. A circle of stones surrounded him, with beyond it stretches of collapsed wall that had stood long enough for brambles to carve out a place for themselves. The buzzing, for its part, had lost none of its intensity. A full pressure, familiar in what it announced. And what it announced was nothing good. In front of him, the figure hadn't moved. The cloak he wore, he had painted it hundreds of times without ever managing to attach a face to it. Now, the emptiness above the collar had vanished, though he still couldn't fasten any name to it. From his relative height, the individual with bird's feet and arms watched him, clearly dissatisfied. With what? Naruto didn't know, but how he'd ended up here was more pressing a concern. His surroundings made no sense at all. Konoha, Sasuke, his mother buried beneath a collapsed ceiling. The thought should have choked him, and yet nothing came, no wave, no sob ready to resurface, only a strange serenity, suspicious, as if someone had taken care to seal the wound before it could bleed, granting him a temporary reprieve. Cauterized, scattered, diluted elsewhere. As for the one facing him, though, whatever he'd found interesting about Naruto wasn't enough to hold his attention much longer. The red gaze abandoned him, swept over the ruins, the sky above, and Naruto followed the same path, without finding anything that warranted the scowl now carved into that face. Now, I understand better where we are, said the figure. Cloistered. With an expression more irritated than weary, his head turned toward the bird, still perched motionless on the talon he extended, shrunk now to the size of an eagle where it had blanketed the sky an instant before. Downpour, get us out of this dreadful scenery. The bird beat its wings 3 times, a gesture of the utmost solemnity for a creature of that size, and the flood returned. It surged from every horizon at once, a wall of water that swallowed the landscape whole, that wiped away the fallen stones, dissolved the pale blue sky in an incredible deluge. Naruto froze, arms raised in a useless reflex, braced to feel the waves shatter his body, but the mass passed through him without so much as touching him, without even a trace of moisture on his skin. Around him, everything drowned, dissolved, lost its shape in that whiteness that swallowed every last detail, until nothing remained but himself, standing at the center of a completely washed-out void, facing that incredible bird and its master, who inhaled deeply, as if all of this had been nothing more than airing out a room that smelled a bit musty. There, that's better, he said, stroking the crest of the bird. Good girl. You'll get your reward later, once our host here has recovered the use of his voice, if not that of his thoughts. Naruto felt himself shrink under his sidelong glance. If the Aburame clan's titanic spider had seemed spectacular to him, this two-headed bird was in an entirely different league. As for its master, the buzzing alone screamed the difference. His distress must have shown on his face, because the red gaze lingered on him long enough for a smile to curl at the corner of his lips. Ah, that's right, I forgot we tend to have that effect. Really, Downpour, we do forget our manners. Naruto felt it before he understood it, a dull, deep pressure, somewhere low in his stomach. He looked down and saw the talon planted inside him, the fabric of his yukata pierced without the slightest effort, as if skin and cloth shared no secret but the void between them. But pain, there was none, only the unpleasant, unwanted sensation of a foreign appendage rummaging through his insides. The talon withdrew with a wet, sucking sound, and Naruto fell to his knees, the hole in his stomach shrinking before his very eyes. Breath ragged, he lifted his head toward the one responsible, and found himself seized by his stunning satisfaction at watching a viscous, fibrous substance drip from his talon. Ah, finally got rid of that vermin. Honestly, they dare crawl in everywhere, even in my own home. His disdain struck Naruto as utterly alien, set against the still warm hole in his own body, and something in him, until then swallowed beneath a thick veil, began pounding against his ribs to claim its rightful outrage. You, how dare you? The man looked at him, one eyebrow raised, all contempt eclipsed by a naked curiosity. Oh, a side effect of my little try. The slap flew before Naruto could finish the thought. And against all expectation, blood beaded on the man's lips, gathered on the tip of a rough tongue, without him ever once looking away from Naruto. Good. Now that you seem to have recovered the use of your limbs, shall we get to the point? The talon flooded his field of vision, and Naruto found himself thrown, or rather, tipped backward, onto a comfortable surface. A deep confusion seized him when the uniform white around him had entirely vanished, giving way instead to a small room, its furniture simple, save for the beeping coming from the machine beside his bed. When he sat up, a strangled cry rang out from across the room, and a woman in a white uniform bolted out the door. Naruto blinked, stunned, before applause rang out to his left. The man in the ermine cloak sat perched on a dresser, looking mischievous. You should thank her, really. 3 days spent watching you sleep, that deserves a bit of applause, don't you think? What? Oh, and by the way, for your own good, it would be wise not to mention having seen me. Until later, he said with a wave of his talon, before melting into the texture of the wall behind him. Wait, what do you mean by th? Naruto. Ino burst through the open door, a cascade of blonde hair trailing in her wake, Shino following soon after on his crutch, closing the door behind them with a care that stood in stark contrast to her entrance. Naruto let his arm fall, eyes fixed on them, thoroughly lost. Ino, Shino. Well yeah, who else did you think it'd be? Ino said, already perched hip first on his bed. With how long you've been out cold, it must have fried a few brain cells. Not that you had many to spare, mind you. Ino, Shino said, settling onto the floor beside them. That's no way to talk to someone who's bedridden. Naruto stammered out an embarrassed smile. You, is it no? He breathed, eyes on the ceiling. Where are we? In the Anbu basement, said Shino. Same as pretty much everyone right now. Everyone. Ino smacked Shino's shoulder and shot him a stern look. Understood, he said before catching himself. A decision from the village leader. He's declared a curfew, and every civilian has to shelter here until further notice. What a pain, Ino griped, and the food they serve us here is disgusting. Can't wait to set foot outside again. Naruto stayed open-mouthed for a moment before continuing, eyes half closed. And Sasuke. The silence that followed lasted a beat too long to be nothing. Well, said Ino, you know he's not exactly bound by that rule, right? We haven't seen him since, Shino went on. He must still be on a mission somewhere. On a mission. The word stuck in his throat, too polite to describe what they actually covered. That Sasuke could have been an undercover chunin this whole time, without any of them suspecting a thing, said less about his skill than about their own blindness. Anyway, enough about him. Who even cares about him, right? Haha, Ino said. I've got some chocolate bars left over from lunch, Shino said, pulling out the wrapped sweets. I try not to eat them myself, it drives my insects crazy. Want one? And me, you're not offering me one. You steal mine every single day. Priority to the bedridden. Naruto held back a laugh at Ino's mock outrage, and took one of the bars Shino kept holding out to him, patient. While he was busy devouring the offering, the bespectacled boy grew quietly serious. As you can probably guess, given everything that's happened, our classes are on hold for now. They gave us a room, the three of us together. Whenever you feel up to it, we'll take you there. Naruto looked at the cables dangling from his body, then sighed. Honestly, this was starting to become a habit. Ino volunteered to go fetch the nurse, and within about 10 minutes, they found themselves walking through the underground corridors. Dressed in a simple white cotton robe and leather sandals a little too big for his feet, Naruto found himself discovering a Konoha he'd never seen so densely packed. Far from the occasional beeping of his hospital room, the corridors teemed with an unbroken flow of figures. Whole families had settled directly on the ground, Makeshift mattresses propped against the curved walls, while ninjas in uniform moved between the groups carrying forms to fill out. The ceiling, high and lined with pipes of every size, threw every conversation back in a dull echo that made silence, here, quite simply impossible, carried along by a legion of chance encounters just as vast. Off to the side, an old man methodically folded a pile of worn clothes, as though nothing about his surroundings justified any change to his habits. Further on, a group of children played at bouncing balls off a wall, indifferent to the ninja handing out bowls of rice a few steps away. After a turn, they saw two teenagers arguing over an improvised game of shogi on an overturned crate, one of them struggling to contain his anger over a disputed move. Further down, a stout man was trying, without much success, to keep three cats from fighting over the contents of his own bowl. Then, tucked into the shadow between two neon lights, a mother braided her daughter's hair with meticulous care, as if that simple, repeated gesture were enough to preserve one last shred of normalcy, if only for the length of a braid. Naruto contemplated this ballet of suspended lives, these everyday gestures stitched back together against the wind, and couldn't help weighing them against what he'd just gone through elsewhere, an entire world swallowed beneath a flood, and the figure from his dreams made flesh dragged down into this reality, without a single one of the faces he passed catching even the faintest echo of it. Two worlds coexisting, and yet paradoxically never touching, and him alone, condemned to serve as the unwilling bridge between the two. The room they finally reached made no exception to that rule. 3 beds lined up against the far wall, backed by sparse furniture. A scene of the most ordinary domesticity, if not for the room's single wardrobe, which revealed a hoard of clothes and toys, a luxury that, no doubt, plenty of people could never have afforded. Ino was already bragging that her father had assigned them this spot, both for how tucked away it was and for its proximity to the commercial district taking shape nearby. Close to the tunnel's exit, ninjas returning from the surface brought back the fruits of barter along the sparse roads still open, and sometimes even fresh seasonal harvests. A large part of the population greeted each return with cheers, a way of telling themselves that life went on despite everything. Shino, for his part, had managed to save his personal library, an occupation not so strange given the glasses he wore. If the insects that made up his body granted him a superior physical condition through symbiosis, his mind suffered no competition. For the first time since he'd known him, Naruto took the time to listen to the handful of stories he'd managed to pick out from the history of the Land of Fire, told with a flair far superior to Iruka's purely academic delivery, so much so that he suspected Shino would have made an excellent teacher, had their path not already been steering them elsewhere. Remarkably, their quarters, hidden behind a recessed partition, also had a bathtub shower, unlike the other villagers, who had to make do with bottles and shared fountains. After having gone through hell, the very notion of modesty seemed like a relic from another world. All 3 of them ended up naked, playing with the water jet now and then, though relaxing took priority outside of the actual bathing, whenever Ino wasn't busy scheming a new soap-throwing offensive. Naruto found himself slipping and falling more than once, more scared than hurt, under his companion's laughter. He found it even funnier that Shino kept his tinted glasses on despite everything, as if it were his way of keeping an ace up a sleeve he didn't even have. It was with flawless theatrical flair that, every single time, he'd announce the coming direction of the handheld shower head, only to be met with sarcastic, boo. S in return. Back in the room, they pushed their beds as close together as possible and settled onto them until they formed a near-perfect triangle. Ino sat cross-legged, brush in hand, and set about entangling her still damp hair with a patience she never showed anywhere else, under the 2 boys' bemused watch. 700 strokes, she said, without looking up from her task. My mother always told me that's the secret to shiny hair. You actually count all the way to 700? Naruto asked, lying flat on his stomach, a crumpled sheet of paper spread out in front of him. Of course not. I count until I get bored, and then I just tell myself that must be about right. With a piece of charcoal, salvaged from somewhere among Shino's belongings, Naruto traced lines without much conviction, more out of habit than any real inspiration. The strokes struggled to take shape, caught between several half-started sketches he kept erasing with the flat of his palm. Shino, sitting cross-legged, had set his book aside to watch him, silent, his tinted glasses catching the dim glow of the room's single candle like a mirror. You draw a lot, he finally asked. Yeah, I mean, before, yeah. The question weighed on him far more than it should have, and Naruto pressed down harder, as if that could keep him from lingering on it. A drop fell onto the paper, and it hadn't come from any pen. Naruto, you draw so well. A soft, fleeting smile, and the memory of that face framed by long ink black hair slipped away before he could catch it. A valve, one that had until then managed to hold everything back, gave way, and Naruto could do nothing but yield, shaking uncontrollably. Voices, arms wrapped around him, tried to comfort him, tried to draw him away from this cradle he never would have wanted to leave. Too soon still, a voice murmured from somewhere far off, and when he closed his eyes, none of it mattered anymore. When he woke, there was nothing but darkness, the sound of breathing around him. His head rested against Ino's chest, her hands wrapped around him, with Shino holding him from behind, his arms covered in tiny fluorescent blue dots that shifted here and there, left and right, in a slow, settled rhythm. A faint sound came from the door, right where no one was supposed to be. A long white cloak, embroidered with the yin and yang, appeared in the now open gap and stood there like a specter at the threshold, waves of fabric rising and falling to the rhythm of an impossible wind. Naruto felt himself lifted, halfway, gently, toward those red eyes watching him with a tenderness that had nothing to do with the sarcastic look from the day before. A talon rose to his lips, a command to stay silent. "It is time, Naruto," he heard. "You woke me for this." The boy blinked slowly, his lips dry. "You? Who are you? No. What do you want from me, rather?" The figure was seized by a spasm, followed shortly after by a laugh. "What I want? Huh? Many things. But that's not the point. The point is what you desire." His mother. "Yes," he breathed, echoing his own thoughts. "But this isn't the place to talk about it. You don't want to wake your little friends with such a heavy subject, do you?" Naruto lowered his eyes to Ino's hair spread across their shared blanket. She was sound asleep. Behind him, Shino's arms hadn't loosened their hold by an inch. Naruto stayed there a moment, hesitant, torn between these ties and this promise far too beautiful to ever come true. The red eyes studied him closely, waiting only for his consent. "I know I shouldn't follow you. Nothing good ever comes from listening to voices in your head." "That's true." The answer came without the faintest trace of irony. "Fortunately for you, I'm not in yours." The silence returned at once, almost awkward. Naruto searched, despite himself, for some contradiction. He found none, except for what lay deep inside him, something that was still trying to hold on. This narrow room, the sincere feelings surrounding him, everything that had the merit of being real. "If I follow you," he breathed, "will I come back?" The figure didn't answer right away. The red eyes drifted over the two sleeping teenagers before returning to him. "Is that really the question you want to ask me?" Naruto opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Faced with his denial, the man offered a sympathetic smile. "You're not wondering whether you'll come back." A pause. "You're wondering whether I can keep my promise." Naruto's lips pressed together, disillusioned. "You haven't answered me." "Indeed," he said with a simple nod. "However, someone very wise, far wiser than I, once told me, one always knows what one loses but never what one misses out on. But as long as there's good in what one does, there's no reason to worry about what could have been, wouldn't you agree?" Naruto nodded, more lost than angry. "I don't understand. I'm already doing that by staying here. What more are you offering me?" "Nothing." He paused. "I'm offering you less." Naruto blinked. "Less grief," he clarified. "Downpour has already given you a taste of it. You now know what it's like to no longer carry that suffering. This day you just spent with your friends, that's what the absence of suffering gave you. But it won't last, because for all her power, what she did was nothing more than a bandage over a gaping wound. Me, I'm offering to close it for good." He nodded, unease already creeping through him. "And what happens if I refuse?" "Ah, that. If I could read the future, I wouldn't be here offering you this deal in the first place. But I know exactly what will happen if you accept." What he had already been offered. Neither of his two questions had received a clear answer. And that, more than anything else, screamed at him not to trust this Sandman. But the longing to see his mother again, to hold her at arm's length. Even Ino's warmth against him, Shino's breath at the back of his neck, began to feel, for one confused instant, like one more reason to leave rather than stay. "Very well, I accept." A satisfied smile stretched beneath the red eyes, followed by a brief nod as he already began to turn. "Then follow me. The fox knows the way," he said, his single tail sweeping behind him. Their escape beneath the stars had nothing poetic about it. Naruto was certain he was being a very naughty boy, defying so many rules, curfew included, one his own grandfather had declared, but the urge to push past it, to purge himself of this pain that needed no explaining to be understood, already eclipsed everything else. They had crossed countless mazes, tunnels, palisades, and patrols. But for whatever reason, Naruto managed to pass unnoticed. Barely had they emerged from the underground when his sandals were already filling with mud. He paused a moment, caught between shadow and light, watching the gorge he'd just come out of, before the red eyes, marked with that eternal smile, urged him onward. Onward to where? Naruto didn't know. Nor could he tell how far the man intended to take him. Sometimes, his guide would turn his head to the side, then lift his eyes toward the stars, looking wistful, searching for some sign, or something else, who could say. But it never lasted very long, because soon enough, they reached their destination. A cemetery. Or rather, a field of makeshift ruins that had earned that name for lack of anything better to call it. This place was symptomatic of the village's state. Destroyed. Its buildings and facades, ravaged. Wood, rotted by the rain, jutted from every gap like some abominable gangrene, a symbol of decay too far gone for any hope of sound recovery. Insects bigger than a table roamed the area, alongside boars gorging themselves on the corpses left to rot. But no buzzing could be heard here, whether silenced, buried, or worse, wiped out entirely. Even the one at his side made no sound, save for a faint humming rising from his lips, of an entirely different register. Not contentment, no, but something far more nostalgic. Naruto realized he'd already heard this tune before. From his dreams, from somewhere else, similar to the spider's song, carried by a chorus of children, but marked now by brief symbols and a piano in the background, a strange accompaniment for the task they were about to carry out. A small mound of freshly turned earth now rose before them. A single stone stood behind it, though no painting or photograph had been placed there. Only the name Azami Uzumaki stood out, carved into the rock. The talons presented him with a shovel. Naruto took it in his hands, resolute, though he couldn't tell if it was a mere trick of perspective, for the imprint of the metal already seemed pressed into his skin before he had even touched it. Then, without hesitation, despite the taboo of the act, he began to dig. Dig himself deeper, deeper and deeper, until nothing remained, nothing but his mother's lifeless body laid bare. He fell to his knees, the wound inside him fully split open, his grief at its peak. The red eyes watched, unmoving but not without mercy. Naruto raised his eyes to him, body and clothes soaked with earth and mud, as he gripped the pure white cloak with all his strength. I beg you, bring her back, I implore you. And what are you willing to give me in exchange? Naruto blinked, uncomprehending. I never said I'd do it without a price, the man went on, towering over him. You can't say that, not now. Not after I made this whole journey, not after I desecrated her grave. Naruto. His voice alone was enough to silence Naruto's lament. He hadn't raised his tone, hadn't demanded anything, and delivered the next words with perfect neutrality. Nothing of this magnitude comes without a cost, but I can only take what is given willingly. Only you, and you alone, can make this final effort. Naruto nodded, out of despair, out of a grief tearing at him until he felt almost drawn and quartered. It's not fair. What must I give, then, for you to grant my wish? Silence. All noises seemed to hush, from the crows to the sobbing of the crickets, before the word fell. Everything. Naruto opened his mouth, but only a hiss escaped his vocal cords. Your present, your future, your potential, all of it will belong to me the moment you accept this offer. You will do as I command, you will go wherever I tell you to go, and you will not die until I give you leave to. Your entire life will belong to me. Naruto lowered his eyes, stunned. His heart pounded, out of exhaustion, out of the grime, out of bitterness, and with all the will he had left, he held out his hand. Here, take it. Everything. I give you, everything. The red eyes blinked, once. Then the talons closed, with unexpected gentleness, around his palm. The pact is sealed. Now stand up. Naruto pulled himself up, a treacherous lightness in his limbs, as though some enormous weight had just been lifted from his shoulders. Golden butterflies appeared around them, and his new lord and master's white-gray hair began to shimmer, coming alive like a will-o'-the-wisp scattered with chromatic sparkles. He turned his head briefly toward the stars, before a sigh once more crossed the threshold of his lips. An easy wish to satisfy. After all, what could be purer than a child's love for his mother? Filled with hope, Naruto watched him step aside and move forward, arms at his sides, dull expression on his face, toward Azami's body. The buzzing returned, and this time it climbed, rose, mounted so high it seemed to come from everywhere at once. The world sang, vibrated, and all around, in a multitude vast enough to form an ocean around them, the little black shapes Naruto had seen since childhood emerged from the ground, like sunflowers turning to the sun, arms raised. Our Lord is here. He has returned to us. The king, our king is going to grant a wish. He raised his arm in a solemn gesture, heavy with all his inertia, and his tail dissolved into chromatic particles, before a sword, long, slender, and crimson, materialized in his three-fingered talon. Then, with a single sweeping arc forward, its point stopped just above the chest, covered by both hands. What followed, however, was beyond compare, for reality itself tore open, unraveled along the blade's path, like a rumpled, creased fabric. The line of the cut hung suspended, golden vermilion, before opening into a multitude of luminous threads that crept toward the body, wound around her, wrapped her entirely in a cocoon of light. Naruto then saw what his eyes refused to believe. The skin, ashen and waxy, regained its color, like a watercolor being painted backward onto a canvas already dried. The lips, bloodless, filled with a timid pink. The limbs, stiffened into the position death had forced upon them, began to relax in fits and starts, joint by joint, in the manner of a clock being wound in reverse, each click pulling the body a little further back in time, toward the moment before the collapse, before the rubble, before everything. The king, for his part, no longer moved. Around his body, golden butterflies, the very same ones that had adorned his hair with a playful shimmer only moments before, began circling faster, in tightening spirals, and swooped down onto him, onto his sword, the way one would throw oneself onto a flame. Wherever they landed, his form lost substance, crumbling away in small golden wisps, a cloak turning to precious ash, a face losing its shape as the spell grew in strength. He did not flinch, did not draw back for even a moment, let himself be consumed, as if this price had always been his to pay, as much a duty as a debt owed. He dissolved, and Azami breathed in. Naruto felt the ground give way beneath him, or rather, it was the whole world that seemed to draw back a step, leaving him, without his understanding how, in the very posture the king had held an instant before, standing, the reopened grave at his feet, one arm still extended toward what was no longer a corpse. All around, the little black shapes let out a single high-pitched cry, a burst of raw joy that rolled from one end of the cemetery to the other, in tribute to his return, as one would celebrate a miracle awaited for decades. Naruto paid it no mind. He let himself fall to his knees beside his mother, still asleep, her chest rising in a slow, peaceful rhythm, as though caught in a sleep without a single nightmare. He laughed, or cried, no longer able to tell the two apart, and let out, one after another, the euphoric breaths he'd been holding back for far too long. It was the sudden return of silence that made him look up. From the far end of the cemetery, between the barely settled mounds of earth, a figure emerged from the shadows. The green uniform, the jacket zipped up to the collar, the ninjutsu strapped to his hip, Sasuke walked forward at an even pace, unhurried, and the swarm of creatures parted before him, silent, cowed by his mere presence. Sasuke. Naruto called out to him, waving, a grin splitting across his mud-streaked face, and pointed at his mother with a wide gesture, unable to contain his joy any longer. She's alive, Sasuke, she's alive. Sasuke stopped a few steps away, his gaze sliding over Azami, then over Naruto, his expression unreadable. Naruto. I'm sorry, but I have to. The edges of the world blurred with sudden pain as he felt himself sinking back down. Sasuke. W.Y. Chapter 13, Prism. Black. A black so deep it swallowed his senses whole. His sensations were diffuse, scattered, distant. If only he didn't feel so terribly uncomfortable. Even his breath was blocked by something. A surface, hard, between his teeth, his own tongue rubbed against a rough, disgusting texture. He hurt too. He felt wrenched, bound. And above all, he was cold. A cold that burned as much as it froze. A sensation that crept under the skin and made him want to scratch, scratch, scratch. His arms. His arms. He would have given anything to bring them forward, to relieve that endless itch. Why? Sasuke. Sasuke. His body trembled, or at least he thought it did. From anger, injustice, bitterness, something else. Where was he? How long had he been like this, slumped forward? Prisoner. It was insane, he hadn't done anything, nothing that deserved. Or was it just because he'd broken curfew? No, this was absolutely, viscerally disproportionate. And his mother, where was she? Why was this allowed? But the thought had barely crossed his mind when he felt that intense cold burn him again. He fought against it, and thankfully, whatever held him caused no pain, for now. As if a million cloths had been wound around his limbs, bandaged from head to foot. Something damp ran down his chin, and he didn't know if it was his own drool or something else. He felt himself breathing without the rhythm ever changing, constant, throbbing. Distant voices reached him, around him, and further off, as if behind a glass surface. Moved. As long as it holds. Only fragments of broken sentences, like freshwater fish he might have tried to catch with his bare hands. Why do we? Doesn't care. The cold rose again, higher, somewhere between his ribs this time, like a myriad of worms gnawing everything away. He fought again, uselessly, each jolt absorbed by that unbreakable wall. Just a sedative, to help you. He didn't want help. He wanted it to stop, he wanted an explanation, he wanted to see his mother again, Ino, Shino, Sasuke. He wanted to scream, to shout for them to let him go, but his throat produced only a mangled, shapeless sound. The voices grew distant, or maybe it was him drifting away from them, dragged deeper into that fathomless black. The orders. The orders. Go to hell. I'll go get. The echo of a fist against iron rang out, followed by footsteps hammering the floor. A wave arrived, serene, and Naruto felt himself sinking, until soon there was nothing left to hold onto. Some time passed, undefined. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he felt serene, as if everything had been stripped from him. All around, white, white, more white. Something he had already seen. Sitting up, he rose, examined himself. Surprising. His arms were free, unharmed. His legs answered him perfectly. Naruto Uzumaki, a voice commanded, deeply grave. A storm of darkness descended in a rush and set itself ablaze into a humanoid silhouette, its head entirely covered by a totemic mask shaped like a shadow deer. Its beast skin doublet frayed continuously, like a swarm of crows devouring one another. Shortly after, a current of air followed, slicing through the uniform blue backdrop, a rift pried open by two hands, followed by a body that stood upright, draped in a wide garment of blue feathers and crowned by a mask of liquid aquamarine texture, as if paint were trying to become flesh on an immaterial surface. Faced with this most impressive apparition, Naruto barely reacted, more bothered by the fact that he himself was naked. That kind of surprise would ordinarily have left him paralyzed. But these days, the notion of normal had lost all meaning. "Who are you?" he asked, with a simple furrow of his brow. "We are no one. We are only the wind. We have been chosen to learn what happened that night." Naruto looked them over in turn. A thin line split his lips, a prickle of frustration at his neck. This was ridiculous. What night? Speak clearly. The two masked silhouettes exchanged a glance, and nodded in unison. "The night your mother came back to life." "Ah, that was what this was about, then. Couldn't you have just asked me instead of putting on this whole show?" An almost embarrassed silence answered him. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha, how good is this? How good is this? Naruto's eyes slowly widened. The two-headed bird still perched on his shoulder, the regal man emerged from behind the two figures as though he had been there all along, bringing his talons together in a slow, deliberate clap. "Look at them, would you, how unsettled they look. They can barely speak," he said, a tear in his eye. "They look like dead leaves, the way they're trembling. Ah, Naruto, you've cut the grass right out from under their feet, that's the least one can say." It was unsettling. While he should have felt gratitude at his appearance, then disgust at this mockery, he felt nothing at all now, as if he were nothing but a blank page. The red eyes passed over him, unmatched pride, and he took his place at his side, facing the other two. "And now, gentlemen, it's time to talk diplomacy." "What have you done to him?" cried the one with the starling mask. "Me, nothing. I simply granted his request." "Monster. He was pure, innocent. You corrupted him, you." Silence. The starling's indignation shattered against his indifference. "I have no use for little chimpanzees playing at being gods. And isn't it ironic, calling me a monster, when you yourselves have no qualms about torturing one of your own, a child no less?" "He stopped being one of ours the moment you took hold of him," growled the figure with the deer's head. "Perhaps. But this was never your prerogative to begin with." Naruto looked from one to the other, lost. The rigidity of their posture betrayed just how tense they were. On the other side, the man in the ermine coat tilted his head toward him, amused. "Really, Naruto? I expected more. Come now. It's so obvious." The bird of paradise turned both its heads toward him. Its four obsidian-set eyes watched him with rare interest, and reflected his own face back at him. Naruto brought a hand near his eyelids, to check this wasn't simply a trick of perspective, and his own lips curled into a smile as he spoke these words. "Yes, you've guessed correctly. It isn't me speaking right now, but you. You stole my body." No, not at all. You gave it to me. Don't you remember, when you told me you were giving me everything? But this isn't something I wish to debate in front of vermin." He, Naruto or his other self, turned back to the others, who fell into a defensive stance. "What do you intend to do? As long as we control the boy's physical imprint, your power has no hold over our reality," commanded the deer-headed individual. "Oh, what pretty vocabulary for saying you no longer have any hold on anything. And what would stop me from trapping you here until you concede to my demands?" "Try it, then," sneered the one with the starling mask, taking a step forward despite the deer's stillness beside him. "We'll see which of us comes out worse from this show of force." Inoichi. The utterance of his name struck like a reminder. The man froze, then swallowed the rest of his provocations. If we do not return within the next 4 hours, our allies have instructions to destroy his body. Be very careful with your actions. A flash of anger danced in the red eyes. You think you can lead me around by a leash, and that only you get to make threats. Downpour, kill them. Naruto wanted to scream to stop this. But the bird went on preening its feathers with both beaks, utterly unbothered. Downpour, he growled. I refuse. Remember why the others abandoned you. If you go against my nature, I have no reason left to follow you. Even he seemed thrown off by that answer. A technical problem, said the man in the bird mask. It seems your pet refuses to obey you. Though it was impossible to attach an expression behind those obsidian eyes, Naruto had no trouble discerning deep irritation in them. These primates are just as stupid. Ah, that's a relief. For a moment I thought you'd lost your spirit. Which is why I'm leaving. You'll get along wonderfully together. What? No, Downpour, come back here. No, actually, you know what? Go. Get out. I never needed you anyway. In the distance, the embodiment of the deluge had already regained its majesty, its wings spreading until they covered the horizon, before vanishing through the immaculate borders of this world. The silence that followed weighed on them for a few seconds. Well, that simplifies things, the deer declared. The scarlet eyes stayed fixed on the spot where the spirit had vanished. No spark of anger animated them any longer. Only a strange stillness. When he turned back, nothing remained of that crack. Well then, it seems one can only count on oneself, after all. It's no surprise, though that makes it no less unpleasant. In that case, you understand that any attempt to force the matter is now futile, the deer continued. Good thing, since I never needed it to get what I want. What you want? A very simple request, indeed. Bring me the heads of all your guardian spirits, and perhaps I'll be inclined to talk. You dare ask for such a sacrilege when you aren't even in a position to impose any condition at all. In a position? You do realize that if a spirit of such power answered my call, it wasn't because it was some exception. I have known other beings of the same stature. And among them, one is tied to the crisis you're going through. A silence passed. Which one? The deer asked. Ho, you don't imagine I'll concede that for free. In my condition, I've already given it. The ball is in your court. And your condition is unacceptable. We will do without you, then. You may stay here playing your mind games inside Naruto's soul. You'll regret it. The red eyes narrowed. When everything you attempt fails, when all your solutions have crumbled, and nothing is left of that cursed village, you'll come back to me. And I'll be there. But the price to pay then will be far greater than the one I ask of you today. The two silhouettes remained motionless for a few moments, their masks still trained on him. Then, without another word, their forms began to dissolve. The deer's shadow scattered like smoke swallowed by the void, while the starling's silhouette faded behind a gust of air, until only Naruto and himself remained. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the image of his own face blurred. For a moment, Naruto had the impression of seeing himself through a cracked mirror. Two different expressions on the same features, two gazes that didn't resemble each other. The outlines of his own body wavered. In the blink of an eye, a second silhouette detached itself from his own, like two images long superimposed finally finding their place again. Looking dazed, Naruto watched him distractedly straighten his ermine coat before shaking a talon along his sleeve, as if to chase away some invisible stain. You've been able to do that from the start. Do what? He retorted, more weary than annoyed. Naruto paused, lips pressed together. Separate from me. Of course, you don't imagine it delights me to share the same body with you indefinitely. I much prefer my own appearance, he said, smoothing the folds across his chest. Naruto lowered his gaze and let it rest a moment on the single tail trailing behind. He no longer knew quite how to regard him. Before seeing him again, before he took control of his body, he would have entrusted him with his life without hesitation. Now, every facet he discovered seemed to contradict the last. Benefactor, manipulator, savior, tyrant. Who are you, really? Haven't you already asked me that question? Naruto nodded firmly, and the man took on a thoughtful air, a talon at his chin. That's true. You asked me what I wanted from you. So I owe you an answer. He said, looking even more weary. But before that, why does this matter to you? Because I'd like to know who I entrusted my life to. His red gaze stayed fixed on him, unmoving. Naruto held that stare a few seconds before looking away, uneasy. Did I say something strange? No, but you shouldn't grow attached like that. Do I need to explain why? Naruto nodded eagerly, and the man exhaled through his nose. What was the reason you gave me everything? Because. He hesitated. Because you brought my mother back. The man slowly shook his head. No. Silence. Because you had too many attachments. Naruto tilted his head. You say that like it's a bad thing. And it is. Look at you. Trapped, with a being everyone despises, cast out by your own people because of it, tortured even. Isn't all of that proof enough that I'm right? And yet, you said you knew exactly what would happen once I accepted your offer. Exactly. One more reason to hate me. Isn't that wonderful? Naruto looked at him sideways, a curious pout on his lips. Why are you so intent on making me hate you? But I'm not trying to do anything of the sort. Because whatever happens, I will be the master and you the slave. The proper order of things. Naruto lowered his eyes slightly, thoughtful. He should have been angry. After all, this man had just spoken of him as a possession. But that wasn't the phrase holding his attention. It was everything around it. The answers given, the explanations offered, the time spent trying to convince him. Every time I ask you a question, you dodge it, or answer with another question. And what do you hope to get by asking these questions? Naruto frowned. An answer. No. The word fell with an almost irritating certainty. You're hoping for a justification. A reason that would make all this acceptable. You want to discover that, deep down, I'm someone good. That behind my actions hides some noble intention. That you didn't entrust your life to a monster. And yet, if you were a monster, you wouldn't be standing here debating with me. I've seen monsters, plenty of them, and none of them ever took the time to answer every question the way you do. The red gaze darkened. There's a mistake humans often make. Naruto tilted his head. Which one? They confuse cruelty with an absence of reason. He turned slightly away, watching the vast whiteness around them. A monster isn't a creature incapable of thought. It would be the opposite, even. The most dangerous beings are the ones who know exactly what they're doing. His red gaze returned to him. In that sense, answering your questions changes nothing about what I am. Naruto stayed silent. Maybe, he said, raising an eyebrow. Yes, maybe you're right. Maybe a monster can think, understand, even have a reason for what it does. Naruto lowered his eyes for a moment. But that's not what I asked you. I'm not asking whether you're dangerous. I'm asking why someone who claims to be my master takes the time to explain his choices to me. His blue gaze rose back to him. You say I'm your slave. But you spend your time trying to convince me you're right. A master doesn't need to convince his slave, does he? The silence stretched for a few moments. The red eyes stayed fixed on Naruto, not with anger, but with a new kind of curiosity. Well, I didn't expect something taken quite that far. He blew across his talon, as one might polish a new ring. But here's where you're wrong, Naruto. You're confusing the absence of freedom with the absence of individuality. Then he flicked him, painfully. I'd make a pretty poor master if my slave were nothing but a puppet incapable of thought. A tool with no will has no value. What makes a possession interesting is precisely what it's capable of opposing to its owner. Naruto looked at him, rubbing his forehead, a sulky pout on his face. You're strange. How so? You say I'm your slave, but you're disappointed if I act like one, and you want me to be free enough to talk back to you. Naruto sighed, at a loss. It's complicated, figuring out what I am to you. A faint smile crossed the man's lips. Finally, a relevant observation. Except, you're looking for a complicated answer to a question that isn't. And the smile widened, all the way. I know exactly what you are to me. Naruto waited. You're the one who gave me everything to get his mother back. Except, there's one detail you don't know. Naruto frowned. Which one? The smile didn't move. You keep looking at me through the prism of an event that never happened. For the simple reason that Azami is not your mother. A beat. Because the one who was. I'm the one who killed her. Chapter 14, Value. That's what was said. Shikaku let the silence fill the room, with the slowness needed for such news to finally find a place to settle, somewhere between the stacks of documents separating their two chairs. No emotion crossed Hiruzen's face, just a moment of reflection, ripened between his crossed fingers and the flickering light of the desk lamp. Unfortunate, he said, without a flicker of remorse. At least we have confirmation now. One day, that's all it took the fox to charm him. We should have been more vigilant. You still haven't ruled on his offer. Because there's nothing to discuss. Nothing good can come from a pact with such an entity. Shikaku thought back to his own refusal, spoken before the demon without the slightest tremor. He hadn't acted any differently in the face of Inoichi's scruples, when the man had shouted at him to stop putting a child through such a fate. He had cut him off without flinching, Shikamaru had vanished like so many others, their citizens taken by the dozen, nothing weighed heavier than finding them, and above all, making those responsible pay for the affront. Which was, logically, also what should have pushed him to accept the offer. "There's something else," he said finally. "That two-headed bird, Downpour, what I saw of it puts the thing in a category of its own. If what the demon implied is true, and Iwa really has managed to win the favor of a being of that caliber, it would change how we read this war." A line hardened on the old man's face, who pulled on his long-extinguished pipe out of pure reflex before setting it back down. If there really is a presence of that magnitude behind Iwa, it couldn't have acted without some echo reaching our own clans. Ask them what they know. Already done, Shikaku confirmed. However, none of our allies have heard a word of it. Whatever is moving right now is apparently beyond their reach. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment, as though summoning an answer he already knew. And our archives. An avenue we haven't explored. Though it remains to be seen whether they'll teach us anything useful. What our ancestors recorded there has likely stopped being true generations ago. And the prisoners, since the attack. We did capture a few. Foot soldiers, nothing more. None of them could tell us where their orders came from, or exactly what they were preparing. Hiruzen raised his eyes this time. Nothing at all. Actually, yes. Agent Uchiha traced a channeler among their ranks. Someone capable of speaking directly to spirits, and making them obey orders no shinobi would have the power to demand. That complicates things further, but at least it gives us a lead. Put together a team and find this channeler. I don't care what method is used, as long as he's neutralized. Shikaku was already mentally noting the names he'd need to call on, the decision made. Also, Hiruzen continued, have our current prisoners assessed. If any of them hold value in Iwa's eyes, better to know now than to find out too late to use it. Then we'll need to prioritize which of our own people, the ones I was holding, would hurt us most to leave behind if an exchange goes forward. And I assume your son already sits at the top of your concerns. Shikaku himself wasn't sure whether he managed to stay unmoved. He does, yes. In that case, do not worry. Steps will be taken to see him return to you. Something shifted in the room. There were marks of respect one offered to rank. And others, rarer, reserved for the man. Shikaku stood and bowed deeply. Hiruzen simply nodded in acknowledgement. Was there anything else you wished to raise? No, Shikaku breathed, sitting back down. I think we've covered everything. Good. I won't keep you any longer. Next person then, he said, loud enough to be heard from the entrance. The door slid open, and Shikaku turned in his chair. Among the guards, a woman in a simple robe stood 2 steps from the doorway, her black hair falling like a curtain of ink down past her shoulder blades. A thin, bitten line divided her face in two, her eyes sparkling with an expectation laden with reproaches. When Hiruzen met her gaze, he did so with an unreadable expression. It's been a long time, Azami. The echo of the storm had long gone quiet. The screaming, the rage, the incomprehension. All of it had stayed on the other side of that great void, frozen in a past that no longer belonged to him. Only the white remained. An opaque, heavy white, stretching endlessly, like an interrogation room with the walls taken away. Naruto lay on his side, eyes fixed on that absent horizon. The anger had evaporated, replaced by a regret so heavy it cut into his ribs. If he'd never accepted that pact, he would still be an ordinary boy, with his friends. Sasuke wouldn't have betrayed him. By cheating death, he had banished himself from the world of the living. All of it, for what? For something he'd been lied to about for as long as he could remember. He'd never had a home, never had roots, only an invisible cell and guardians watching him from a distance. The masquerade was over, and the curtain was falling on an emptied stage. Filled with the weight of that bitterness, he turned toward the only other presence in that pearl-white universe, the main person responsible for the whole disaster. Some 20 meters away, the man in the ermine coat broke the uniformity of the scenery. He sat cross-legged, in a meditative posture. Since he'd dropped the dreadful truth, the demon had shut himself into that perfect stillness, and had ignored him completely. Naruto walked until he stood in front of him. And the red eyes, for the first time in hours, finally opened, weary. What do you want from me now? I just wanted to tell you that I hate you. I know. Naruto frowned. He'd expected a provocation, a smile, mockery, but what he found instead was only weariness. That's it. After dropping that on me, that's all you have to say. What else is there to add? I don't know. You could say I'm stupid for even thinking of trusting you. Or that you predicted all of this. That I'm nothing but a puppet in your claws. Oh, but you always have been. I'm already tired of stating the obvious. A laugh escaped him, dry, joyless. You know what? I'm starting to understand why nobody likes you. One of my finer qualities. I managed to achieve unanimity. Naruto searched for something to say back. Nothing came sharp enough to be worth saying. Glad to see it amuses you. Amuses is a strong word. Let's say that acknowledging what I am costs me less than denying it, unlike some others. Naruto stiffened. You're talking about me. I'm only answering your question. You wanted to know why nobody likes me. Maybe you should first ask yourself why you care so much about being liked. You're vile. And that's sweet music to my ears. You never lose, do you? Quite the opposite. I play expecting to lose. What joy is there in playing something whose outcome you already know? And yet you told me you knew exactly what would happen when you offered me that pact. You're contradicting yourself. I told you I knew what would happen. I never said I knew whether I'd win. The two aren't the same thing, and you'd do well to start caring about that. Care about what? Stop speaking in riddles, tell me what that means. It means your fate and mine are now the same, for better or worse. I thought the terms of the pact were clear enough, but that would probably be overestimating the capacities of a little monkey's brain. Naruto took it without even reacting. What was the point anyway, since he'd have to get used to it? But at least, he knew exactly where he stood. And I suppose the next thing you're going to tell me is what to do now. Waiting, yes. As it happens, talking with you is a rather pleasant way to do it, for lack of anything else to do. Glad to know my suffering entertains you so much. It was very amusing, until you started going in circles again. I'm starting to regret telling you the truth. That's the thanks honesty gets. Naruto clenched his jaw and said nothing. Crying in front of him, even for one more second, suddenly seemed like the worst possible defeat. Ah, I should have thought to bring tissues. I'll put in a request to the next spirit I run into. Ask Downpour instead. Oh wait, he's gone. Ah no, that one would be worse. He'd soak the tissues before I even got to use them. Naruto glared at him bitterly. Every jab he threw ended up digested, recycled, turned back against him. He gave up, sat down, and turned his back on him. You're sad. And you're stupid, which makes quite the pair of us. Boredom had that dull, smothering texture that seeped all the way into the back of the neck. Naruto had spent the rest of the time lying down, staring at a white that had become almost painful to look at, each thought identical to the last, with the only interaction being that same resentment, itself starting to dull for lack of an opponent interested enough to feed it. An opponent who, for his part, had stayed cross-legged the whole time, until finally, a sound broke the monotony. A massive shadow formed a few meters away, as sudden as the first time, and in its wake, the figure with the deer totem mask rose up, threadbare doublet perpetually crumpling. The man in the ermine coat rose with a rasping groan, annoyance sweeping over him, and smoothed the folds across his chest with a talon laden with impatience. Ah, I see common sense finally found its way through. Here you are, deciding to accept my offer at last. The reason for my visit goes beyond that. Someone wishes to see the boy, and I'm merely providing passage. Naruto sat up abruptly, then stopped halfway. He was about to ask who, but in a swirl of darkness, a silhouette was already forming beside the deer. Naruto found himself blinking twice, before the ink-black hair dispelled any doubt. The joy that should have come with that recognition collided with a word whose meaning had lost all its true value. Mom. The resolute expression she wore was underlined by a pressing anger, which dissolved almost at once into a moment of pure incomprehension. Her gaze shifted between him, naked, and the regal figure looking back at her with amused surprise. Naruto felt stripped bare under the meticulous scrutiny of those green eyes, and nearly exhaled when her attention turned to the others, like pressure brought to a boil. What is this farce? I was warned about you, but this. A booming burst of laughter greeted her grinding teeth and the man in the coat covered his face with his talon. Oh, how delightful. So this is why I stuck around. Though I will say, my dear, the farce is rather the one you've been performing for years. I wasn't aware I owed you any explanation, whoever you are. Oh, but I'm nobody, just the tenant tasked with emptying out closets that are a little too full, he admitted, lowering his talon to reveal a predatory smile. And as for explanations, I'm not the one owed any. I have a feeling the little monkey would very much like to know why his beloved mother spends her month ends writing activity reports on his progress. The look she shot him dripped with deep disgust. I think I've seen enough to know who I'm dealing with. As for the rest, I couldn't care less about your insinuations, because none of your twisted truths can erase what I actually built with him. What you built? How splendid. But tell me, thanks to whom do you think this little miracle is still standing? Because without my intervention, you'd just be a piece of meat rotting in the ground. Azami took the blow, her features twisting with a fury threatening to overflow, but a cold, bony hand landed heavily on her shoulder. Compose yourself. We're not here for that. She froze, the effort of drawing air into her lungs visible, and brought the storm back down to embers waiting to smolder under ash. You're right, I shouldn't have lost my temper, she breathed, before allowing herself a smile toward Naruto. Come here, please. The boy looked at her, torn between two contradictory urges. His whole being cried out for the comfort of her arms, but the cynicism of the situation eroded what little innocence he had left. Is it true, everything he said? He asked, head lowered. The brightness in her green eyes went out, replaced by a strict opacity, a mask harder even than Anbu porcelain. Yes, she let out quietly. It's true. At that admission, the white ground gave way beneath him, a sensation of cold engulfment where every childhood memory lost its color, staining itself with the ink of mission reports. However, she added, voice trembling as he lifted his head, that changes nothing about how I truly feel for you. And that was enough. Enough for him to run until he plunged into her arms, which welcomed him again. Finding that warmth again was enough for him to let go of everything and let himself be carried. Beside them, the man in the coat threw his arms skyward and mimed choking himself with his other talon. Ah, here I am, defeated, me, the wicked demon, by all these good feelings. Quick, save me, servants, ha. Ha ha ha, well, I do wonder what went through the puppeteer's mind to produce a scene like that. A heavy, almost sticky silence greeted his tirade. In that white immensity, the echo of his laugh died out without finding the least resonance, breaking against the icy indifference of the deer and the desperate embrace of the other two. We're taking him back with us, Azami said with conviction. And whatever you do, nothing will change that. Oh no, I wouldn't dream of stopping that. It suits me perfectly, actually, because the one you're currently holding in your arms isn't him. It's me. Naruto felt disconnected. He watched his mother's face freeze as his own arms, no longer his to command, tightened around her with a possessive force, mockery running beneath it. So, Mom, where are we going? Azami's face crumbled before his eyes and she bit her lip, a futile attempt to keep hold of her emotions. Let him go. Come now, Mom, don't you want to give me a nice little kiss? What do you gain from doing this to us, besides tormenting us? She said, teeth clenched. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Only that you become aware of the situation. Though I suspect the true reason you're here has less to do with getting Naruto back than with gauging the full extent of my control over him. You sadden me, my dear. Naruto wanted to scream with all his strength, that's enough. But the control was absolute, absolutely cruel. Tears welled freely in her green eyes as she shook her head in denial. The deer stepped forward to intervene, but before his hand could try to pull them apart, Naruto felt himself reconnected to his own body in a doubling effect, a mirror image reforming the man in the coat a step back. I'm giving him back to you, he said. Carry him while you still can. We're leaving, the deep voice behind the mask cut in. No, wait, I'm not finished. About my previous proposal, I'm withdrawing it, or rather, amending it. Naruto saw the deer freeze mid-mudra. The man in the coat merely wore a smile, a glint of pure condescension in his red eyes. I will help you resolve the crisis. And this time, at no price to pay. Chapter 15, Breach. Naruto had never imagined his own hands could feel so foreign to him. He watched them rise, close, tug at a fold of blue cloth, while he, cloistered behind his own eyes, could only watch the show. A marionette would have had more command over its own strings than he had over his body. His possessor combed his blonde hair back, aimed his red eyes at the mirror facing them. His features seemed to have aged 3 years, his jaw set with arrogance, and at the center of his scarlet irises, a black vertical slit had replaced his round pupil, a mark no human could have worn. Linen, he said, fingertips at the collar, the way one might lift a dead mouse by the tail. You could have handed me a curtain rag and gotten no worse a result. Well, nothing lasts forever, not even bad taste. Naruto felt himself turn on his heel, sweep the room with a gaze he knew to be haughty. Spotlights in the ceiling bathed the center of the room like glowing neon, aimed at a heap of white cloths and stacked papers on the bare floor, the still damp remains of the cocoon where he'd been sealed. Lab technicians fanned out around the edges, each one unsettled by his movements, some almost seeking shelter behind a cart or the corner of a bench. Closer by, 2 medical ninjas stood, the lower half of their faces hidden under white bandages, wide-rimmed glasses pushed up on their foreheads, not a single flicker betraying their thoughts. Azami lingered in the corner, lips pressed thin, her gaze sliding over him without ever quite catching, like an ordeal she refused to put herself through. Lastly, Shikaku sat on a locker room bench, a rumpled hide tunic across his thighs, elbows planted on spread knees, back bowed in that heavy stillness. The scar crossing his chin only sharpened his weathered face, every wrinkle etched like a calculation already worked out in advance. Are you finished? Almost. All that's missing now is your patience, judging by your tone. Let's not waste time, Shikaku said, already standing. Azami, you may return to your room. Your presence is no longer required. A flash of refusal crossed her gaze, quickly swallowed under a stiff nod, her eyes fixed on this son who was no longer quite one, and then she left without turning back. The man in animal hide pointed to the opposite exit, flanked at once by two masked ninja who appeared at his sides, without so much as a twitch crossing Naruto's face. Instead, he raised his own forearms, where seals ran in tight spirals down to the wrists. Is this whole charade really necessary? Shikaku simply looked at him, expressionless. Noted, he went on with a lopsided smile. Lips sealed, then, seems I only merit a poor relation's welcome. When the door slid open at the pace of their steps, Sasuke was already there, back against the corridor wall, arms crossed, Sharingan turned toward them. Where Naruto should have felt surprise, or at least anger, only a flicker of amusement rose up instead. Well, an Uchiha, would you look at that? Sasuke answered with a hand at the sheath of his ninjutsu, thumb sliding it a fraction loose. Sasuke, Shikaku said. Ho ho, I didn't remember your kind was the sort to heel like a dog barking on command. Is it really wise to let that thing roam free? You know your place here. Keep to it. Sasuke nodded, his face smooth of any flash of anger that had crossed it a moment before, then fell into step beside them. Delighted to see obedience outlives betrayal. Naruto, for his part, would no doubt have appreciated that same loyalty. Oh, how he would have appreciated it, if only he could still see you. The dark-haired boy rounded on him, his eyes suddenly blazing. Sasuke. Shikaku snapped with a click of his tongue. Naruto is still alive, we've confirmed it. And you, say one more word in that vein, and you'll spend the rest of the walk gagged and bound to a stake, hauled along behind us like baggage. Naruto felt his body sketch a shrug. The silence that followed called for no further reply. They walked on, down corridor after corridor of the same dull gray, until the reinforced doors gave way to more isolated chambers, each guarded by two motionless sentries. A final door slid open onto an office guarded more heavily than the rest. Hiruzen sat within, elbows on his desk, still and silent despite the black iron war gear he wore. To his right, a man who bore a faint resemblance to Hinata sat stiffly in a long robe, his white, pupil-less eyes fixed on them the moment they entered, nothing in his rigid bearing suggesting welcome. The door slid shut without ceremony, Sasuke left standing guard at the entrance. Sit, the third said, in a tone wasn't so much a command but an expectation to be obeyed. Naruto had imagined this reunion 100 times, never sure whether he'd run into those arms or just stand there. Facing this face he hadn't seen in months, he found neither, only this grandfather who seemed to have aged all at once, and one stupid question crossing his mind before any other, did he still think of him, all this time, even now? None of it reached the surface. His body remained standing, heedless of his own feelings, which, to his shame, came as a relief. What a frosty welcome, he heard himself say. Though I could hardly have expected better. Hiruzen only had to turn his head for a firm hand to land on Naruto's shoulder, forcing him to bow and sit. This is no time for your buffoonery. Say what you have to say, or I send you back to your cage. Ha, that has the merit of being clear. Naruto felt the scarred man's grip tighten another notch, the only answer he was granted. Fine, he went on, voice muffled against the wood of the desk. Message received. Though it'll be hard for me to talk with my cheek being crushed, Your Highness. If the old man's stare could choke someone, this one nearly did the job. With a wave of his hand, Naruto felt the pressure ease, before he felt himself sit up, his own hand pressed to his cheek with weary resignation. I'm giving you one chance, Hiruzen said. One. Where Naruto would have expected to feel cowed before such implacable authority, he simply straightened, shoulders set against the chair back with fresh confidence. My answers are worth what your information is worth. So let's start there. What, precisely, do you know about what's gnawing at your village? A brief silence followed the question, met with reactions of varying degree. Hiruzen's was to interlace his fingers, eyes narrowing. An epidemic of sleep, striking villagers at random. No sign, external or internal, explains it. Each victim's chakra network remains intact, their physical condition shows no anomaly, and even the pattern of spread defies any known logic. A clan head, a street orphan, no one is spared by this chance that isn't chance at all. Even our guardian spirits are at a loss. We've consulted all of them, without exception, and none could offer a satisfying answer. Following that, a rival village took advantage to attack us. But none of this is coincidence, is it? The crimson gleam found its reflection in the old man's eyes, yet not a flicker of concern crossed his face. Only a subdued smile slowly curved his lips. No, indeed. The nature of what you describe is familiar to me. The form it has assumed, however. His next breath lingered between the words, drawn with a deliberation that was anything but innocent. Do you know what a spirit is? The question drew a smirk from Hiruzen, that of a man being pressed to recite the obvious. Of course. It's just chakra that takes on a certain form. Naruto's lips curved, not with smugness this time, but with a melancholy nothing in the room could explain. Correct. Generally, energy dissipates through entropy, but in certain cases it can acquire a will, a memory, even an identity. That is what defines your earthly spirits. Ordinarily, energy formed this way is invisible to most of your animal kingdom, humans included. These spirits can choose to reveal themselves to whichever chosen ones they select, and you call them here guardian spirits. In rare cases, certain beings can discern some of their forms, those who've inherited the benefits of ancient pacts with more powerful spirits. That's why our Uchiha friend here is capable of seeing them distinctly, as the gentleman beside him can make out certain shapes. But in truth, all of this represents only a fraction of the spirits that exist. Did you know that? Had Naruto been capable of registering such a feeling, he would have been stunned. The little black shapes, the small furry creatures that had followed him all through childhood. Was it just chakra taking form, the way one might shape clay? Hiruzen, however, remained unreadable, speaking only to fill the waiting. Go on. You see, the vast majority of spirits do not live here, which you would have noticed long ago if that had been the case. That said, in our present case, they reside in a plane of existence at the opposite pole from this reality. The journey there is impossible, separated by dimensions beyond measure. However, certain spirits under a higher authority can choose to materialize through energy that exists here below, and transpose themselves into incomplete forms. You mean to suggest that beings of this kind are responsible for this crisis? Hiruzen said, his tone suddenly hard. We have agents who eliminate them every day, and yet nothing changes. In that, I make no attempt to deny it. Creatures of that sort would be perfectly incapable of pulling off a trick this complex. What you're facing goes well beyond that. But before I get to the heart of the matter, I'd like to pose you a riddle, if you'll allow it, he said with a knowing smile. Ask it, Hiruzen said, suspicion barely veiled behind the agreement. Naruto felt his elbows settle on his knees. Allow me to invite everyone in the room to answer. For you, what is the true nature of a sovereign? The question went unanswered at first, before each offered his own. Justice, Sasuke said from the door. Courage, the white-eyed man answered. Pragmatism, Shikaku said. Hiruzen, at last, let a moment pass before deciding. Self-sacrifice. It would be a lie to say none of these virtues fit. After all, that is indeed what every citizen wishes to see in their sovereign, is it not? You're dodging the question, Hiruzen said. Wishing has never made something true. And yet you've just given me the perfect demonstration. None of you answered what a sovereign is, only what you hope one to be. Then tell us, Hiruzen said, taught with an irritation he struggled to mask. What defines a sovereign, in your view? He let a pause bloom, which he plucked up between two fingers, on display. Greed, he said, letting the word roll across his tongue. A sovereign never rules out of kindness. He rules because he wants to, because he always desires more than what he already possesses. The rest is just dressing for the crowds, a show, in short. You speak like an expert, Hiruzen said, voice cold. Defining power this way, you've just admitted your own nature. Naruto felt a stifled laugh escape his lips. You're right to point that out. Because it's precisely that greed which makes my power possible, the power to grant any wish. A gift that feeds on greed, and could not exist without it. Silence fell over the room, broken by the Hyuga, who was first to find his voice again. Any wish. Prove it, if that's true. The old man's face darkened, something black welling in his eyes. That's how you took over Naruto's body. The laugh that escaped the blonde turned vicious, relished. Now you understand why I am a sovereign. What I see is just someone taking pride in a kid's misfortune. Put that pride away. It inspires nothing but disgust. Naruto felt an intense pressure rising from the door, that of a beast holding back its leap. And where everyone would have sworn a grating laugh would follow, only a calmer, more composed posture answered instead. Since the subject offends you so, let me ask a more useful question. In your view, what would be the best way to counter such a power? Cut it off at the source, Shikaku said with no hesitation. If such a gift feeds on greed, then depriving it of any possible gain should, in theory, weaken it. The only reliable answer remains brute force, the Hyuga said. A power like that cannot be contained. It simply has to be eradicated. Hiruzen turned his pipe over and pointed it at Naruto, the way one presents the hilt of a sword. You're asking us to find the flaw in your own nature. If greed is what makes it what you are, then the disappearance of all desire in you would not be an achievement, but your own extinction, and with it, your power. Naruto felt his fingers close around the offered pipe, his gaze lingering on it, half-lidded. And so, you have just laid the first stone toward the solution to your problem. The silence that followed turned to ice. You're saying our fellow villagers aren't sleeping, Hiruzen said slowly. They're being devoured. Oh, if they were being devoured, they'd already be dead. No, this is far more complex than that. The Hyuga seized the chair Naruto sat in and turned it with one hand in a sharp screech, his white eyes threaded with veins. Enough of your riddles. Tell us what this is. My 2 daughters succumbed on the 3rd day and I have no more patience for these games. Naruto would have flattened himself before a gaze this intense, but his possessor met it with indifference. What I'm giving you here, I could just as easily withhold. Insolence has never yet loosened a tongue that could just as easily close again. The Hyuga's hand tightened on the armrest, close enough to his face that a single gesture would have reached it. Hiashi. Hiruzen growled. Enough. His gaze tore from Naruto and struck Hiruzen full force. Enough waiting. When do we finally crush those who dare defile our lands and our children? Control yourself, Hiashi. One more outburst like that and I'll ask you to leave. Oh, don't send him away for so little. I've always got room for one more wish. A wish, you say? Said Hiashi, turning back. Then tell me what it would take to crush Iwa down to the last stone. An easy wish to grant. All it would take is. Get a hold of yourself. Hiruzen cut in. We have before us the living proof of the price of such a bargain. Don't see it as a solution, but as a proof this power is cursed. Hiashi sat back down at once, his silence more a reprieve than a surrender. Continue, Hiruzen said to Naruto. And spare us your pacts, this time. Naruto felt his own eyes roll in their sockets, a gesture so fitting it would have made him laugh in spite of himself. If the laugh still belonged to him. Anyway, back to your sick people and to cut things short, the source of what's afflicting them comes from a major spirit. Do I need to explain what that is? Your digression a moment ago covers that well enough, Hiruzen muttered. You're one, aren't you? Yes, he said, eyes lowered. And as you've guessed, the flaw you mentioned earlier holds true for others as well. The most elegant way to defeat a major spirit is to make it contradict its own nature. Easier said than done, believe me. You're still speaking in generalities, Hiruzen said, grim. Let me finish. From what you've told me, only one spirit, to my knowledge, would be capable of such a phenomenon. In doing so, they would be acting against everything that defines them. But no spirit acts that way, even of their own will. Do you see the paradox? You mean they're acting under coercion? Shikaku deduced, eyes narrowing. And if someone in Iwa has found a way to subdue that spirit, nothing guarantees they'll stop at that one major spirit alone, Hiruzen concluded. On that point, you can be relieved, the blonde said, gaze distant. For a major spirit to obey that way would require means beyond anything humanity is capable of achieving today. Today, Shikaku noted. You mean to imply that could change? In the next 1,000 years, yes. So only one possibility remains, doesn't it? Hiruzen weighed. Outside help, non-human, which implies. Other spirits, yes. Spirits not bound by the same limitations as a major spirit, who draw on such a being's power to serve their own ends. Hiruzen rubbed at his little beard before turning toward the entrance. Sasuke. Did you manage to get anything out of the ones you fought? No idea, and I don't care. I kill them on sight, and burn them to cinders if I can't. An efficiency I can only commend, Hiruzen said without conviction. Kakashi would be better placed to inform us on that, Shikaku said, flicking 2 fingers toward the guards outside. Naruto wondered what Kakashi would think, seeing him like this. Or not seeing him at all. In the meantime, Shikaku went on, one question nags at me. If major spirits are as powerful as you claim, how did you end up washed up in the body of a kid? A smile stretched across the borrowed features. I fell down some stairs. Interesting, Shikaku said. I take it the real answer must be far more humiliating. The blonde's smile didn't waver, though Naruto had the distinct impression that one more name had just been carved onto an already endless list. The discussion resumed without a hitch, Shikaku and Hiruzen already back to matters like guard distribution at each tunnel entrance and a count of clan members still fit to fight. Kakashi arrived, his legendary aloofness finally matching the mood of the room. Yo, everyone. Oh, Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, he answered evenly. Ah, his old classmate was the disciple. I didn't know the Hokage allowed training sessions in his office, he said, eyeing the Sharingan. I'm on a mission. Ah, still stuck on door duty, huh? Quote ellipsis quote. Was it a cat this time? Quote ellipsis quote. More than 5 words. Better than yesterday, I guess. So, what did you call me for, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked, with a quick glance at Naruto's unnatural eyes. Yes, it was to talk about your routine mission. Which one? The one where you eliminate the shady-looking spirits. Ah, yeah, there's always 2 or 3 lurking around. I take one out whenever I finish a game of tic-tac-toe. Naruto felt like he'd wasted his life, or in this particular case, thrown it away on the first person who came along. Have you thought about questioning them? Was I supposed to? Barely better than Sasuke. My pride. Bring me news as soon as you have any. Understood. Next time I'll hold off breaking their teeth before they talk. Was that all you wanted? Yes, you may go. Alright, by the way, good luck on door duty, Sasuke. And try eating something else than emergency rations. Ya-nay. He vanished in a puff of smoke. Enlightening, Shikaku commented, gaze transfixed on a perfectly blank wall. Hiruzen sighed but said nothing. With no further information available, and a clear lead before us, there's no need to continue this session. Unless anyone has something else to add, he said, a sharp glance at the blonde. There is one more thing I haven't yet mentioned. Tell us. From the matter of lesser spirits comes another, far more interesting. Ordinarily, major spirits, by virtue of their authority, are impervious to everyone, other spirits included, and reveal themselves only as they wish. However, one exception exists to that rule. We always perceive each other, and may, at our discretion, extend that same favor to whomever we so desire. It stands to reason that another major spirit is involved. So that was why Naruto had always been able to see those things. That only shifts the problem, Shikaku cut in. We're back to the starting point. An enemy who, by your own account, cannot be brought down by conventional means. Not exactly, the blonde answered. If the one responsible for your epidemic is acting under coercion, there's a good chance the one pulling the strings isn't necessarily your enemy, and even expects something else to bring their target down. You mean for us to act along those lines? Precisely. As it happens, there's a far more direct solution to your predicament than wasting time trying to unravel these machinations. If a major spirit is invincible under ordinary circumstances, approaching one while weakened remains possible. In the case where, the source of your epidemic is subject to its own contradiction, you have an ideal window to put an end to it. We know that much just by looking at you. But how are we meant to access something intangible and clearly beyond reach? Hiruzen said, his eyes narrowing slightly. You understood. With my power, I can open a path to the astral world for you. Freedom was a rather grand word for what amounted to close surveillance, still bound by seals that made any escape pointless. During the deliberations, they had released Naruto, insofar as he remained a prisoner of his own body regardless. Among the small allowances, the chance to stretch his legs had been one of the first requests, on the grounds that being cloistered underground offended his sensibilities, even if it had to come with a dozen guards under a full moon. Sasuke, meanwhile, hadn't left his side since the council room. He kept casting him furtive glances now and then, as furtive as eyes so distinctive as his could manage. Something lingered on his tongue, and Naruto didn't need a wish-granting genie to see what was going on. At the edge of a lake, feet muddy, his double turned toward the other boy, his lips curling into a lecherous grin. Tell me, is this how you looked at Naruto before I moved in, or are you putting on a show just for me? Because a bitch in heat would have more dignity than the spectacle you've been putting on for the past hour. You lied earlier. Naruto felt almost thrown off balance by the accusation, as sudden as it was unexpected, before it gave way to a strangely naked, unmistakable curiosity. About what, exactly? About the passages between worlds. You said there was no way to access them without your intervention. That's not true, is it? Natural breaches exist, and you left them out. The red gaze lingered a moment on Sasuke, before turning back toward the lake. Naruto felt himself drown, then, in a wave of contradictory emotions. Nostalgia, anger, longing, contempt, shame, tenderness, all blending and succeeding one another at once, like a torrent of conflicting currents. Then the eyelids closed, and with them, each feeling returned to its place, as one would lock a treasure back in a chest sworn never to be opened again. You know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you? Sasuke went on, beside him. I know a great many things, young Uchiha. The question would be, rather, what you think you saw. What I think I saw has nothing to do with what I saw with my own eyes, whatever you may claim, he said, with an unusual firmness. I'm making no such claim. As a matter of fact, I do. These breaches exist where they never should have, he finished on a quiet note. So you're aware of it, then? Are you responsible for them? Sasuke's hand slid toward the guard of his ninjutsu, ready to strike the moment a lie would cross his lips. The crimson gaze drifted to the still-sheathed blade, yet he made no move to acknowledge it, his hands remaining clasped behind his back. I don't quite see what you mean. And judging by your face, I'm not sure I want to know. But whatever it is, I took no part in it. You're lying again, Sasuke ground out between his teeth. Believe what you like, but I have no reason to lie about a matter that concerns me not at all. What you call a lie is nothing more than an answer you didn't want to hear. Sasuke's eyes widened, almost wild, so foreign to the coldness he wore on every other occasion that Naruto thought, for an instant, he was looking at someone else entirely. The next moment, nothing remained of it, only a bitter breath. Yet another lead going nowhere. One last question, then. Can a spirit force someone to act against everything they believe? Against their own nature? Even locked behind his own eyes, Naruto caught the despair carried in that voice, however contained. Their eyes met like two universes in collision, skimming past one another without ever making contact. I don't know every spirit, but from what I know, from back when I was still there, influencing someone against their own nature demands a mastery very few possess, and this is all the more true when the intent takes shape through this kind of breach, since that's what we're talking about here. To be perfectly honest, the intrinsic instability of these tiers makes any precise calculation impossible, and what comes out of them sometimes takes on properties unknown even to the greatest among us. There is no doubt that the one you were thinking about acted of his own free will, and no one pushed him, whatever act he committed. Sasuke's face crumbled all through the explanation, a slow collapse that left behind nothing but a painful vastness. His lips curved into a sorrowful smile as he nodded, disillusioned. I see, so there was never any excuse to look for. A joyless laugh escaped him, so brief it resembled more a breath. A long silence followed, the red eyes observing him without a trace of mockery. Sasuke tilted his head slightly. A gesture so rare from him that Naruto was left stunned. Thank you, all the same. With no more words spoken, Sasuke walked away and did not stop, with only the shadow trailing behind his steps. We accept your offer. His alter ego looked at Hiruzen standing in the doorway, barely stifling a yawn. His cell consisted of little more than iron bars, a folding bed chained to the wall, with just enough furnishing to give the illusion of housing a guest rather than a problem. At least they had to be credited with not underestimating his ability to be a pain in the ass. By the way, would you happen to have something to eat? Hiruzen blinked. I'm sorry. Breakfast. Tea, perhaps. A little fruit. Nothing too demanding. The old man's expression clouded, then with a gesture, he ordered the guards to bring what was needed. Soon enough, a tray of food was set on the table, along with fresh water and apples. Naruto felt his body move, his fingers close around an apple with an elegance thoroughly out of place given the circumstances, especially having gone without food since the day before. Even imprisoned, his possessor still found a way to act as though the entire world were obliged to wait on him. The red gaze shifted toward the old ninja in black armor, with an intensity that couldn't have been more different from his own casual indifference. Unless you're hoping to discover some weakness in the way I hold an apple, I'm afraid this scrutiny will be of rather limited use to you, especially when you have so much else to attend to. Hiruzen studied him, brow furrowed. You're right, I have a great deal to attend to elsewhere. That's rather the problem. A pause. It's been far too long since everything else came before him. Before whom? He said, biting into the apple. One could almost have heard a rooster crow. Even the ninja behind them cleared their throats. Hiruzen closed his eyes, as if searching for the patience he needed somewhere in his years of experience. My grandson. A pause. The one whose body you currently occupy. He froze mid-bite. Ah. Yes, ah. A thin smile stretched across Naruto's lips. Of course. And the apple came to rest on the table. But I'll be there to listen all the same. Without further warning, the blue gaze rediscovered the world with a long-forgotten familiarity. Naruto breathed in, his fingers moved, and the motion belonged to him. He looked at his hands and arms before lifting his head, his face much younger. Grandpa. The word came out lower than he'd wanted, ill at ease now after everything that had happened. Between the secret about his mother, all the actions taken behind his back, and even his own shame at having given in to the demon's temptation, Naruto didn't know where to stand. He'd turned the scene over every which way during his endless wait in the white, and no version had taught him what to say once he was actually in front of him. You've grown a lot. He looked at the old man, still standing at the cell bars. That's it. Hiruzen drew a deep breath. No, but I think we have a great many things to tell each other. Things you deserved to hear long ago. With a wave of his hand, the other ninja bent their knees and vanished in a wisp of smoke. Then Hiruzen crossed the distance, one step after another, without hesitating, without pause, until he stopped, far too quickly, in front of the boy still watching him, head tilted, heart too heavy for an age that should have stayed pure. Dawn was just beginning to break. Through the bars of the small window, the first rays slid into the cell and split the space in two, Hiruzen in the newborn light and Naruto swallowed in the abyssal shadow of the walls. With a marked pause, the old man pulled the chair over and sat facing him. I imagine you have a lot of questions. Yes, Naruto answered, without looking away. Then let's start with the ones I should have answered long ago. Starting with what you carry inside you. Hiruzen closed his eyes on an inhale, and Naruto waited with the respect children owe their elders. Starting is difficult. It's hard to say exactly where this story begins and ends. But what I wanted you to know first is that we always had the best intentions toward you, even if those intentions ran up against something more delicate. You knew about him. Yes, though perhaps not with as much certainty as you think, Hiruzen answered, not remarking on the formal tone. To tell you the truth, we learned more yesterday than in the 12 years you carried him inside you. But we'd had so many warnings about him that it was hard to sort out the truth. The guardian spirits were all extremely wary of you being raised in Konoha, and some went so far as to give the ultimatum that they'd leave if you stayed. Reluctantly, quite a few kept their word. But then why keep me here if it caused so much trouble? I could have lived out in the country. It wouldn't have bothered anyone. Hiruzen wore a rueful smile. We could have, but I had the final word. A debt I wanted to honor to your father, before he vanished without a trace. Naruto swallowed, but waited for his grandfather to go on. Your father was an important man to us. Important enough that one of his faces is carved into the mountainside. Yes, Naruto. He was the fourth. He could hardly believe his ears. But it was true, wasn't it, that he looked like him? The books described him as light itself made flesh, come down from the sky, able to be everywhere at once. You said he vanished overnight, Naruto said. So why do our books say something different? Hiruzen looked away, with a sigh. We wanted to give him a better version of himself. After all, Kage meant to represent the best of the village, and his sudden disappearance might have looked like abandonment on his part. Which, sadly, would have been preferable to what actually happened. Naruto found it hard not to interrupt to get to the rest. But before I go on about his disappearance, I'll first tell you who your real mother was. She came from a village allied with ours, once known as the most prosperous of them all, Uzushiogakure, and she was among the most respected there. They even called her the Great Priestess. You mean she carried the same thing I have in me? Hiruzen coughed as if to steady himself. That's what we believe, for all the little information we have on her. I only know your father fell for her at first sight when he went there, to the point that he'd visit her regularly using his particular gift for teleporting across leagues and leagues from our village. There's no doubt, Naruto, that you were born of a union full of love. But then, if everything was fine, if my father was so strong, and my mother so pretty, how did it go so wrong? Hiruzen drew another breath. Had you heard of Uzushiogakure before I mentioned it, Naruto? Now that he thought about it, that village appeared in no book. And yet his grandfather had just said it was the most prosperous village of all. No, that's normal. We took care to erase every mention of it, because some truths aren't meant for children's ears. That village was wiped off the map, erased, an enormous crater. No explanation, none of the other villages knew why. And your parents, too, vanished with it. What? The rest of the conversation continued without him. He saw Hiruzen's lips moving, telling a story that should have made sense. He saw his face change as the explanation went on. He even saw the dawn light keep creeping along the walls as if nothing had happened. But Naruto no longer heard anything but fragments. Everything looped inside him. Uzushiogakure. A village. The most prosperous of all. Erased. A crater. His parents. Vanished. Vanished. Naruto. He startled, blinking. What? That's the 5th time I've called you. I was telling you how you came to Konoha, but your eyes were somewhere else. Ah, haha. Can we put the explanations off to another day? I'm having a bit of a hard time here. Hiruzen stayed silent a moment, then nodded. Very well. He lowered his eyes to the table, as if searching for his words. But before we stop, I'd like to ask you something. Naruto vaguely lifted his gaze toward him. Have I done right by you? Huh. With you, Naruto. All these years. Everything I decided for you. Yes, he nodded, without quite understanding. The question still struck him as strange, even after answering it. Naruto only noticed the veiled look on him, waiting for something else. I see. I'm glad to hear it. The ruins had no name, save for the one given to places people preferred not to cross anymore. Facades broken off at half-height dotted the landscape, remnants of the market where, every morning, villagers used to crowd together. It was there, Hiruzen had decided, and there alone, far enough from the underground shelters that a disaster wouldn't rain back down on the civilians packed beneath them. Naruto stood at the center of the great square. Around him, the harsh noon light carved out faces he barely recognized under the helmets and war paint. Shikaku, standing back, mapped the fallback positions with his eyes. Hiashi, veins bulging at his temples, Byakugan active and ready. Farther off, entire battalions of Chunin and Jonin, weapons drawn, looking like people briefed on a disaster without being told its true scale, yet standing firm all the same. Hiruzen stood at the front, staff in hand, the other already raised, ready to give the signal. Kakashi stood off to one side with Sasuke, his Sharingan revealed, the seriousness on his face enough of a sign for what was about to happen, or rather, what was already happening. Mythic figures appeared, distinct, disproportionate, as though the sky had chosen this day to reveal what it had always sheltered. A colossal spider watched over the Aburame, its translucent shell betrayed only by what it warped in passing. The sky folded, daylight thinned across its 12 legs planted in the gaps of collapsed buildings. An immense stag, darker than nature should allow, paced a void above the Nara. Each stride left a trail of shadow that frayed, then reformed with the next step, a stain broad daylight refused to admit. The Inuzuka ranks marched under the watch of a titanic wolf, its pelt carpeted with living embers, several tails lashing the air behind it in a hypnotic rhythm, its jaws stretched into a smile far too wide to belong to anything benevolent. Farther on, the Senju held their position in the shadow of an immense tree, bristling with mouths and eyes that opened with no logic at all. It slowed breathing enough on its own to lift its roots, though they seemed indistinguishable from the ground's rubble. As for the Yamanaka, 1,000 tiny birds wheeled above them in ranks so tight they ceased to be 1,000 and became one, a giant shape built by motion alone, one that would have collapsed the instant a single bird broke formation. And these guardians represented only half the forces present. Something knotted in Naruto's chest, without him being able to say whether it was wonder or fear, so thoroughly had the two fused into a single sensation. He had never seen anything like it, not even in his most feverish dreams, not even in the paintings he'd made without ever quite knowing where the images came from. There, before his eyes, something ancient and immense had finally let itself be seen whole, and that beauty carried a price he already sensed was far too high. Because these weren't stray glimpses, a few shadows a lone child might have imagined at the edge of a sidewalk. This was Konoha itself, in what it held most profound, most old, most precious, brought out into the open for one single cause. Every clan, every guardian, every pact sealed across generations, gathered in one single instant on this ruined square. The whole village had held its breath for centuries before urgency finally forced a union that nothing, under ordinary circumstances, could have brought about, and let go all at once, all together. Two worlds that should never touch, now overlapping in the same place, here, now, toward one single purpose. And at the center of that convergence, there was only him. Or rather, what remained of him, once the thing lodged in his body had seized it to accomplish what neither men nor their spirits could have achieved alone. One arm rose toward the sky torn by silhouettes. The other stretched toward the crowd. Would you look at that? An entire village standing, armed to the teeth, forced to dig up its old family gods just to hope to make it through the day. Looks like a end of the world curio market. Touching, in a way. I didn't think you had that much faith left in you. A tense silence answered, punctuated by the creak of armor being cinched tighter. But these pacts generations old, I won't mock. Guardians who had no reason left to show themselves, and yet show themselves, today, all together, for perhaps the first time since their birth. I must admit, few things, in this world or in mine, deserve to have one's sarcasm interrupted for them. He slowly closed the fist stretched toward the crowd. And you have held out this far on the strength of your arms and the stubbornness of your hearts. That won't be enough anymore, because what I'm about to open knows no mercy, only excess. It's almost certain that half of you will never see this afternoon's sun again. So let your gods stand ready at your side, and let your blades find their mark without hesitation, for hesitation, today, will be the one luxury no one can afford anymore. But if your entire village had to rise together to face this, then maybe it was worth it, after all, to hold on a little longer. And those still standing when it's all over will remember this day as the one their whole village, men and gods together, refused to kneel. With that, he raised his arm toward the sky, where the noonlight had already begun to fold in on itself. Let the show begin. The silence that followed the last word did not last. A swarm of golden points converged from the far edges of the wasteland, from the rubble, from the gutted rooftops. Hundreds of tiny butterflies streamed toward a single point, the outstretched right arm. They clustered against it in a second, in 10, in 100, a swarm so dense it turned opaque, a living sheath that churned and tightened with every beat of wings. Then from the swarm shot a blade. It emerged as one draws a sword from a sheath of flesh, long, thin, a red too deep to belong to ordinary metal, its gleam swallowing the noon light without ever giving it back. The butterflies that had formed it fell away in a rain of golden ash, and what remained in Naruto's hand was no longer a simple object. He didn't lower it toward the ground. He drew it back, arm bent, in a motion that held nothing of a guard, everything of a charge. Filaments appeared along the blade, then the arm, then the torso. Luminescent, not blue but red, thick as cords. Chakra in liquid form, flowing against what felt the natural order, climbed toward the shoulder rather than falling, as if drawn by something located farther off, higher, elsewhere. The light lassos wound around one another, a vortex growing with every pulse, like a volcanic heart, centered on the tip of the sword drawn back. Naruto's breath turned ragged. He hadn't chosen it, controlled it no more than anything else, this breathing scraping his throat like sand, the sweat beating at his temples and running down without him able to lift a hand to wipe it away. A heat rose from within, thick, sticky, as though he'd been plunged into a bath of burning tar. A few meters off, Hiashi had stopped moving, Byakugan still active but his face crossed with an expression none of them had ever seen on him. Kakashi had dropped his guard a notch, his two short blades still at his sides, one single thought legible on what could be made out beneath his mask: what the hell is this? And then, when everything came, as it does, to those who know how to wait, the sword struck. Not the sky, the ground. The blade came down straight, sank into the stone as into water, and the whole square split along a straight line that ran, faster than any eye could follow, until it vanished beneath the market's rubble. For a few heartbeats, nothing happened. 1, 2, 3. The line opened, a crack that became a chasm, and widened further, 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 long after anyone could have believed it should stop. Half of what still passed for the village tipped over, facades and paving stones together, sucked into a gaping maw whose depths held nothing but that starlit glow Naruto had already seen so many times in his dreams. The hum rose, climbed, turned into an unsettling note, inhuman and claustrophobic, sliding from heaviness to weightlessness as the breach kept devouring the earth. Cries rose from the front ranks, from those whose footing had just vanished beneath them. Even the least agile managed to catch themselves at the last second on the rim. And from the depths of that gaping mouth, level with the ground, something began crawling out, limb after limb, like a hand emerging from a well far too narrow for it. And that hand wasn't alone, for it came with an entire horde of monsters, each more fearsome and terrifying than the last. Organic scarecrows, sickle-wielding demons, swarms of trumpet-snouted roaches, everything fear and nightmare-made flesh could have spawned, spat out endlessly from the breach. Naruto, still frozen by the effort and the horror, felt the presence of his other self dissipate as the counter-blow of the wish that had just inflicted an irreparable wound on the world, half the width of the village. That wound took the shape of a body, an idol, which rose, carrying monsters and soldiers in its ascent, in its ruin, in a vain hope of reaching the sky, and perhaps even swallowing it whole. Its protrusions, arms, legs, beat out a rhythm, as if crowning itself the center of a new world. In his exhausted collapse, Naruto could only watch, powerless, as the ranks surged past him. Ninjas were already storming the monumental statue, climbing and conquering its flanks in hopes of bringing the disaster down, their guardians raining fire and ash over the earth alongside them. A voice resonated from the depths. The echo of a demon that had just faded, and which nonetheless returned in full force to deliver what it had been waiting all this time. Dive. Imprinted in his flesh, the order eclipsed the clash of weapons and the cries all around. Naruto triggered the movement his broken muscles should have refused him, a surge already beyond any will of his own. The world gradually shrank down to the silence of his surrender to the inexorable, in that endless fall toward the improbable waters of the astral world. Chapter 16, Whirlpool. The cost of an effort is rarely obvious up front. It is only afterward, when one is already exhausted, that the bill comes due. Naruto discovered as much when he opened his eyes to find himself completely encased in a stretchy, spongy mass. Breathing was almost impossible. Foam clogged his mouth and throat. He had to get out. Quick. His fingers couldn't get a grip. They dug into the mire without finding purchase, every attempt more taxing than the last. Someone, something, please. He would have shouted it, had wasting what little remained not been an equal kind of madness. With one final effort, he threw his entire weight sideways, and the miracle happened. By means he couldn't have explained, he flung himself onto a surface that was still soft but at least solid. He remained there for a while, gulping down air, each breath easier than the last. The air here felt lighter than elsewhere, though it remained filled with that faint humming woven between every breath. He froze when a column of ants, their eyes absurdly large for bodies so tiny, stopped mere inches from his nose. They regarded him with little interest before resuming their single-file march toward a mound of earth farther away. Naruto blinked, fully expecting the scene to correct itself. Despite his crushing exhaustion, he pushed himself upright, wondering whether the rest of the landscape would keep the same promise. The vista that opened up before him resembled a fever dream. A lake hung 30 meters away, suspended above the ground, its surface carried by iridescent bubbles drifting like airborne wheels. Along the shore, pink birds with impossibly long necks spun their heads in every direction like windmills, though not a breath of wind stirred. Beyond the giant lily pad-like canopies, colossal winged beasts drifted through the sky, their tooth-lined maws belonging to creatures seemingly too heavy to fly. Then, with a wet-sucking sound, one of the trees tore its roots free from the moss, took 3 steps, and planted itself again, as though the place where it grew had always been nothing more than a passing whim. Not even through a painter's eye could anyone have made sense of a landscape with 3 tails and 10 heads. Where he was eluded him, and how he had gotten there was yet another mystery. The line blurred between the order he'd received and the fall that had followed, the passage marked by a complete absence of sensation or tangible memory. Naruto entertained the possibility he was dreaming, the more reassuring of the 2 explanations, before pinching his cheek. The pain left no room for doubt. Everything else remained, vast, and more unsettling than any nightmare. A familiar nightmare at that, though he could not attach any name to it. But there was no one to turn to. He had jumped alone. Or rather someone had made him jump amid the chaos of the fighting. Naruto pressed a hand against his chest, not out of panic, but enough to make sure. The lack of any response, save for that distant humming, already confirmed his worst doubts. He felt diminished by the absence, as though deprived of a limb that had never existed, leaving behind an unexpected void all the same. A dull thud from above made him spring to his feet. A light pierced the ceiling of bubbles. A black speck drew closer, swelling into a crimson blade, a trail of light streaming in its wake. It crashed and buried itself in the trunk of the tree above him. Relief, anxiety, anger. Naruto couldn't decide which emotion this apparition inspired, the very reason he was here. One thing, however, was certain. He had to retrieve it. The trunk, smooth and colossal, offered not the slightest handhold for a novice climber. With no better option, Naruto circled it once, grimacing as he judged the height. 5 meters. That alone was enormous, and the futility of the climb was not lost on him. He sat back down, exhausted, thick sweat coating his skin, closer to syrup than water. A quick glance around revealed nothing that could help him, and everything that should worry him. Creatures no human eye could ever have made sense of had gathered, their attention fixed on the blade. Silent delight stretched across their improbable features, every gaze as captivated as a kitten watching a glittering pendant sway. Amid the curious assembly, Naruto felt his own hand rise of its own accord, drawn toward the same radiance as though by a magnet, reaching for the blade like a star he longed to touch. A low growl welled up from his throat, foreign to all reason. He bared his teeth and hissed at them. One refrain echoed over and over behind his ribs. Mine, mine, mine. The beasts paid his display no mind. If anything, their heads slowly turned toward him, their eyes glazed with the same glassy stare. Naruto did not move, arms still outstretched, flattered in a sense to have become the focus of that silent fixation. This was no idle curiosity, they looked at him with an intensity no ordinary herd could have possessed. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Treacherous. Sweet. Naruto took a step back. Too late. A rustle of leaves overhead gave way to an explosion of color as something dropped before him. A heap of black cloth unfolded, revealing a figure his own size. Her head vanished beneath a mass of long leech-like strands that spilled to the ground in an obscene imitation of hair. Her skin was pearly, with a golden hue. Her head tilted, exposing eyes made of concentric white spirals, which slowly turned toward the circle of beasts. The first to approach, fangs bared, collapsed in on themselves as a centrifugal vortex swallowed them whole, leaving not the slightest trace behind. All that remained were the husks of their skins, discarded where they fell like molts shed too soon. An uneasy ripple passed through the rest. Their blissful fixation melted into wary retreat. One by one, their bodies flowed back beneath the shadows of the giant lily pads, like a receding tide that needed no hand to drive it away. Naruto caught himself holding his breath. The exhilaration of a narrowly avoided death gradually gave way to a colder realization. He had merely traded one predator for another. The figure turned toward him, her head tilted with the same unnatural angle. Those white spirals, which had no business belonging to an eye, or to anything living at all, settled on him with the same unwavering stare they had fixed upon the fleeing beasts. Then she approached, one step after another, until Naruto's back struck the bark behind him. Nowhere left to retreat. He searched for the humming, that constant undercurrent that had never left him since childhood. Silence. Worse. Hollow. As though she drank the very sound of the world simply by existing. A tongue shot forth, endlessly long. It swept across his cheek, gathering whatever had beaded there, sweat or tears. She drew back only slightly. A smile stretched across her face, far wider than possible, while her eyes continued their endless hypnotic swirl. Her hand closed around his face. Long, cold fingers kneaded his cheeks with a childlike curiosity made all the more brutal by her complete lack of restraint. She tilted his head one way, then the other. Naruto tried to protest, to wrench himself free, but her grip was unshakable, untouched by the fear it inspired. Perhaps, to her, his fear was simply another dessert. Then, without warning, she sprang onto him, arms and legs wrapping around him astride. Naruto braced himself to topple over. Instead, he froze. She weighed nothing. Before he could make sense of it, her jaws opened wide over his throat, and her teeth sank greedily into the tender flesh. Revulsion overwhelmed him even faster than the pain. She smelled of fermented sap, and beneath that lingered the reek of freshly turned earth over still warm entrails. Every breath forced him to swallow more of her scent, that heavy, cloying stench dragging him down until his knees buckled beneath him. She released his throat and straightened again, smiling proudly. With a sharp tug, she tore away a lock of his blonde hair and wound it around one of her leech-like strands. Mesmerized, Naruto did not even resist when she shoved him to the ground with both hands before rising once more, her attention already elsewhere. Naruto remained seated, one hand pressed to the bite marks on his neck. She crossed the clearing with an unhurried gait before stopping beside one of the empty husks. She pinched one of them between two fingers, right above her gaping mouth. And let go. The discarded skin slipped inside, swallowed by a throat that should never have been capable of admitting something so large. Then she turned back toward him, holding out one of the distorted skins. Naruto shook his head at once, with desperate vigor. She remained perfectly still, arm outstretched. The silence grew so absurd it became terrifying. At last, she brought the husk to her own mouth and swallowed it. Naruto's teeth clicked together when she fixed her gaze on him again. 5 seconds. 10, perhaps. Then she crouched, and vanished, so completely that Naruto couldn't have said whether she had leapt away or simply slipped from sight through some other trick of the eye. Silence. He remained motionless long after she had gone, lagging behind what had just happened. What was he supposed to make of that encounter? Who? What? To what end? He reached for his neck, checking his injury. Apart from a little blood already beginning to clot, he had escaped with more fright than harm. A wavering laugh escaped him, before his eyes drifted toward the bubble-filled sky, where nothing made sense anymore. Chapter 17, Resonance. Fruit hung everywhere, heavy on the branches. Some had skin mottled like a diseased eye, others, wrapped in a translucent membrane, revealed flesh that pulsed like a beating heart. Naruto did not resist for long. He picked one, turned it over in his hands, and barely hesitated before taking a bite. The taste brought him relief, sweet, despite a bitter aftertaste. Sitting beneath a massive root, he ate 3 of them, peeling the skin beforehand, hunger outweighing every other consideration. It did not take long before thirst became a problem, and finding drinkable water proved to be a whole different challenge. The water here did not seem to follow the rules of gravity, flowing in any direction it wished to. Naruto approached a waterfall that was flowing upward, and surveyed the water with some trepidation. The pearly hue of the water looked suspicious at best, and deeply unsettling in the long run. Tentatively, he placed his hand against the current. The instant it touched his palm, the water stopped climbing and immediately spilled back toward the ground, forcing him to brace it with his other hand. After about 2 minutes of this, he finally managed to collect a handful. Vile. It felt like drinking concentrated honey. He spat it out immediately, his lips drier than they had been a moment before. He tried other streams nearby, but every one of them was contaminated. Even his own sweat had become increasingly sticky. It was a sugar hell. He was going to die of dehydration. Wandering off to explore was out of the question. The sword was his ticket out of here, and the only place free from the monsters prowling at the edges. With a sigh, he returned to the foot of the enormous stalk and tried to calm himself. Panicking would only make things worse. There was also the constant exhaustion, which was anything but normal, though he blamed it on this absurd place. Once again, he looked up at the crimson sword, still buried in the bark. The lifeless object offered no answer. In a surge of desperation, Naruto raised a trembling hand toward the blade. Answer me, he pleaded, lips parted. Please, wake up. A faint tremor ran through the hilt. That was it, thought Naruto panting. He simply had to call to it a little more. Closing his eyes, he tried to focus on the humming, matching its rhythm to that of the sword. He thought he had it, he was almost. But then the humming stopped, and the connection broke. Naruto opened his eyes and blinked to see her, crouched on a branch just beneath the blade. She was smiling widely, sucking on her index finger, her swirling eyes wide with interest. Her index finger rested inside her mouth, stretched wide by a drooling smile, as she watched him with fascinated delight. Why did fate insist on tormenting him like this? Get away, he shouted, sweeping an arm toward her before it began to shake. Please, I'm begging you. She tilted her head, then mimicked his gesture, her crestfallen expression made all the more grotesque by the leech-like strands of hair dangling around her face. If he was expected to fight an invincible creature as well, what could he do? Naruto let his arm fall, defeated, then curled into himself. This pathetic caricature of who he was had become the final injustice. Something rustled beside him. Wearily, he turned his head, and nearly screamed. She was so close he could count the spirals in her eyes. Every sound vanished until only the two of them remained. She opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Help me. Naruto's eyes widened. She remained there, staring at him, her smile half open, her swirling eyes never leaving him. Naruto, too stunned to react, could only stare back. Her gaze drifted away, settling on nothing in particular among the leaves. Then Naruto saw her reach for his hand and take it in hers, their fingers intertwining. Help me, she repeated, each syllable carefully separated, as though she were pronouncing the words for the first time rather than the second. Naruto did not move, too busy trying to process the impossible. She could speak. She had just spoken. What do you want me to do? He asked, one eye closed due to the strong smell coming from her. The question seemed to slide right past her. She repeated the exact same words again, followed by that same half-stifled laugh, broken by a hiccup in the middle like worn-out clockwork. She tilted her head from side to side. Her gaze drifted into the distance once more before returning to him a heartbeat later, her smile wider than before. Naruto let out a weary chuckle, almost mirroring hers. Two lost souls trapped beneath the same canopy. A strangely poetic final destination is a natural asylum. Him, capable of seeing things no one else could. Her, no longer quite in possession of her mind. He glanced toward the sword, still lodged high above, hopelessly out of reach, then back at her. His blue eyes dropped to their hands, still clasped together. He pushed aside the sympathy that had no business surfacing now and forced himself to focus on what mattered. Pointing toward the branch where she had been hanging during her earlier antics, he asked. Can you take me up there? She followed his finger upward, her gaze fixed on the giant lily pad. A wave of relief washed over Naruto as he saw understanding dawn in her eyes. She turned back to him with a broad smile. Naruto barely had time to blink before he found himself launched 20 meters above the ground. He heard himself screaming without pause as his stomach lurched mercilessly. Just as he began to fall, something caught him around the waist. Relief barely had time to settle before he was flung skyward again, with no more care than a sack of potatoes. The next instant, he landed on all fours atop a soft surface. From the edge of the precipice, the sword had shrunk to nothing more than a tiny red speck drowned amid the endless green and yellow canopy. He had no time to dwell on it. With eager enthusiasm, she grabbed him by the hand and pulled him inside. The cavity opened into a warm gloom, streaked with glowing veins running across the ceiling. Piled against the walls lay discarded skins, some still fresh, others shriveled until they resembled charred paper. Set into the living flesh of the trunk, pools of water floated in midair, teeming with leeches that writhed aimlessly beneath the surface. A storehouse, he realized with a shiver, judging by the ones already clinging to her scalp. His astonishment only deepened when she dragged him toward one of the suspended basins, plunged her entire face into it, and drank straight from the crawling water. She lifted her head again, a leech dangling from her chin, and stared at him with the unmistakable expectation that he would do the same. Naruto shook his head fiercely. The mere thought made his throat tighten. She grabbed his wrist and pulled, an irritated pout crossing her face. Her grip tightened every time he tried to pull away. Stuck in her grasp, his heart leapt into his throat as his head pitched forward. The water swallowed him all at once, along with the writhing sensation against his skin, countless tiny suckers probing every inch of his face in search of purchase. Naruto clamped his mouth shut with all his strength, far more afraid of swallowing one of them than of his thirst. She yanked him back up roughly. Naruto coughed and spat until a dull burning sensation on his cheek caught his attention. His hand flew to it and met something slimy and stubborn that refused to budge despite his frantic scratching. He pulled with all his strength, felt his own skin stretch along with it, and a dull pain tore a curse from him instead of a scream. Eventually, out of breath, he gave up. The thing was still attached. She let out a broken laugh before catching his wrist to stop the carnage. With all the delicacy of a bear, she removed the creature herself, and peeled away a strip of his skin with it. A strangled scream burst from Naruto. He writhed on the ground in agony, and when he finally managed to open one eye again, she was there, crouched directly above him, perfectly still except for her smile that stretched wider with every one of his groans. "Is she out to get me or what?" he whimpered. Without warning, she pressed her palm against his bleeding cheek. Naruto froze. But she merely held it there, firm and unmoving, for what felt like an eternity, the minute it took for his pulse to slow, though never quite to calm. Then she withdrew her hand, Naruto's fresh blood still smeared across her fingers. Her gaze drifted to the leech still clinging beneath her own chin. Absent-mindedly, she plucked it off and squeezed it gently between two fingers, just enough to loosen its grip before flicking it back into the nearest basin. The ease with which she did it left Naruto wondering why she had not done the same for him. She suddenly sprang to her feet and leaned over the basin. She dipped her lips into the water for a brief moment. Then, without warning, she pressed herself against him. Her mouth met his. Naruto was too startled to resist before he felt a thin stream of water, strangely pure, flow into his throat. The contact broke a few seconds later. She watched him swallow the last mouthful, then bounced back to her feet, clearly pleased with her idea, and headed straight for the basin to refill. Naruto remained sprawled on the ground, one hand over his mouth, as dumbfounded as a fish stranded on dry land. Great. His first kiss. And it was with a half-amnesiac creature using herself as a funnel. The routine repeated itself twice, thrice. Eventually, Naruto stopped counting the trips between the basin and his mouth. By the end, he no longer knew whether he ought to thank her or simply burst into tears at the sheer absurdity of his own survival. At least he'd have one hell of a story to tell, if he ever made it back to Konoha. Days passed, each one indistinguishable from the last. Fear had worn itself out long before boredom did, and boredom proved impossible to kill, with sleep serving as the only boundary between two stretches of the same dull weariness. The nights, though short, were no less trying, punctuated by the thousand sounds of a jungle that never slept. Each morning he woke more exhausted than the day before, his limbs feeling as though they had been cast in lead. In time, even the smell of his companion simply became part of the scenery, like everything else. On the second day, Naruto had sworn he would become self-sufficient, if only when it came to drinking. 2 bites later, that resolve had begun to crumble, though it never quite broke. Some days he tried his luck. On others, he resigned himself to it, with little pride left to salvage either way. As for conversation, she was far from an ideal partner. She didn't speak. Or rather, she did, but only the same 2 words, uttered regardless of the situation. Even so, Naruto gradually learned to read what passed for language in her. The way her smile stretched wider whenever he amused her, the rapid, repeated blinking whenever a sound bothered her, the way she froze, head tilted, whenever something caught her by surprise. The hardest part came whenever he wanted to climb back down. In response, she always shaked her head before dragging him into one of her own invented games, patting him down from head to toe, or keeping him occupied by having him tug on the discarded skins she'd brought back from her hunts. Before every departure, Naruto would point insistently at the fruit drawn on one of the hides hanging from the wall. He considered himself lucky whenever she remembered it by the time she returned. Naruto used her absences to crawl to the edge of the precipice, stretching an arm toward the sword. It never answered. Or rather, its response was too faint to matter. Every single time, a piercing cry echoed across the distant sky, convincing him it was wiser to retreat into the nest than risk becoming lunch for some giant bird. At least those brief moments of solitude had one advantage: they afforded him a shred of privacy for life's most basic necessities. After wandering every corner of it countless times, even her nest held no mysteries anymore. One morning, or whatever passed for morning in a world with no fixed sun, a powerful, familiar humming surged through him from head to toe. Naruto shot upright, heart pounding wildly, and scrambled to the edge of the nest. She followed, curious, her head tilted toward whatever had stirred him so profoundly. Far below, a swarm of golden specks was already converging on the embedded blade. Naruto narrowed his eyes, the distance blurring every detail. He sensed, more than saw, a figure adorned in white reform itself, his feet coming to rest upon the sword. The figure swept his gaze across the surroundings before lifting his head directly toward them. Naruto began waving both arms like a madman, overwhelmed by a relief powerful enough to erase 2 weeks' worth of pent-up resentment, even if that very someone was directly responsible for sending him there. The figure lazily raised a talon in greeting, dismissed the sword beneath his feet, and began climbing, one handhold after another. The ascent took so long that Naruto found himself wondering why the demon didn't simply appear beside them instead. One glance at his roommate was enough to extinguish what remained of his excitement. She stood perfectly still, her index finger tucked into her mouth, wearing the broad smile he had learned to fear, which meant a new treat was approaching. Naruto hurriedly pulled her back inside, desperately trying to distract her with whatever game came to mind. She remained unmoved, her eyes mesmerized by the steadily approaching figure, her smile wide open. It took an eternity before she finally followed him, not without casting one last lingering glance into the void. Naruto kept his eyes fixed on the entrance. They lit up the instant a claw hooked over the ledge, followed by an exaggerated sigh. Up we go. Just one last meter and finally. Phew. Far from the worst domain, I'll give you that. But definitely not the best. The demon stretched leisurely, with an easygoing attitude completely at odds with everything Naruto knew about him. That was the last straw. Everything he had kept bottled up for weeks. The pact, his stolen body, the questions that haunted him. And now this. Naruto opened his mouth to hurl it all at him, but the centrifugal vortex beat him to it. It folded the ermine-clad man in on himself until nothing remained. Silence. His heart hammered. Naruto slowly turned his head toward the girl. Before his anger could erupt, the vortex reversed itself, accompanied by the familiar humming, and the man emerged once more, a tired grimace on his face. I've told you already not to do that. It's always unpleasant. Naruto didn't wait another second. I've been stuck here for weeks. Do you have any idea what I had to do just to stay alive? And she just erased you, and all you can think to say is that it was unpleasant. Ah, I knew my ears needed clearing. I'd almost missed it. You missed it? Are you serious? Come now, you survived, so it couldn't have been that terrible. Besides, he cut himself off as the effect took hold again. Now. None of that. I said, enough. Now then, where were we? Ah, yes. Your heroic tale of survival. Go on, I'm listening. Naruto responded with stubborn silence, accompanied by a glare dark enough to require no commentary. The demon merely shrugged. Well, in any case. I'm glad my aim was true. That could have ended much worse. Even if she isn't our most useful ally, I'll grant you that. Useful or not, she's done more for me in 2 weeks than you have in an entire lifetime. Oh, I don't doubt that for a moment. After all, she's part of me. Come. He barely curled a finger. The girl suddenly folded in on herself, her entire form drawn into a white radiance that condensed into a new tail, coiling beside the first crimson one. Naruto did not even have time to understand what he had seen before tears welled up in his eyes. Why you killed her. Not at all, but ow. Another ripple of light. The girl reappeared beside the demon, completely unharmed, a broken laugh escaping her lips as though the round trip had been nothing more than a joke at their expense. Ah. It always stings just as much. That's precisely why she isn't the best one, he said, rolling his eyes. Naruto angrily wiped away his tears. Is this some kind of game for you? Scaring people half to death without warning? Oh, it's not as though I had the luxury of consulting you beforehand. Honestly, try to show a little composure. You're starting to resemble a fountain. What do you mean you didn't have time? You had 2 whole weeks. 2 weeks in the insatiable one's realm, and already your brain has turned to marshmallow. Must I remind you of the situation we were in back in your village? Why do you always dodge the question? Naruto shot back. I ask you something simple, and somehow we're talking about the village again. Speaking of which, you could have told me what you were planning before throwing me in here. And that is precisely why one never entrusts one's keys to a little monkey, the demon replied dryly. The slightest hint would have slipped out in front of dear Hiruzen, or anyone else patient enough to listen to your whining. You didn't really think I'd throw my plans into disarray just to hold your hand, did you? Here I was believing ninjas prided themselves on their independence. You keep talking about independence, but you're the one who decides everything on your own. Naruto shouted, his voice cracking. If I had even a little independence, it'd start with actually having a say for once. But isn't that exactly what we're doing now? The demon replied mildly. Giving you the means to understand what's happening. No, what you're doing is explaining yourself after you've already made every decision without me. That's not the same thing. Well, since you're clearly not in any state to have a proper discussion, I see little point in continuing. No. We're not done. You don't get to cut the conversation short every time it's convenient for. Silence. Naruto's anger died mid-sentence. His lips kept moving. He forced the words, strained with all his might, but no sound came. The demon bent down until they were at eye level, his voice dropping into something quieter. Now that I finally have your attention, listen carefully. I have absolutely no obligation to explain anything. I do so only because I happen to feel like it. You may scream, cry, curse me until your dying day, it will not change what we are, you and I, so stop wasting your strength on trivialities and spend it trying to understand what awaits us instead. We have very little time. You may not realize it, but the wish I granted for your village is placing a tremendous burden on your body. Only by recovering another one of my tails will we be able to stabilize your condition. 1 month. That's all the time we have before you're no longer even capable of walking. Naruto stared at him, fists clenched, his eyes burning with anger, bitterness, and despair. 1 month. It was absurd, ridiculous. And yet, he could not ignore that, with each passing day, the exhaustion had only grown worse. A talon came to rest gently against his lips this time. His voice returned. Naruto held it back, the lesson still fresh in his mind. You could have told me sooner, he said at last. I told you the first chance I got. And now that you're behaving, it's time to go. The demon said, smoothing the last wrinkles from his coat. Naruto lowered his eyes. What's her name? Her name. Naruto turned his eyes to the wild girl, who watched them both in turn, head tilted, in what he took, or thought he took for, a kind of silent incomprehension. Her. Your tail. Her. He echoed with a faint laugh. She has no name and never needed one. She's less than a slave, nothing more than a tool. Naruto raised his eyes, ablaze with an anger as cold as the heart of a frozen world. How dare you say that? A tool doesn't share its food. A tool doesn't keep you alive. A tool doesn't have feelings, wants. A well-designed tool creates the illusion that it does. That is precisely its greatest quality. What you mistake for generosity is merely the expression of an instinct she no more controls than a plant chooses to grow toward the light. You say that about everything around you, don't you? Naruto spat. Maybe even about me. That doesn't make you right. You. The demon smiled faintly. No, you're far worse than a mere tool. You're an investment. And investments, unlike tools, have an unfortunate tendency to disappoint. Keep seeing me that way if it suits you. It won't change what I choose to feel for her. As you wish. The demon gave an indifferent shrug. Just remember, one day, that I warned you about becoming attached. I don't care about your warnings. I already lost everything once for trusting you. This time, it's my choice, and mine alone. Naruto turned away, and for the first time in weeks, found himself thinking of something other than the past. He thought of her, of himself, of the future. Mirai. That's your name. Chapter 18, Dimension. Giving someone a name was a way of anchoring them into your own world. Provided, of course, that the other person inhabited the same reality. Mirai yawned, her jaw opening wide over a row of chipped teeth, and scratched the back of her neck absent-mindedly. The silence that followed his announcement suddenly felt immense, and Naruto looked away toward his own feet, his cheeks burning. Oh my, the demon cooed. The blue-eyed prince and his toothless naiad. If I had a heart, I believe it would melt at the sight of such a touching romance. Tell me, are you planning to put a ring on her finger as well, while you're at it? Shut up. It's not like that. It's just a name, that's all. Now, no need to shout. You are, of course, completely right. I must have simply mistaken that adorable shade of red for something else entirely. Allow me to retract any implication of one-sided love, he said, clutching his chest with one claw. You don't know anything. You're just annoying, that's all. My, the defense grows rather passionate. If being annoying merely means pointing out the obvious, then I gladly pled guilty. Naruto clenched his fists, desperately searching for something to say that would finally wipe that smug look off the demon's face. Unfortunately, every response that came to mind would only make things worse, so he settled for turning away. 2 light taps landed on his head, paternal in the most infuriatingly condescending way. There, console yourself. The world will hardly come to a halt over something so trivial. Now, let us return to more grounded matters, if you'll pardon the expression. We have far more pressing things to discuss. He shook his head to get rid of the claw, then resigned himself to looking up at him. Yeah, so what are these pressing matters? Our destination, the demon answered with a thin smile. You see, our next objective is not located here, as you have likely already guessed. I'm afraid we shall have to cross vast expanses merely to reach our first stop. Unless, of course, you would rather establish a home in this cozy tree with your beloved until your final breath. Which, incidentally, may not be all that far off. You're seriously not going to stop with that, are you? Naruto muttered through gritted teeth before sighing. But is it really that far away? At last, a question worth asking. Let us put it this way, this world is not some simple garden where one might stroll from one hedge to another. It is divided into vast territories, each ruled by a major spirit, each with their own laws and their own brand of madness. Fortunately, we shall only have to cross a few of them. But do not misunderstand what a few means here. Meaning that the very concept of distance holds only relative value in this place. A territory may be crossed in a single step, or over the course of an entire lifetime, depending on the whims of whoever governs it. I once knew one, long ago, where time flowed backward for anyone who lingered too long. The poor soul who accompanied me eventually became a newborn again before I grew bored and left him to his fate. You abandoned a baby. Seriously. An insignificant detail. All this is only to emphasize that every territory we cross is a gamble, and every gamble brings us closer the next one who will join us, the only compass that shall give meaning to our journey. Naruto stared at him suspiciously before crossing his arms, his face turned away. Either way, I don't really have a choice, do I? You're going to drag me along whether I want or not. That lucidity suits you wonderfully. Consider this, if it helps you swallow that little pout of yours, a consolation of sorts. Few beings have ever had, and fewer still ever will have, the chance to set foot where you are about to tread. Your poor village is confined, at best, to fighting over some miserable patch of land. What you are about to cross, Naruto, is something no legend could yet recount, simply because no one has ever witnessed it to tell the tale. That is your place in this story, Naruto. Not as a mere passenger on my journey, but as the one around whom it shall weave itself entirely. Yeah, well, except your amazing expedition is going to end with me as a corpse. I almost got eaten, remember? Just in case you forgot, before you came back I was practically dead from thirst too. If what we're going through is worse than this, there's no chance I'll survive until then. And that is what gives a true quest its flavor, Naruto, unlike those foolish tales of heroes far too prepared to tremble, the demon laughed. You move forward blindly, toward a promise that countless beings have coveted for ages, a power that none have managed to claim. And along the way, who knows what else you might encounter. If a simple savage girl with broken teeth was enough to make you grow attached, I cannot imagine your expression when faced with what still awaits you. Naruto felt his heart quicken, a stark contrast to the boredom that had defined the past 2 weeks. The unknown never came in the same form twice, and that unpredictability held an irresistible appeal, even for him. Yeah, well, it still sounds like a load of weird stuff. Delighted to see the idea making its way. It would be a shame if you refused such an opportunity. There remains, however, a small detail to settle. Whatever one might say, a taste for adventure has never made anyone invincible, he said, glancing toward the leech pools. I believe these past few weeks have already taught you a few lessons about that. Naruto looked at him sideways, and his weariness gave way to a now familiar suspicion. The way you're talking, I'm going to die the moment we step outside. You're not the kind of person to bring up a problem without already having the answer, are you? Ha ha ha, yes. And fortunately for you, I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Step aside, will you? Wait, Naruto said, instinctively stepping back toward Mirai. You're not going to turn her into a tail again or whatever, are you? Tisk, rest assured, I do not share your arrogance of constantly relying on a tool. Where do you think her powers come from? The demon said, his eyes narrowing. I do not need assistance to conjure this. With a broad gesture, he pulled a small pouch from the inside of his coat and threw it against the wall of the trunk with disdain, then moved both arms in a half rotation. The pouch flattened itself against the bark, unfolded, and expanded. The glowing, veined wall faded away, as though being sucked inward from within, until it left behind a square recess whose depth obeyed no geometric logic compared to the rest of the nest. The only drawback was what it contained, a modest room where a violet darkness lingered. Even so, Naruto remained speechless until he heard a trembling laugh. One of my finest creations. A dimensional pocket, a device that many spirits would sacrifice their entire worth to possess. And yet here it is, serving as nothing more than a makeshift pantry. There is a certain irony in that, don't you think? He straightened, blinking, then waved an irritated claw. Good. Now that the introductions are over, I believe it's time for you two to put yourselves to work. These pools float, so all you need to do is push them. A task even a monkey and his beloved companion should manage. Naruto complied without enthusiasm, and was surprised to see Mirai immediately move to his side, her movements mirroring his with unusual attention. Together, they pushed the pools one after another toward the opening until there was not a single one left attached to the walls of the nest. Satisfied, Naruto patted his teammate's head and turned around to announce that the mission was complete. The words remained stuck in his throat when he saw the demon leaning against the wall, one claw pressed against it and his breathing more ragged than Naruto had ever seen before. The moment their eyes met, a flash of anger crossed the demon's face. "Both of you, step away from there. I can't close this damn thing with you standing right in front of it." Naruto obeyed, still stunned, and took Mirai's hand, pulling her back with him. The demon repeated the same motion of his arms in reverse. But where the transition had been seamless the first time, the pocket folded back in fits and starts this time, then tore itself away from the wall before finally shrinking back into the small pouch that fell silently to the ground. The ermine-clad figure remained frozen in the same position. 3 breaths later, he straightened and wiped away his sweat with a dismissive motion of his talon. He stepped forward, eager to retrieve the pouch. He tried to slip it into a fold of his coat, then collapsed to his knees. Shock. Naruto and Mirai could do nothing but stare, remaining still for as long as the demon stayed on all fours, his body racked with tremors. "Hey, get up!" Naruto shouted as he rushed toward him. "This is another joke of yours, isn't it?" "A joke?" he sneered. "The joke is you, little pup, staring at me with that look on your face. Now get away from me. You can't even stand, and you want me to leave." "Do not mistake a brief respite for weakness," the demon said, only for a sudden spasm to betray him and force him back down. Naruto stared down at him, frozen in disbelief. The demon lay there with a petrified expression, as motionless as a statue toppled from its pedestal. He grabbed his shoulder and shook him roughly. "Hey, don't do this right now. Get up. Come on, please. This isn't funny." Naruto startled when Mirai slipped closer, her face almost pressed against the unmoving figure lying on the ground. Then, just as Naruto was about to shake her and give the demon some room to breathe, a claw closed around her shoulder. "Get over here." A flash of white swept over her before she could react, and she became the second tail curled against him, joining the crimson one already there. 5 seconds passed before his breathing returned to something resembling a steady rhythm, and he managed, not without difficulty, to push himself back into a sitting position. Naruto placed one hand beneath the demon's shoulder to keep him from falling again, the other pressed against his chest where his breathing still struggled to settle. It was only once his breathing had calmed, and the demon's claw rested on the ground without trembling anymore, that the question came back to him, hitting him with a delay that suddenly felt overwhelming. You could have at least asked her." "Ask who, exactly?" the demon replied, his voice still rough. "Her. She wouldn't have even understood what I was asking. Or you would have turned it into a debate, weighing every option until I collapsed for good. Did you really have to put on such a show? If you hadn't done all that, you wouldn't be collapsing right now. This show, as you call it, is what your survival depends on. I am already tired of reminding you this." Naruto remained silent, the retort died before it could cross his lips. A tool does not concern itself with being used. That was what the demon had told him barely half an hour ago. And yet Naruto had just blamed him for pushing himself to the brink to keep him alive, without a word for what it had cost him, focusing only on the spectacle itself, the very thing that had bothered him. His gaze drifted toward the 2 tails curled against the demon's side, the crimson one, and the other, white, woven from Mirai's silence. The contradiction struck him head-on, only for him to sweep it aside immediately with a bitter, grim anger. "If I hadn't been here, there wouldn't even be any water to carry." Naruto snapped. "All of this has been your fault from the start." "From the start," the demon repeated, savoring the words like a ripe fruit. "Then let us follow this little chain of blame back to its origin. Without me, there would be no pact. Without the pact, there would be no breach. Without the breach, you would never have ended up here. And if you had never ended up here, my dear, you would never have met the one you were so eager to defend. This virtuous little argument of yours only exists because of the very thing you condemn me for creating. Remove one, and the other falls apart with it. Do you not see the contradiction in your reasoning?" "That's nonsense." Naruto spat. "If you had stayed in the village, she would have gone on living her life like before, without anyone treating her like a tool right in front of me. This problem only exists because you created it yourself. This isn't some encounter you gave me. It's a problem you created, and now you expect me to thank you for it." "Ah, so now I am at fault simply because I acted," the demon said. "Very well. Let us carry your logic through to its conclusion, since you seem so fond of it. If I had done nothing, I would have remained what I was before, a thing for others to use as they pleased, unable to choose even the air I breathed. A slave, in other words, the very thing you never tire of reminding me you've become. Tell me, how does my desire to escape that fate differ so greatly from hers, when you insist she should be free of every restraint? The only difference, my dear, is that she earns your sympathy, while I only deserve your hatred. Everything else is merely a mask you wear to avoid admitting it. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Naruto shot back, his voice calmer now, though no less stubborn. If you'd been honest from the start, my grandpa would have found a way to do right by you without any of this. The truth, the demon repeated, a dry laugh rumbling in his throat. You ask me to forget what I am, to renounce what is mine and wait meekly for someone else to decide when I deserve it. Do you have any idea what you're asking of me? There is no greater betrayal, for a being such as I, than to turn against my own nature. That would not be virtue, Naruto. It would be suicide, applauded by everyone who would finally have proof that I had become docile. Yeah, well, if this is all about survival, Naruto snapped, then why do you do to everyone else exactly what you refuse to let anyone do to you? You don't want anyone taking your freedom away, but you don't hesitate to take mine, or Mirai's. One person's freedom ends where another's begins. But when the little freedom I have left is no longer enough to keep me alive, claiming it ceases to be excess, Naruto. It becomes a right. Mine, just as much as yours would be, were our positions reversed. That's not what this is about for you. Naruto snapped. You said it yourself in front of my grandpa. You said a sovereign always wants more than he already has, that it's in your nature. So how can you stand there and pretend this was only about the little you had left? There'll never be a share that's enough for you. Never. You'll always want more, no matter what. You're just a bottomless pit. A bottomless pit. The demon let the words linger. An apt description. But that pit, Naruto, is not merely something I possess. It is what I am. My survival and that void are one and the same, and no amount of wishful thinking will ever separate them. So spare me your sermons about moderation in knowing one's proper share until you've found a way to fill that void once and for all. The day you do, perhaps we shall have something to negotiate. Until then, there can be no common ground between your morality and my void. Naruto found himself crying. How could anyone blame an abyss for being an abyss? It made about as much sense as cursing water for being wet or fire for burning. There was not even an enemy left to hate, only a nature following its course. And he, who had signed away his very being to that void, found himself unable to hate it. So I've only got 3 choices, then. Naruto said, wiping off tears. Either I find a way to break our pact and beat you outside its boundaries. Or I find a way to solve your problem. Or I keep playing your game until the very end. The demon let out a short laugh, affectionate only in its contempt. You know the answer as well as I do, Naruto. A pact woven from true will cannot be broken, no more than a hungry abyss can be sated by the hand that seeks to fill it. There is only one choice left to you, and all you're doing is delaying the moment you finally say it out loud. Then if that's the only option I have left, I'll go wherever you point me. But that doesn't mean I'll keep my mouth shut. You'll hear every one of my objections, every step of the way, whether you like it or not. That is a far more pleasing answer than the alternative. I was beginning to worry that common sense had finally won out over your stubbornness. Your objections are most welcome, Naruto. I shall simply ignore them with the utmost care. Naruto sighed. He had handed the demon that one on a silver platter. The demon answered with a sidelong smile as he was already getting back to his feet. Well, that gave me just enough time to recover. Curious, isn't it how a good argument can sometimes do more than any medicine? Come now, up you get. The road won't walk itself. Now that you're feeling better, you can let her go, can't you? Naruto said, pointing at the white tail with an outstretched hand. Ah, patience, you uncouth brat. I still have one final trick of my own to show you before that. The demon said, already making his way toward the edge of the nest. Naruto followed after him, suspicion written plainly across his face. Once they reached the edge, the dizzying drop opened beneath them, revealing the endless stretch of green and yellow below. The demon's claw landed on his shoulder, and in the next instant, they were at the foot of the tree, ready to move on. The first day felt like a promise. The second, like a chore. By the third, Naruto could no longer tell them apart. The jungle never changed, it only found new ways to make itself worse. Vegetation grew thicker and more hostile with every passing day, the ground swallowing each step like an overfilled sponge, and the heat clinging to his skin without ever loosening its grip. If monotony did not kill a person, it could certainly grind down their spirits. Naturally, the strongest among them should have been the one leading the way. At least, that was what logic suggested. Logic, however, had failed to account for one thing: Mirai had the attention span of a sparrow. She wandered ahead with the carefree confidence of someone to whom the very concept of caution had never been introduced, until a plant bristling with teeth as long as swords suddenly claimed her full attention. While she could afford to indulge her whims without much consequence, Naruto and the demon did not have the luxury of following every detour without risking their lives. Before long, the jungle was no longer their only threat, and keeping Mirai from throwing herself into danger became a challenge in its own right. Eventually, the demon proposed what he considered the obvious solution: keep Mirai clinging to his rear and put an end to these damn detours once and for all. Naruto, naturally, objected immediately, refusing to let Mirai's freedom be reduced to a matter of convenience. The demon dismissed the objection with the usual contempt he reserved for sentimental arguments, treating her like nothing more than an extra appendage. The decision proved flawless, right up until the demon walked straight into an earthen dome he would have noticed if he had not been so busy boasting about his own solution. A howl of rare indignity tore from his throat as he plunged into it headfirst, only to come flying back out moments later, tails between his legs, after being mercilessly clubbed in the nuts. What followed was a spectacle that would be remembered for years to come. An entire garrison of ants came after him, their eyes absurdly large for their size and their green helmets firmly wedged between their two antennae. Naruto chose not to dignify the scene with a comment. For once, the demon had proven himself that Mirai was not necessarily the greatest danger in their group. If nothing else, he remained the undisputed sovereign of shame. He returned a few minutes later, covered in bumps and nursing a silent grudge against anything with more than 2 legs. The white tail detached from him, and Mirai revealed herself beside him once more, her smile propped open by a finger, as true to herself as ever. The matter of water remained, and without it, any concern for dignity quickly became meaningless. Naruto's body knew no respite from its thirst, and neither did Mirai's, judging by the way she watched every source of water they came across. The demon, having appointed himself supreme authority over logistics, therefore decreed regular stops. Not out of concern, he was quick to clarify. Only because he had no desire to carry 2 dehydrated corpses on what remained of his back. The whole affair always played out the same way. The demon would come to a halt, one claw reaching toward the ground or a tree trunk. The surface hardly mattered, so long as it could hold his weight. The rest took care of itself. Naruto drank quickly, Mirai even faster, and the dimensional pocket always returned to his claws. There was also that thought that kept returning, growing more insistent with every stop, every forced hiding place beneath a root. Every time fear should have handed him a ready-made excuse, the demon had never taken control of his body since their fall into this world. The opportunities had not been lacking, between panic, exhaustion, and savage beasts, to the point where Naruto wondered whether the reason might be physical limitation, rather than any moral restraint. Each evening, around the campfire, the questions returned as regularly as hunger did. Mirai would lie down beside the flames, sometimes fascinated by the sparks, sometimes completely indifferent to them. Naruto would ask why. About his parents. About their disappearance. From the pieces he had gathered, he had concluded that the demon was involved somehow. But the latter would simply reply instead he never answered the same question twice, and that if Naruto wanted answers so badly, he should have listened to Hiruzen until the end. Naruto persisted, changing his approach each time, trying trickery, trying patience. At times, he even went so far as to flatter him, hoping that turning the major spirit's own flaw against him would eventually make him give something away. Nothing worked. The demon evaded him with particular care, making sure never to repeat himself, not even in the way he worded his refusals. Then, on the 5th day, atop a cliff where a cascade of pearlescent water poured down into the depths below, the jungle finally gave way to another landscape. Far below stretched a city whose gray towers rose through a thick fog that concealed almost everything beneath it, save for the way the vegetation had merged with the fused facades, forming a single architecture of its own. A pulse, an intense humming, reached them from below, and Naruto could not tell whether it came from the distant buzz of its inhabitants or from his own sixth sense. The only thing he knew for certain was that they had arrived. Chapter 19, Glamour. The descent from the cliff took no longer than a single breath. Not the first time, Naruto found himself wondering why the demon did not use that ability more often instead of making them trudge for miles on foot. They had been following the river for nearly half an hour now. The fog, meanwhile, refused to yield. Thick and milky, it had erased even the memory of the city they should have reached long ago. Naruto kept Mirai's hand firmly clasped in his own, not out of affection so much as caution. He could all too easily picture her wandering off into the white haze in pursuit of some imaginary insect. From the corner of his eye, he watched the demon, who had scarcely spoken since their descent. Ordinarily, he would never have let this much silence settle without filling it with a few sarcastic remarks, if only for the pleasure of hearing himself speak. In a place where every landmark had vanished, the silence should have been unsettling. Yet the demon simply looked distracted. Naruto hesitated before finally speaking, less because he expected an answer than because the silence itself had become oppressive. You're sure we're not lost in all this fog? Quote. You seriously didn't hear a word I just said? I did. Don't worry. It's perfectly normal for us to take this long. Then why are you so distracted? The demon came to a halt. Ah, yes, you just reminded me of something. Give me your hand. Naruto narrowed his eyes. You're not about to pull another one of your stunts, are you? Since when do you get to question my orders? Hand. Naruto reluctantly complied, every instinct still on guard. The demon wrapped a talon around his hand. Cold, rough, scales scraped against his palm. Of all the things he'd expected, a handshake had never crossed his mind. That's it. You don't feel anything, are you sure? Ah, no, was I suppo? A searing pain cut him off. Crimson chakra raced up his forearm like liquid fire flowing beneath his skin. Naruto jerked backward and struggled in vain, but the demon's grip held as firm as iron. From the corner of his eye, Mirai hissed before a flash of white swallowed her whole, drawing her behind the demon as yet another tale. Let me go. And let her go too. She didn't do anything, GHK. I've put her away while I deal with you. Now then, relax. This will all be over soon. What are you doing to me? Stop it, it burn. SSSH. Nothing serious. Let it flow. My hand's melting. I can't take it anymore. Please, stop. If I stop now, it may prove considerably more painful afterward. It would be a shame to ruin all this progress when we're so close to the end, only to begin again from the start, wouldn't it? His sobs dissolved into broken, incoherent cries. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut, desperate to be anywhere but here. Another talon seized his head, forcing him to stare at the wrist being consumed before him. Keep your eyes open. Pain teaches better than any lecture. Why are you doing this? Naruto sobbed, his voice breaking apart. Why are you making me go through this? Because one cannot master what one does not understand. Until you can feel precisely where your meridians run, you'll never control them properly. Now concentrate. I can't. The grip around his skull tightened another notch. You can. Focus. Harder. This had nothing in common with his lessons at the academy. It was brutal, visceral, cruel. Dropping to his knees, Naruto bit through his lip until blood flooded his mouth. There was no method, no guidance, only agony to tame. Little by little, the knots beneath his skin revealed themselves, sealing shut under the corrosive current slipping through every pore and strand of flesh. The river of embers ravaging his senses gradually smoothed itself out, like waves settling upon a quiet shore. Naruto panted, his heart threatening to burst from his chest, but the burning no longer consumed him at random. It receded, contained behind an invisible barrier. The crimson eyes studied him intently before the demon finally released his grip. His arm dropped limply onto the moss with a dull flop. Naruto stared at it in disbelief, every muscle aching all the way to his shoulder. The figure in front of him crouched down, his gaze gentle despite his detached expression. You see, it wasn't the end of the world. You had to learn this sooner or later, didn't you? I hate you. Ah, finally, a sentence straight from the heart. I'm touched. I was beginning to think you had lost your bite. You're really an asshole, you know that. I had to remind you of my delicate touch so you would remember. Besides, you'll be grateful soon enough, once you understand what this city truly demands. Great, I can't wait to see what else you have planned for me. Come now, get up, will you? Sulking won't make the pain go away. Easy for you to say when it's not your arm that feels like it's been put through a meat grinder, Naruto muttered. The demon's lips curled briefly. You're lucky, you know. Lucky for what? For having one arm out of commission. For not having anything to unlearn. An average shinobi would take far too long to adapt here, draining their chakra until they ended up like a mummy, shriveled by years of ill-suited training. Your energy network is attuned to the astral world as though you had been born within it. And that's supposed to make me feel better after what you put me through. Wow, Naruto, you could have died the instant you set foot there. Instead, you get to be tortured. Woohoo, what a joke. A glimmer flickered in the crimson eyes, devoid of either compassion or contempt. An old acquaintance would have begged for the very opportunity you have right now. Yeah, sure, like this isn't the first time you. Naruto cut himself off mid-sentence and looked up. This isn't the first time you've brought someone here. The demon's smile did not fade as he glanced at him from the side. Come now, don't tell me you thought you were the only chosen one. No, I just feel sorry for everyone else you forced to accompany you. Fair enough. And you'll be the first one I leave behind if you're not back on your feet in 10 seconds, you miserable little wretch. 10 seconds. Are you serious? Wait, why are you already counting? 6, 7. Okay, fine, I'm getting up. Perfect. And now. Naruto flinched when the demon grabbed his numb arm. Yet the pain never came this time, despite the red fluid coating his wrist. Focus. Push my chakra back with yours. I'll count to 10 again. Naruto gritted his teeth and forced himself to recreate what had taken him so much effort to achieve the first time. To him, it felt like sprinting across a 300 square meter room and having to open every window before the clock ran out. He succeeded, though barely, producing a faint blue glow at the point of contact. Good, the demon said, removing his claw from Naruto's wrist. Progress. I expect that by the time we reach Ashwick, you'll be able to do the equivalent in half the time. How often are you planning to put me through this? Naruto cited. Do not expect any predictability from me. You need only be prepared to react whenever I decide the time has come to surprise you. Now that you've gotten what you wanted, can you let her go? Yes, I suppose you're right, he said, rolling his eyes. Better to do it here than later. The demon spent the next 5 minutes inside the centrifugal vortex, spinning helplessly in on himself. 3 individuals, a deeply guttural voice muttered. How convenient. I was just craving some company. Naruto went rigid. A black mass had risen from the moat facing them. It was a mole the size of a small mountain. 2 clawed limbs had dug into either side of their bank, trapping them between them like the remains of 2 collapsed houses. Its maw opened to reveal several rows of black teeth, along with a breath to match. Are you the insatiable one? Naruto asked, caught somewhere between fear and disgust. Me, the insatiable one, ha 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 ha. No, 2 human children. If I were the boss, I'd have eaten you by now. But I'm just a humble local trying to earn a little coin. And you do have enough to pay, don't you? The demon pulled a large pouch from his coat and bounced it once in his claw, a smile curling on his lips. Here you go, big guy. That should put an end to any ideas of a free meal. He tossed it casually into the creature's open mouth. The monster snatched it midair and chewed thoughtfully, the sound of crushed gravel echoing around them. Naruto watched the scene in silence. All those detours just to pick up those pebbles along the roots. When Naruto had asked about them, he had only gotten some nonsense about retracing a path of stones, like some old children's tale about lost travelers in a forest. Yes, the count is right, the monster grumbled, sounding disappointed. It pulled out a boat that had been hidden beneath its tongue and slammed it down in front of them with enough force to make them jump. Get in, my treat. Naruto stared at the vessel with a grimace. The wood was dark and rotten in places, releasing an overwhelming smell of mold and saliva. He glanced at Mirai, who was staring at the dock with the same fascination she reserved for anything that could fit into her mouth. Is this really the only way across? He finally asked. Unless you would rather test the patience of whatever is crawling beneath this water, the demon replied. He was already sitting down with the ease of someone familiar with the process. They are far less talkative, and considerably more efficient. Naruto no longer had time to weigh the pros and cons. The moment Mirai hopped aboard with a delighted leap, a massive paw closed around the entire boat and lifted it onto the creature's back in one sharp motion. Naruto fell backward, grabbing onto the first edge he could find, while the ground tilted beneath him as if the earth itself had decided to set sail. 5 days of trekking through that jungle should have been enough to stop him from jumping at every strange thing. Apparently, it wasn't. Beneath them, the creature hummed a cheerful little tune despite its deep rumbling voice, singing between each stroke. Nom, nom nom, nom 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 nom. Naruto exchanged a glance with Mirai, who was absolutely delighted by the serenade, her nose hanging over the edge of the boat as she swayed with the vibrations. For the demon, meanwhile, it seemed to have the effect of a lullaby, his eyes half-lidded. As though a 100-meter monster singing about its own hunger while carrying them on its back was the most ordinary thing in the world. After only a few minutes, a gray stone pier emerged from the mist. The creature slowed its song and brought the boat to the dock with surprising delicacy, followed by a waltz that would have been better suited for a mountain. Ashwick welcomes you, ladies and young sir. Keep an eye on your organs, not everyone here has my table manners. Table manners, you say? I doubt they'd survive the next light purse, the demon needled, feet back on solid ground. Business is business, my good friend. I sink my teeth into life. You should try it while you still can. The boat vanished back into the creature's maw as it turned around and sank beneath the surface. The wave it sent crashing over them left them thoroughly drenched, one final parting gift before it disappeared into the depths. Soaked through, Naruto did not even have the energy to complain. Mirai, meanwhile, chirped happily as she wrung out her hair leeches with several twists. As for the demon. Charming. I need an actual shower now. The public baths left Naruto stunned, if only by their sheer existence. Baths. In a world with neither faith nor law. A world inhabited by spirits. He had imagined many things, but certainly not this. Wide-tiled pools, clear water that smelled neither of sugar nor leeches, and automated jets spraying a steady stream above their heads without a single hand operating them. Naruto, Mirai, and the demon all stood beneath one of them, naked, water running freely over their skin, finally washing away the grime that had accumulated. The place was crowded. In one corner, a teapot on legs and a chipped cup were exchanging what sounded like neighborhood gossip. A goat wearing a bathing cap trotted between the pools, handing out towels to anyone willing to take one. In a bubbling hot spring, half-submerged hippopotamuses sipped from glasses far too small for their mouths. A few minutes earlier, they had passed the front desk, something that no longer managed to surprise Naruto after everything else he had seen. Behind the counter stood the caretaker of the place, a jellyfish with shifting colors, its floating tentacles equally eager to snatch up prey or the next heavy purse. A rooster tried to cut the line without paying. A tentacle snatched him out of the air, and by the time Naruto blinked, the line had cut him down instead, leaving nothing but a pile of ash on the tiles. Quite literally a roasted chicken. Like everyone else in line, the demon had not tried his luck. He had emptied 9 pouches of stones onto the counter, 3 per person. We're all dried up now, he sighed, water running over his chest. But at least we're clean. What? We're out of money, Naruto said, alarmed. Then how are we supposed to eat? Or find somewhere to sleep? The demon pushed his long white gray hair back, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What do you think is the best way to fill your pockets again when they're empty? Naruto jumped right in. A mission office or something. The casino, naturally. Outside the baths, Naruto wrestled with the stiff black fabric digging into his shoulders. This is ridiculous. Every place has its own conventions, the demon replied, raising a claw. It would be terribly rude not to abide by them. The fact that he had willingly thrown away a priceless pocket dimension just so they could obey a dress code, all to gamble money they did not even have, bordered on pure insanity. Naruto had made that point very clear. Beside him, Mirai tugged helplessly at her tie. Naruto grabbed her wrist before she could choke herself. A display stood a little farther ahead, holding a dozen umbrellas in colors far brighter than necessary. The demon picked one up and waited for Naruto to do the same, watching him expectantly. Naruto complied, though not without a complaint. And what exactly are we supposed to do with this? It isn't even raining. Why, it's time to put your little lesson from earlier to use. Do be careful with the wind. Wait, what are you, hey? Wait. But the demon was already rising into the sky, one claw gripping the handle, the other cheerfully waving him goodbye. His open umbrella let out an excited shriek as it caught the aura, and in a burst of panic, Naruto flooded his own with blue chakra. He shot upward like a cannonball, Mirai swinging from his hand like a rag doll. The wind ripped a cry from his throat before he could swallow it back. Below him, the city unfolded like a crumpled map suddenly snapped open. Blue-tiled roofs, buildings nestled among yellow-green lily pads, spiral-shaped chimneys, and a sky teeming with suited spirits carrying briefcases. Naruto kicked wildly at empty air, desperately searching for something to push against. Stop flailing around. You look like a fish out of water. The demon called from 10 meters away. Easy for you to say. Mirai giggled as the weather vanes whipped past them. Naruto tried to copy the demon's movements, that lazy tilt of the wrist that somehow turned a fall into a glide. His own responded far too well. A burst of blue energy erupted, and he shot upward, overtook the demon, then dove toward a bell tower that was rapidly growing larger. Dial it back, Naruto. What? Your chakra. Dial it back. He understood far too late. Naruto cut the flow at the last second. The umbrella snapped shut like a frightened flower, sending him into a free fall. He tried to push energy through it in the opposite direction. The fabric reopened with a violent crack, throwing him into a spin that sent his shoulder slamming into the stone wall of a tower. Mirai, still dangling from his hand, smacked into the wall with a wet splat. Naruto caught the ledge and hauled her back up with a sharp pull. This time, the dizzy swirls spinning in Mirai's eyes had nothing to do with her usual ones. A chuckle echoed from somewhere above. There, you see what happens when you panic. Naruto bit back a curse, his shoulder throbbing. Just looking up at that bastard took more energy than he could spare. You could have caught us, damn it, instead of laughing. And deprive myself of that Perish the thought. The demon touched down on the tower with an infuriating elegance, umbrella tucked beneath one arm and one claw resting on his black hat. Good news. We shouldn't have much farther to go. Let us hope you're more adept at landings than takeoffs. Though, considering how poorly you negotiated that last turn, I confess my expectations are rather low. Naruto decided not to rise to the bait. With his thumb, he brushed the leech-like strands of Mirai's hair away from her face. A bump had already begun to swell on her forehead, but aside from a few scrapes, she seemed no worse for wear. The rest of the flight went without incident, Naruto keeping his chakra on a painfully tight leash. By the time they started descending, Naruto had been reduced to little more than his aching shoulder and the desperate need to collapse somewhere. Unfortunately for him, what awaited at the landing site promised anything but rest. After the towers that stretched toward the sky, the building before them looked as though it had failed to grow properly, squat, wide, and buried drowned in spotlights that sprayed every color at once. Even Konoha's red light district signs would have looked like mere candle flames beside it. At the top of the facade, letters as tall as giraffes flickered. 7 Fortunes. A glittering spectacle of excess that already made no secret of what lay inside. Ah, the demon said, one claw resting over his chest. Now here is a place that makes no effort to disguise what it truly is. No false modesty, no pretended refinement, only greed in its purest form, laid bare for everyone to admire. I must say, I appreciate the honesty of it. Honesty. That's your word for it. Naruto grimaced, already feeling a headache coming on. I'd call it shamelessly vulgar. Vulgarity is merely honesty stripped of the restraint that polite society insists upon, my boy. Far more genuine than your little villages, where greed hides itself beneath layers of ceremonial silk. But we have spent enough of our flight debating this matter. After you, my boy. Naruto glared at him for the nickname and moved forward, or rather, was hauled along by Mirai, who looked 1 second away from dropping to all fours and charging through the doors. A solitary figure stood guard before the gilded doors, a stuffed bear though unmistakably alive squeezed into a 3-piece tuxedo that strained to contain his enormous bulk. He sized them up with round, glassy eyes, let his gaze linger on their attire, then favored them with a bow devoid of any sincerity. Welcome to the 7 Fortunes, he mumbled in a sluggish voice. Lose well. The black fabric was their key through the door. The instant they stepped inside, the casino swallowed them whole in a flood of noise and light. Naruto had the distinct impression that his headache had just found a worthy opponent. Chips clattered, laughter shrieked, glasses rang together, all backed by a brass fanfare from an orchestra that seemed locked in a personal war with its own percussion section. Mirai, meanwhile, had reached the firmament. Eyes wide with wonder, she was already barreling toward the nearest table, met by a chorus of disgusted sighs from the surrounding guests. A claw came to rest on the blonde's head, both heavy and gentle. I would hate for you to miss a single moment of this unforgettable day, my boy. Naruto shuddered. With this demon, unforgettable was never a word that inspired confidence. Go fetch your betrothed before she ends up hired as the casino's mascot, the demon said, tilting his chin toward an empty table at the back. I'll meet you there. Naruto followed his gaze to Mirai, kneeling in front of a slot machine adorned with tiny bells that she was clearly about to sink her teeth into. He scooped her up under one arm before she could lose one tooth, her protests drowned beneath the blaring music and her wide-eyed fascination with the glittering chandeliers overhead. By the time he reached the table, the demon had already made himself at home, lounging with one elbow on the green felt as he leaned toward the dealer. You must hear his a lot, but that vest suits you perfectly. Almost criminal to hide it behind a table. The dealer was a wolf, silver-furred, with her ears standing tall in an expression of complete indifference. Her fingers kept snapping the deck into motion without pause, as though the demon were nothing more than another piece of background noise. Third time today. Opening bet is 50, assuming you're done introducing yourself. Why, my dear, I'm only just getting started. Naruto arrived at that moment and stopped dead. He had seen many sides of the demon, but this one, leaning over the table, practically asking for a stranger's hand in marriage, was one he never would have expected. The red eyes finally left the wolf and settled on him, and a claw tapped against the back of the high chair. Here, it would be a shame if you missed your own wager. Naruto lowered himself onto the stool. The demon had already turned his attention back to the dealer, as though the interruption had lasted no longer than a blink. Where were we, my dear? Ah, yes. Remind me of the opening bet. 50, the wolf replied, the cards still moving between her fingers. Are you planning to pay with chips, or with compliments? Because the latter are worthless at this table. Neither, as it happens. The silver brow rose slightly. And what exactly do you intend to wager, then? The demon placed one claw on each of the two heads beside him. These two. Wait, what? Naruto choked out, his voice jumping an octave and making Mirai jolt on his lap. Your little one does not seem particularly enthusiastic about the idea. A slow laugh rose from the demon's throat. My little one. Nonsense, my dear. They are nothing more than my possessions. Entirely mine to dispose of as I see fit. You don't have the right. Naruto protested. The right. The demon tilted his head slightly. I thought we had already moved past such illusions, Naruto. But returning to you, my dear, what do you make of this offer? The wolf lifted an eye toward the demon, completely ignoring the outburst beside her. It is unusual, but the Seven Fortunes accepts all wagers. The assessment of its value, however, will be carried out after the game. If you could keep him quiet. His outbursts are disturbing the other guests. Certainly. With a snap of his fingers, Naruto's mouth moved soundlessly, his fury reduced to nothing but silent motions. As for the rest, the demon continued, I never worry about trifles of this sort, my dear. I never expect to lose. But what was he talking about? Naruto struggled against the silence forced upon him, but it was useless. He had told me the exact opposite before. Let us hope that confidence is justified, the wolf replied, loosening her collar slightly and pulling her ponytail forward. Because at the Seven Fortunes, once a wager is made, it belongs to the house. There is no backing out once the game begins. Cards. The demon gave a low whistle. Very well. Deal. 2 cards flew toward him as the wolf continued shuffling. 5 rounds. The first to reach 3 victories takes the stake. Naruto held back a furious breath. How was the demon supposed to pull anything off in a game where he had no control over the outcome? The demon turned over his first card, a claw resting against the edge. A king. Then the second, a 10, which earned him a pleased little hum. You already have this round in hand, it seems, the wolf remarked. Let us say that fortune and I share a long-standing acquaintance. The wolf revealed her own cards without comment. A queen, a jack. 20 against 20. A draw. The demon's smile did not waver in the slightest. How unexpected. The dealer gathered the cards, her ears flattening briefly before rising again. Second round. Cards. The deck snapped between her fingers. 2 new cards slid toward the demon, and he turned them over without hesitation. 9, 7, 16, he announced, making a face somewhere between disappointment and amusement before tapping the table to draw another card. The wolf slid a third card out with the tip of her nail, without looking up. At your own risk. The demon turned it over. An 8. 24. The silence that followed lasted long enough. The house takes this round. The demon's smile did not falter, but something in his gaze shifted, that brief instant when amusement gave way to calculation. As though there were actually any calculations to do in blackjack. It's so dumb, Naruto thought bitterly. Third round. Cards, the wolf said as the next deal began. The demon caught the cards mid-flight and turned them over with a sly smile. Ace. J. Well then, my dear. Is this a declaration of love? The wolf raised an eyebrow. A blackjack is never refused, no matter how little charm the messenger possesses. Let us see if the house can answer. Naruto felt his breath grow shallow with every card the wolf revealed. 10, 6, 2, 2, ace. Fourth round. Everything happened so quickly that Naruto barely had time to blink before it was over. 20 against 21. The wolf set the deck aside, not even bothering to gather the final hand. 2 rounds belonged to the house, 2 ended in a draw. You have only 1 round left, and even a perfect hand would only force another tie. The result is already settled. You have lost. Naruto felt his blood run colder than it had at any point that evening. The demon remained silent, one talon suspended above the green felt, tapping out a steady rhythm. It seems you have played the game perfectly, my dear. The Seven Fortunes thank you for your patronage. The wager now belongs to the house. The silence imposed on Naruto's mouth vanished, the demon's mark finally releasing him. Wait, what? You just said we were your possessions, and now we belong to some casino. A miscalculation, my boy, the demon replied with a shrug. It happens, even to the best of us. You are now registered as assets of the Seven Fortunes. We will proceed with your valuation shortly, as previously agreed. Naruto felt a cold shiver crawl up his spine. Valuation? What kind of nonsense is that? We're not furniture. The wolf tilted her head, mildly amused by the protest. That depends entirely on your definition of furniture, young man. One moment, please. The demon rose from his seat, smoothed out a crease in his suit, and turned toward the exit without the slightest hint of concern. Hey, where are you going? A gloved hand covered Naruto's mouth. His eyes slowly rose over his shoulder toward the wolf, who stared down at him with a sharp, unforgiving gaze. An asset remains quiet during evaluation, unless you would rather end up as a meatball for the next customer who happens to be hungry. Naruto did not dare breathe, the word meatball looping endlessly through his mind. With a nod of her head, the wolf indicated two figures waiting nearby. A horse wearing a vest grabbed him by the arm, while a badger with a tuft of hair scooped Mirai up beneath the arms without resistance. She was far too absorbed by a glittering pendant hanging around another gambler's neck. Naruto stumbled along, dragged more than led. What were they going to become? Why had the demon abandoned them without even trying to fight? The one who never stopped insisting that Naruto belonged to him, body and soul, had simply turned away at the first sign of trouble. The door opened onto a chaos that had nothing in common with the golden splendor of the main hall. Chests were stacked all the way to the ceiling, fabrics piled haphazardly across crooked shelves, and above them hung empty cages suspended from rusted hooks that creaked with every movement. The scent of dust and cold metal instantly replaced the perfume and alcohol lingering from the main floor. The horse pushed him toward a battered armchair wedged between two crates, while the badger dropped Mirai into the one beside it. She bounced once with a delighted little sound, immediately distracted by a piece of golden fabric sticking out from an open chest and tugging at it with the enthusiasm of a cat attacking a ball of yarn. "Stay here, both of you," the horse grumbled. The door slammed shut, followed by the heavy click of a lock. Naruto remained frozen in the chair, his eyes fixed on the cages hanging overhead before turning toward his companion, his throat tightening. "Mirai, you understand what's happening, right?" But she was far too busy wrapping the golden fabric around her wrist like a trophy. Naruto sighed and began searching through the clutter around them, pushing aside piles of cloth in search of a pin, a nail, anything thin and metallic enough to pick a lock. He found nothing but tarnished jewelry tossed carelessly into a chest and old junk that was completely useless. Worse, Mirai had decided to inspect every object that entered her field of vision, a bracelet here, a brooch there, creating a constant racket that made it impossible for Naruto to think. "Mirai, please, stop touching everything." She let out an indignant little cry and immediately dove her head back into the next chest. Naruto gave up on the search and tried to think of another way out, when footsteps echoed through the corridor. Their weight and hurried pace carried a sense of urgency that did not bode well. He sprang upright, his back pressed against the wall, just in time for the door to burst open with a crash of torn hinges. A figure appeared in the doorway, followed by four guards who were clearly struggling to keep up with her pace. A black lace dress, elegant down to the smallest detail, hugged a frame that looked as though it belonged in a royal portrait. 7 deep green tails lashed behind her, and her long black hair, streaked with matching strands, fell in disarray down to her waist, as if the rush had left it thoroughly undone. Arms crossed, she swept the room with a stern gaze, and her expression froze into one Naruto recognized immediately. He had seen it countless times on Azami whenever she found his own room in a state of disaster, that mix of utter exasperation when she was already deciding how many spankings were coming his way. Her frown shattered, and she leaned forward, arms outstretched in a burst of pure indignation. "Kurama, I am not your babysitter." Chapter 20, Pallid Mask. There were things you learned neither at the academy nor from bedtime stories. Like what to do after a demon had gambled you away in a game of blackjack, then abandoned you in a storage room with empty cages hanging from the ceiling. Naruto had no plan for that. He had barely finished being angry before fear had taken its place, colder, quieter, all-encompassing. And what stood before him now defied any attempt at preparation. He didn't even have time to speak. The woman crossed the distance in a handful of strides. She stopped so close that the heady scent of jasmine and cedar washed over him, so exquisitely refined that every breath she drew seemed to lend the air itself a touch of nobility. "And who might you be?" she asked, tipped her chin toward Mirai. "The one wrecking my inventory, I've already figured out. But you, I've never seen you before." 1,000 emotions flared inside Naruto, but the strongest by far was an overwhelming weariness. "I don't see why I should answer you." A smile bloomed beneath those orange-ringed black eyes. One of her 7 tails slipped away from the others and glided across the floor before lazily winding itself around Naruto's ankle. At the same time, her gloved fingers rose to brush his earlobe with almost unsettling delicacy. "I wonder what all this is worth." Her voice remained soft. "Human flesh commands a very handsome price here. A very handsome price. Things can be sold surprisingly fast when I don't get what I want." Jumping off a cliff suddenly felt like a desirable outcome. Naruto, he swallowed, refusing to drop her gaze. "Naruto Uzumaki." She froze. For the briefest instant, her eyes seemed to drift somewhere far away. Then the moment vanished beneath a razor-edged smile. Keep that obedience close to your heart, and you and I will get along splendidly. Her fingers brushed a blonde curl. Still, blonde hair. Curious, though I suppose that's no longer any concern of mine. She patted his cheek twice, then eased back just enough for him to breathe again. Oh, before you ask. A faint smile curved her lips. I'm Mize, proprietor of this establishment. Which means you're mine to manage now. The words took a moment to sink in. Naruto was still reeling from how close she'd been. His eyes drifted to the green tail still wrapped around his ankle, then back to Mize, unable to decide which posed the greater threat to his dignity. So, he said cautiously, what exactly does being your employee involve? She let out a small, mischievous laugh. Very little, for now. She looked him over. At least he had the decency to dress you properly. I'll give him that. Something tightened inside Naruto's chest. There was anger, naturally. Anger that this scheme had been hidden from them. But beneath it stirred something else. A foolish, dangerous hope. You two know each other. Of course. The warmth left her smile. The fact that he never mentioned me doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Kurama has always had a habit of sharing only whatever suits him. And judging by the look on your face. She tilted her head. He didn't even tell you his name until I just did he? A ragged laugh escaped Naruto. I really thought I was going to die without ever learning the name of the one I'd sold my life to. Oh, she smiled wider. Don't be too relieved. You may yet discover that I'm considerably worse than he is in certain respects. She hooked a finger beneath his chin and gently lifted his head. So, why don't you tell me exactly what sort of arrangement the two of you made? Naruto looked away, jaw tight. My entire life belongs to him. Shame colored his voice more than regret. In exchange, he granted me one wish. That was our bargain. She paused. That's not like him. Forcing a child into a pact. He really must be at the end of his rope. Serves him right, in any case. She dismissed the subject with a flick of her hand. Enough about him. Tell me instead, what can you do? Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I was supposed to become a ninja. But I didn't finish school. So, honestly, not much. A ninja, charming, she pursed her lips. At least you know how to follow orders. That's already more than I can say for some of my employees. Small enough to go unnoticed. Good, you'll serve as my page. As for your little friend, she'll stay well away from underfoot. Does that arrangement suit you? Naruto felt his stomach knot even tighter. A page. Compared to everything else that had happened today, the title sounded almost harmless. And yet. You're not going to lock her up in here, are you? Mize's warm demeanor gave way to something harsher. First lesson. When I ask a question, you answer with yes or no. Is that understood? Yes, Naruto corrected himself, his throat dry. Now that's better. She released his chin and straightened to her full height. The green tail slowly unwound itself from his ankle with the reluctant grace of a snake surrendering its prey. A snap of her fingers summoned the horse in the waistcoat, who had remained patiently by the doorway. Take care of the other one, she said with a flick toward Mirai. Find her something edible before she decides the furniture looks appetizing. At once, madam. Naruto barely had time to protest. Mize had already turned on her heel. He cast one last glance toward Mirai, and his heart gave an unexpected pang when he found her utterly unconcerned by his departure, too busy using a recorder to scratch the inside of her ear. Naruto found himself falling into step behind his new employer, drawn along by the quiet authority of her stride. The walk felt less like crossing a casino than conducting an inspection at full tilt. One tail swept a film of dust from a gilded console as they passed. Another plucked a ledger from an employee's hands, skimmed through it, approved its contents with the slightest nod, then returned it without Mize ever breaking stride. Naruto watched the ceaseless ballet that alone was enough to keep every anomaly in check, silently wondering what use she could possibly have for a page. It wasn't long before they entered the gaming floor. After the silence of the back rooms, the central hall hit him once again with its onslaught of sound and light. Whenever his pace slackened beneath the pounding in his skull, a green tail would snap around him like a pair of handcuffs and shove him forward again. At this point, Naruto felt less like an employee than a duckling being herded around by a particularly demanding mother duck. The worst part was that he couldn't even see the point of it. Mize had hundreds of employees spread across several floors, yet she kept him within arm's reach as though he might disappear the instant she looked away. Which, truth be told, wasn't all that far from reality. Right now, all he wanted was to lie down and take a nap. Maybe that was the answer. If he made himself enough of a nuisance, Mai might eventually leave him alone, just as she'd done with Mirai. The best part? He was genuinely exhausted. He wouldn't even have to pretend. He let himself collapse right onto the middle of a crimson carpet. A gilded ceiling stretched above him, its chandeliers blurred into hazy smears while the casino's uproar faded beneath the weight dragging at his eyelids. He closed his eyes. 2 seconds of peace. Better than nothing. Why was the floor drifting away? Since when did casino floors have shock absorbers? And why did he suddenly feel weightless lying on his stomach? No, his back. Naruto pried one eye open. The crimson carpet was so far away. His head, back and legs rested in a cradle of green fur. 3 tails had unfurled beneath him, supporting him like some absurd 5-star suspension system. So he was floating. 0 effort. 0 dignity. He'd hoped playing dead would make her give up on him. He didn't even need to look around to picture the stunned expressions following him across the casino. It was, without question, the most humiliating way anyone had ever found to carry a dead weight. And yet his body stubbornly refused to produce the slightest sign of protest. Very elegant, he croaked. Really. Pure class. Keep talking like that, and I'll make you creak like a rusty door. I was merely commenting on the quality of the service. Checked baggage is requested to remain silent until arrival. A few aisles later, the 3 tails retracted. Deprived of his luxury stretcher, Naruto dropped onto the padded stool of an empty slot machine. Before he could even enjoy the fact that he was sitting down, a tail slammed down onto his right shoulder with the weight of a sandbag. Stay right there, Mai ordered. Don't stand up. Don't shout, and if you have the nerve to slip out of my sight, I'll turn you into meatballs for good. Clear. Naruto let his forehead fall against the cold metal. Crystal. She spun on her heel and walked away. Naruto exhaled and gripped the edge of the machine in front of him with both hands, just enough to pull himself into something resembling an upright position. He had just regained his balance when a sudden series of clack 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 erupted next to him. Naruto winced and slumped forward. Shashasha. Come on, sweetheart. Daddy's waiting. Naruto turned his head. 2 machines away stood, a silhouette he had never expected to see again. A hybrid torso of flesh and metal, from which sprouted arms like withered old branches. Above it sat a scarecrow's head. Its single eye remained fixed on the game, utterly obsessed with the lever it kept pulling without pause. Naruto's eyes widened. What the hell was he doing here? Hey, I'm not imagining things, right? You're that thing from back then. Without taking its eye off the spinning reels, the stitches around the creature's jaw loosened with a dry creak. The great scarred grin slid sideways like a poorly fitted leather mask, black threads dangling into empty space. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Good evening, my prince. Quite the night we're having, huh? Naruto let out a tired, bitter laugh. But, how? Long story. But before I get into that, I saw you come in with the lady in charge, I think. If you could whisper a little something in her ear and convince her to give me a few more chips, shashasha. If by having her ear you mean being 1 step away from having mine cut off, then yes. We're very close. Shame. Worth a shot. So, how do you like the astral world? Quite different from the playground, isn't it? Honestly, the atmosphere is to die for. Especially the part where I almost got eaten alive. If this is what your astral world is like, I'd rather take 4 hours of detention. Bah, you're no fun. Shashasha. The astral world, my prince, is just like this machine, it's all about taking risks. Sure, I'm down 100% right now, but the next coin is the one. I can feel it. Naruto glanced at the creature's hopelessly empty cup, then at the flashing screen. Wait, where exactly are you getting those coins from? Clack, clack, clack. The scarecrow fed one of his twig-like arms into the coin slot. The mechanical cutter hacked through the dead wood, spraying black sap and sparks into the air. Ooh, sweet wooden heavens. Cut, my beauty, cut. The scarecrow giggled, twisting on his stool. Are you completely insane? Shashasha. Insane? No, my prince. This is what we call a personal investment. Look, the jackpot is just 1 inch of elbow away. Actually, that little finger isn't doing anything important, is it? Not even in your wildest dreams. You truly think I'll allow myself to be carved into pieces to fuel your accursed contraption? Get your ugly mug away from me. What a shame. And here I was, wanting to let you enjoy the grand prize. You'd rather keep all your fingers so you can bite your nails while waiting for the boss lady to come back and devour you. To each their own priorities. No, seriously. Last time I saw you, you wanted my hide. And now you're asking me to get chopped into pieces for a few lousy cherries. So explain this to me, how did you end up in a place like this? The scarecrow let the lever fall back with a dull metallic clank. The reels came to a stop one by one, landing on a pitiful combination, 2 lemons and a skull. Deep, disappointed beep. Ah, nostalgia. Shashasha. We didn't ask for any of this. 1 minute we were minding our own business, and bam. Dropped right into the middle of this human shitshow without anyone bothering to ask us. And when the big boss kicked the bucket, bam. Personal bankruptcy. Show's over, everybody out. So, let me get this straight. You get thrown out of the human world like yesterday's trash, and your first brilliant idea for a new career is letting yourself be turned into spare parts in a casino. You really weren't the brains of the group, were you? Shashasha. Keep talking, my prince, keep talking. But let me remind you, a month ago, all I had to do was lean over your bed, and you'd be pissing yourself with fear while I drank my fill of your terror. Those were the days. Oh yes, those were the days. But in the astral world, my little guy, fear doesn't pay the rent anymore. You gotta diversify your assets. And I'll have you know, this casino is still where the returns on fresh meat are the best. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, overwhelmed by the sheer stupidity of the situation. What kind of nonsense are you even saying? Returns, and fresh meat. You sound like a rotten vegetable salesman. If your golden age was scaring people half to death, then congratulations, your terror business looks incredibly profitable considering all the sawdust you're leaking onto the floor. Shashasha. You think fear just falls from the sky, my prince. Terror is raw energy. Premium fuel. Back then, we could pluck anxiety from people's bedsides every morning like ripe apples. But here, no bridge back to your world means no harvest. We're starving. So yes, my sawdust is worth a fortune, because it's the only material I have left. But the moment this machine spits out the jackpot, I'll buy myself a brand new body, and you'll be the one crying. Yeah, sure. Keep believing in miracles. The only thing you're going to buy today is a one-way ticket to the trash. Shashasha. History smiles on the bold, my prince. Next roll, I guarantee it, 3 crowns. The scarecrow jammed another twig into place with a clack and pulled the lever down. The 3 reels spun wildly, blurred shapes of fruits and skulls twisting together into a meaningless storm of colors. The first reel slowed under the scarecrow's silent encouragement, assuming such a gesture meant anything for a creature without lungs. It hovered between a skull and a lemon, then clicked into place. The first crown. Ha, now that's a good start. The second reel struggled even longer. The scarecrow leaned forward, his entire body tense, his single eye stretched so wide it looked ready to pop from its socket. Clack. Oh ho ho. The third reel took its time, dragging out every second as if it took a strange pleasure in prolonging the wait. Naruto realized he was holding his breath too, staring at the same little window, swept up in a ridiculous suspense that shouldn't have mattered to him at all. A skull passed. A lemon. Then, with one final mechanical twitch. Silence. The machine came alive. The lights flashed bright red. Bells erupted one after another, and the screen lit up with the word victory in golden letters. The jackpot. Shashasha. I'm rich, you little shit. Guess who's going in the trash now? Beast. The lights across the gaming floor flickered. A collective blink of the casino. Then everything went dark. Only the pale glow of a few scattered machines remained, cutting through the darkness, along with a thin trail of smoke. Hey, what kind of trick is this? It said victory. Hey, turn the music back on. Where are my coins? Similar complaints erupted from every direction, only to be drowned out by the violent crash of shattering glass. From every broken window, hooded figures dropped onto the gaming floor, landing among the tables. Black masks, gray cloaks. Every shape and size, armed to the teeth. Panic spread instantly. Naruto didn't need a fire alarm. He threw himself beneath his stool. Something whistled through the air to their right, followed by a sickly green impact. Amid the shattered glass, roots erupted from the floor in a mass of thorny stems and snapping teeth. A huge carnivorous plant. Naruto grabbed whatever could serve as a shield and bolted. But my jackpot. My crowns are still in there. Shut up and move. Around them, the whole place erupted into a brawl. A masked attacker dove at a hippo-like croupier. Its arm, grafted with a tube of flesh, spat out a barbed grappling hook. The harpoon buried itself in the creature's shoulder. A hoarse cry, and the line was already retracting, dragging him across the floor. Farther away, a jaw-like blade tore through customers who screamed in agony. Naruto looked away, his stomach twisting. Over here, the scarecrow shouted, pointing one of his twig-like arms between 2 overturned buffets. This way looks clear. It did. For about a second. The area was already being swarmed by a horde of small, fast-moving hooded figures. Ducking beneath 2 volleys of projectiles, Naruto slid under a billiard table and sneezed, buried beneath chalk dust and debris. A dry crack sounded nearby. Naruto turned his head. The scarecrow spun around, throwing himself between Naruto and the attack, his branch-like arms whipping around like a pair of windmills. The shuriken struck dead wood first, leaving his non-existent flesh untouched. Shashasha. Try again, you bunch of losers. A final projectile flew too close. The scarecrow folded in half with the creak of a rusted hinge. A shuriken grazed the straw tuft on his head as it passed. Hey, watch the head, you jerks. Naruto didn't have time to enjoy the rescue. A masked runt was already sprinting toward them. Naruto grabbed a billiard ball and hurled it straight into its face. An opening. Time to run. Where are we going? Where are we going? The scarecrow squeaked, bouncing around like a puppet. I don't know. Toward the central tables. Naruto shouted. The floor was slick with piss, shattered glass, and fresh blood, turning every step into a balancing act. Naruto weaved between overturned bodies and mangled tables, the green felt spilling little geysers of synthetic foam from their torn surfaces. A shadow swooped down, its cloak spread wide like the wings of a bat. Naruto ducked mid-stride, letting the figure sail past and impale itself on the edge of a roulette table. In the adjacent aisle, the masked horde hunted down the remaining players. A rabbit-eared customer screamed beneath the stomping feet of 2 towering figures, who stripped away what little she had left before smashing her skull. Everywhere, muffled cries tangled with the wet sounds of grappling hooks retracting and the sharp snapping of jaws tearing through flesh. That way, the scarecrow pointed. Naruto leapt over a fallen masked figure. On a raised platform, amid a pile of overturned slot machines, Mise was locked in her own battle, her black dress torn halfway apart. A green tail swept through a masked attacker, sending him flying across 3 tables. A second caught another in midair and crushed him against a wall. The remaining tails caught an unfortunate soul who strayed too close and tore him asunder. I'll make you pay for every broken glass with your guts. The line of croupiers before her was no less ferocious. The silver-maned wolf leapt from chair to chair, her deck reduced to a handful of cards that she flung in rapid succession, a severed tendon here, an open throat there. Just to her right, the badger in the waistcoat spun his bat in wide arcs, each strike punctuated by shrill screams. Arigato gozaimasu. Take that, you piece of shit mask. Do you really think running that way was a good idea? Naruto whispered. It's not them we're running toward, my prince. It's the wall behind them. Have you seen a single masked one make it through that line? They made a dash for it, but not without running into trouble. The scarecrow grabbed a fallen customer and used him as a meat shield against the first jaw-like blade that swept too close. Another masked attacker stumbled nearby. Go, I got him. Naruto darted forward. 10 meters left. 5. Then he finally threw himself into a skid beside a handful of customers, all of them trembling, clutching whatever remained of their hands over their heads. Shashasha, we made it. We're alive. Don't celebrate yet, Naruto muttered. He was right. A second crash of glass, wider than the first, swallowed the end of his sentence. More windows shattered, higher this time, spewing a fresh wave of gray cloaks that descended straight onto their last line of defense. How many of them are there? Don't count on me to do the math, my prince. The newcomers wasted no time. A grappling hook whistled toward the waist-coated badger. He dodged with a ridiculous leap for someone his size, his bat already sweeping back around to smash another masked attacker aside. The iguana croupier beside him, a towering figure with skin dark as bark, swept the legs of the next wave with a swing of his heavy scaled tail, smashing them headfirst into the wooden paneling. Naruto felt the buzzing inside him vibrate, overwhelmed by the presence of all these enraged spirits, a low cacophony rising and falling with every body that hit the ground. Each new attacker added its own frequency to that inner symphony, all equal in strength, yet each carrying a different note. Even Kurama had tuned himself to that same wavelength shortly after they left Mirai's nest. But an absence like this. Naruto had never felt anything like it. He looked up toward the balcony of a double staircase curling around both sides of the hall in a perfectly symmetrical spiral. A figure stood there, motionless. A yellow hood and coat covered him from collar to ankle, and where every other attacker wore black, a pallid mask stood where his face should have been. The silence surrounding that presence was more frightening than any amount of noise. The figure slowly swept the room with a tired tilt of his head, as if the chaos below were nothing more than a nuisance he barely acknowledged. He vanished. The next instant, he was standing on the platform, directly in front of the wolf. A white fist slammed into her chin. She was sent flying before crashing down 5 meters away, motionless. A wall of white noise swallowed the area. The badger let out a guttural roar. He brought his bat down with both hands, every muscle in his forearms bulging, the strike carrying enough force to split a tree trunk. The pallid mask didn't move. He simply raised one hand. The bat crashed into his open palm. The employee's eyes widened. Before he could pull it back, the reinforced wood exploded into a rain of splinters. An uppercut. The 100-kilogram brute was launched a meter into the air before falling into a token dispenser, eyes rolled back. The rest followed just as quickly. The iguana croupier charged, his scaled tail leading the way. The pallid mask slipped beneath the motion, a palm pressing against the creature's ribs. The colossal lizard collapsed. A mantis-like server followed, both arms raised like blades. 2 fingers were all it took to deflect each strike, followed by a sharp elbow to the sternum that sent the insect crashing beneath an overturned table without another sound. One after another, they fell. Every time the same. A brief contact. A distracted gesture. Like brushing away a fly. No cries. No pleas. Only bodies collapsing at an even rhythm. A familiar nausea crawled back up Naruto's throat, bitter and icy. This guy had just swept through the croupiers like they were nothing more than extras. It was the same feeling as the day Kakashi had toyed with him. He could still remember the panic that had locked his legs. That crushing realization that he was nothing. No. He was wrong. This was worse. Kakashi had at least possessed intent, even if it had been cruel. The pallid mask emitted nothing. No anger. No cruelty. Nothing but emptiness. The gap between Kakashi and an academy student was a cliff. The gap between this thing and the people of the casino was a bottomless abyss. At the center of the platform, amid the fallen black masks of those who had come for her, Mai stood with clenched fists, her eyes narrowed. You are going to pay the bill. Her voice was low. Down to the last drop of your blood. Quote ellipsis quote. 7 tails fanned out around her, each one poised at a different angle. The pallid mask vanished before the first could reach him. He reappeared behind her. Mai's turned faster than Naruto's eye could follow, one tail already whipping toward his new position. It struck nothing. The figure had already disappeared. It reappeared to her left, one gloved hand reaching toward her shoulder. Mai's twisted away in a leap, 2 more tails surging forward to cover her blind spot. The gray mask slipped between them without slowing, as though the appendages were nothing more than curtains brushed aside by a hand. Mai's went all in, her leg rising high. He moved beneath it. His fist drove into her solar plexus. The breath forced from her lungs was heard even from where Naruto was hiding. Mai staggered 3 meters back, folded over, 2 hands pressed against her stomach. Her tails recoiled, like a wounded animal pulling its limbs close. She straightened, jaw clenched, blood at the corner of her lips. Fine, you want to play it this way. A laugh escaped her. Then let's play. She snapped her fingers. A set of double doors to the right burst open. Naruto turned around, his heart pounding. Mirai came rushing out first, cheerful as ever, flanked by 2 horses in suits. Her tongue hung out, her eyes darting eagerly toward the first glimmer of anything shiny. There was nothing left. The chandeliers hung dark or shattered. The guests were gone or dead. The staff lay scattered across the floor. And in the middle of all that chaos was the yellow-cloaked figure with the pallid mask, uncaring by the carnage around him. Mirai's smile vanished. One of her caretakers raised a trembling hand. That's him. He's the one who did this. The eyes of white concentric spirals locked onto him. Mai's didn't wait for the low growl in Mirai's throat, her tails already swept up her fallen employees. The first centrifugal vortex swallowed the space around him. The pallid mask slid aside by a hair's breadth, and the vortex's pull only caught the edges of his cloak. Mirai followed without pause. Her spiraling eyes reached their full hypnotic speed. 2, 3, 4 successive vortices tore open one after another wherever her gaze fell, swallowing debris, walls, and corpses. The pallid mask dodged each one by the narrowest margin. A step to the left. A slight bend of the body. A backward shift of a meter. He slipped through the currents of force like a dead leaf drifting through a typhoon. No, even she can't reach him, Naruto thought, his breath caught in his throat. Distantly, he noted that the scarecrow had fled. No, I can track him because of the void he leaves behind. That realization gave way to something colder. Amid the vortices, the void had stopped fleeing. No, worse than that. Naruto broke into a run. Fast, faster, every step driven by whatever energy he had left. He jumped. When his body collided with Mirai's, he accepted the consequences. Silence. When the blue eyes opened again, the pallid mask stood above them, his silhouette shaking violently. His outstretched hand, mere inches from Naruto's face, held a swirling orb that unraveled before scattering into threads of blue energy. The respite lasted only a moment. A tail slammed into his ribs, hurling the pallid mask into the wall. You thought you could walk out without paying your bill. Compliments of the house, sweetheart. Mise launched after him without giving him a second. Her 7 tails crashed down in a storm of blows. Through the flying shards of plaster, a flash of gold flickered. When the dust settled, nothing remained. Nothing but a barren crater and emptiness. Chapter 21, Key. When Naruto awoke, he found himself lying on a hastily assembled cot, propped against a cracked wall. Several casino employees in suits had been laid out nearby in a similar fashion. The few that were still able to walk were tending to the worst off. The center of the hall had been cleared and cleaned up, was now serving as a makeshift mess hall. Rations were spread out on wooden tables, around which people congregate, indifferent to the scenery. Nearby, the drinking water stations were under much tighter supervision. Curious contraptions had been fastened to the pumps, and guards constantly fed sacks of grinding stones into the machines. Mirai had been tucked away inside a brightly lit alcove. She was curled up on her cot with one hand resting on her stomach and a giant snot bubble inflating from her nose, her sound sleep utterly at odds with her caretaker's darkened eyes. At the center of it all stood Mise, directing operations with a mere lift of her finger. Her torn black dress had been replaced by a dark tuxedo, topped with a white jacket draped loosely across her shoulders. The lines etched into her face made it clear that she hadn't enjoyed any rest either. Naruto quietly slipped out of her orbit and joined the line outside the infirmary. As the relentless grinding of stone punctuated the wait, a thought crossed his mind. Where had Kurama been all this time? A presence behind him drew him from his thoughts. The she-wolf was waiting in line behind him, a large bandage wrapped around her muzzle. A card danced idly between her fingers with effortless dexterity. Then, as the card spun through another turn, their eyes met. "Oh, you survived." "More or less," he replied with a thin smile. "What about you? Does your cheek still hurt?" Her card trick paused before the ace resumed its dance. "It's not every day I end up flat on my face. Compared to some, though, I got off easy." "That's good," he murmured. "But how did everyone else fare?" "Let's just say the casino will be keeping its doors shut for a good week while we clean everything up and put it back together. We've seen worse. Attacks aren't exactly uncommon around here. But a bloodbath like this. It's been a while. If that's just one more bloodbath to you, I'd rather not imagine what everyday life looks like around here. Did you at least find out who they were? The ones behind the attack, or the group itself? If you're asking who hired them, the boss is the one to ask." "The group, then. Do you know them?" "They're fairly well known." One eyebrow rose. "A band of mercenaries that operates all across the astral world. They're where fighters who have nowhere left to go usually end up. If someone's looking to spill blood and has the money to pay for it, they're the ones who get hired." A sad life. Fighting without a reason. Naruto studied her for a moment. "You seem to know a lot about them. Sounds like that could have been your path too, if you hadn't ended up here." "I honestly don't know how you've managed to survive this long, kid, but nothing comes for free." She shrugged. "Truth be told, if the boss hadn't pulled me out of that pit, I'd have been standing with them, punching holes through your lot instead." She gave him a sidelong look. "Does that bother you?" "Not really," Naruto replied with an awkward chuckle. "My mom always said people do the best they can with what they've got." "Yeah, they do what they can." She snapped the card back into her deck. "And, more importantly, what they want. Anyway, whatever their reasons, they wrecked our equipment. And if we catch whoever's responsible for that, they're in for a very bad time." She nodded toward the counter. "There's no one ahead of you anymore. Grab your cup and let me get back to work." Once he'd been served, Naruto hesitated for a moment before speaking. "By the way, what's your name?" "Yuru," she said, hand over her shoulder. Naruto sniffed. She hadn't even bothered asking for his. He wandered over to a section of wall that was somehow still standing and leaned against it. The fresh water cooled his throat, a meager respite from the dust and the smell of burning that permeated the air. He watched the employees hauling away massive chunks of ruined equipment. Many of them shot him irritated glances as they passed. Feeling sheepish, he pushed himself off the wall to lend a hand. His gaze drifted through one of the casino's shattered windows. Among the passers-by and the handful of onlookers watching the cleanup, a familiar silhouette broke away from the crowd and headed toward the entrance. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. He bolted across the hall. He had barely reached the doorway when a mocking voice was already ringing out before the stuffed bear standing guard. Tell your boss an esteemed guest has arrived. Yeah, right, and the red carpet's at the cleaners. Can't you read the room? The casino's closed to customers, especially the ones who lost the shirt off their backs. Beat it, bum. Russet tail, ruby eyes, sharp claws. It really was him, but his excitement instantly turned to horror. Beneath the tatters of his black doublet, all that remained was a poorly healed stump from the left shoulder down. The demon turned away from the guard and gave Naruto a fond, indulgent smile. Ah, there you are. Pass along the message that I'm here, would you? The mutt seems to be having trouble with the concept. Naruto's mind blue screened. Complete system failure. It took several blinks before the signal finally came back. Hey, you listening? Kurama called. You can inspect the damage later. Right now, go fetch Mize before this lunkhead decides to try his hand at wrestling. His brain locked onto the instruction without asking a single question. He spun on his heels and tore off in the other direction. Maybe reality would have corrected itself by the time he returned. The rest unfolded in a blur. In short, one exasperated sigh from Mize, one imperious snap of her fingers, and an escort promptly dispatched to deliver the package to its destination. Yo, Kurama greeted simply, raising one hand. Since he couldn't exactly shove the other into his pocket anymore, half a wave would have to do. Mize's reaction left no room for doubt. She raised them expectantly and was handed a pair of white gloves. She adjusted the first, then let the second snap against her wrist. Clack. Her impossibly long, striped legs closed the distance between her and Kurama in a second. She returned the greeting. In her own way. Thwack. This one's for the casino. Thwack. This one's for passing through this city without coming to see me first. Crack. And this one's for not sending word in 30 years. Naruto winced at every slap. Cheeks swollen, Kurama flashed her a half smile. Always a pleasure to see you again, Mize. And your face disgusts me just as much as ever, old fox. Ha. And here I thought it was my new single dad look making you queasy. You've got a death wish. What? No, I'm still far too dashing for that. You mean with the one tail you've got left? I didn't realize this was a contest over how many appendages we had left. She stared at him fixedly for 3 seconds, the only warning before her fist landed in his stomach. Put him in irons, she said with a snap of her fingers. Wait, Mize, he said, dropping to his knees. Please. I've waited on you enough. Take him away. A pair of burly bulldogs gagged him, hogtied him, and dragged him off. Naruto stood frozen. Weren't they supposed to be on the same side? He had barely enough time to dwell on it before Mize was towering over him. Ordinarily, now that you've served your purpose as bait, I'd have kicked you out already. But judging by the way that pallid mask bastard reacted to you, I think I'll keep you around a little longer. Who knows? Maybe you're hiding some power Kurama passed on to you, she finished with a grim laugh. He didn't pass anything on to me. If he'd had anything left to give, do you really think he'd have handed it over to me? Oh, you have no idea how generous he can be when it comes to scattering his gifts to the 4 winds. You can't imagine what I've had to endure because of that. If his great power is dumping his bad luck on me, then yeah, congratulations, I hit the jackpot. Oh, you poor little thing, she cooed. But you see, that bad luck cost me my casino. So until I'm compensated, or better yet, until I've had my revenge, you'll be staying here. But, wait, if we don't find Kurama another tail soon, I'm going to die. Something you neglected to mention yesterday, she said with a smile cold enough to freeze his blood. Tell me, you wouldn't happen to be keeping anything else from me, would you? No, I told you everything, and that's what you're worried about. I just told you I'm going to die any day now, and you couldn't care less. Welcome to the astral world. Everyone minds their own business. If that old fox gets his power back, good for him. But your little heart giving out. She drew a line. I couldn't care less. You're mean and cruel. The worst person I've ever met. If you say so. But the mother hen act was just for last night. My shift's over now. Take him away too. 2 guards came jogging over. As they dragged him off, Naruto stuck his tongue out at Mize with all the strength he could muster. Later, a kick sent him flying into the cluttered mess of the storage room. The latch clicked shut, and his escorts faded into blurry silhouettes behind the frosted glass. Great, what am I supposed to do now? He thought, rubbing his sore backside. Kurama's out of commission, Mirai's under close watch, and none of the 3 of us can move. If this was the plan all along, it's a pretty lousy one. He looked around the room. Even if, by some miracle, he found something to pick the lock with, the guards outside would throw him right back in. There was no way out. Then a faint scratching noise reached his ears. At first, he dismissed it as part of the constant background hum. But it came again. FRR, FRR, FRR. He got to his feet, annoyed. If on top of everything he now had to go hunting for old toys left switched on. He saw something shift beneath a pile of dye sacks and assorted junk. Okay, that was definitely weird. He began clearing away the clutter, chasing whatever kept wriggling from one spot to another, until at last he swept the last of it aside in. Oh, for a moment there, I thought I'd no fear. Shashasha. Good day, my prince. For the second time in less than 2 days, Naruto found himself asking the same question. What the hell is this thing doing here? I see you're just like me, the scarecrow went on with a laugh. The casino's secret treasure is close by, I can feel it. Come on, help me instead of just standing there. Naruto let out a long, heavy breath through his nose, fists clenched. What are you even talking about? But come now, it's obvious. A nebulite. What? Right, you're new around here. And here I was so pleased to have found myself a partner in crime. Anyway, a nebulite is concentrated energy so powerful it can recharge and open the doors between realms. The ultimate key. Without those little orbs, you're stuck waiting for the migration waves the major spirits deign to allow, which is to say, never. Shashasha. Naruto blinked. It was all so absurd. So, Kurama excluded, the only way back to Konoha was to get his hands on some ridiculously rare artifact that everyone is after. No, wait, even that wasn't certain. Kurama himself said the astral world was inaccessible. But before that, there was another question to ask. You're sure Mise has one? Not one, several. A single one would be useless, since nebulites are single-use. But it's well known the boss lady travels often the Ashwick Seas and even beyond. So that was why Kurama had sent him to Mise. Because she was their easiest way out. The demon had talked about making a stopover. Did that mean the next tale wasn't even here, but somewhere in another realm? No, worse than that. Did it mean Kurama had expected to get captured, while he went off wandering alone in search of this artifact, before they cooked up an escape plan? No, that line of thought didn't add up. Kurama hadn't even mentioned these nebulites to him. It would be even more illogical for him to expect he'd get the info from some third party. But there was no time to overthink it. Naruto rolled up his sleeves with renewed determination. There, the gears finally turned. See, it's worth digging after all. And what do your marbles look like? They're blue, they shine like nothing else, you can't miss it. But there's nothing shining like that in here. Something like that would show from miles away, even under these rags. Then keep looking, look harder. At least staying busy kept the dread at bay. This must not have been the right storage room, the scarecrow concluded. But I'm sure the next one is the one. The next one, Naruto shrieked, covered in dust. Are you kidding me? We just spent a whole hour rolling around in the casino's trash, and all you've got to say is oops, wrong room. One man's trash is another man's treasure, my prince. Look on the bright side, now we know with absolute certainty the nebulites aren't here. That's what I call blazing progress. Naruto wasn't made of metal, and yet he was the one about to short-circuit. When I said one-way trip to the trash, I didn't mean you were supposed to take that literally. Oh, right away with the big words. I'd rather call it untapped resource deposit. And the good news is, all that remains is finding a way out of here so we can move on to the next stage. You mean through the locked door with guards outside? A simple detail. Great minds are not stopped by something as insignificant as a lock. There is always a vent, a crack, or a well-placed distraction for geniuses like us. Here's what I suggest. You, with that fiery spirit of yours and your undeniable charisma, kick up a huge racket to draw the guard over. Meanwhile, I, the brains of this operation, hide beneath the clutter like earlier. The moment the guard rushes into silence bam. We strike with the element of surprise. So, what do you think? No. You're not pulling that on me again. You already left me hanging once. I know you'll just stay hidden while I take a beating somewhere else. Oh, what a shame. He's smarter than he looks. It was such a finely crafted strategy. Naruto shot him a dark look but decided to focus on the urgent matter instead. How to get out? With all the racket we're making, why have they not noticed us yet? He grumbled. Wrong question. The right question is, what are we waiting for them to come say hello? Go knock on the door while I hide. If you tell me one more time to be the bait, you're the one I'm throwing at the door to use as a symbol. Violence again. Are we no longer allowed to suggest bold alternatives without being threatened with demolition? Fine, we'll go with the brute force method. But you're the one who hits first. He was going to gut him. He was going to gut him. He was going to gut him. No, better than that. He sent him flying. Not the violence. Suspension, to me. Ah no, I don't have any. Ah. Boom. The door, against all odds, burst open on impact. 5 seconds of silence followed, absorbing the absurdity of the situation. The entrance was wide open, and yet the guards sitting nearby didn't move an inch. Naruto straightened out of his Olympic pitcher stance and rushed forward, shaking his head side to side down the corridor. Empty and silent. No one but the two of them and the big weasels in suits, out cold. Ow, ow, ow. My poor back. I have broken twigs all the way down to my lower spine. And the worst part of all is that this is exactly what I predicted. My escape plan worked perfectly. You're welcome, by the way. Will you just shut up already? Do you want the entire battalion coming down on us? And here I'm not the one shouting. Naruto swallowed, neck cracking. He shut the storeroom door and exhaled. We're moving. You mean we're looking for the next storeroom? No, no more digging through the trash. We're looking for Mise's office. She's got to have an office, right? An office. Of course she has an office. I know every corner of this casino, shashasha. But if we go there, brace yourself for the jackpot or the worst beating of our Lee. Naruto clamped a hand over his mouth and pulled them both into the corner. Footsteps approached from the adjacent corridor. 2 employees passed by without stopping. If you know this casino so well, Naruto whispered, can you tell me where they're keeping Kurama? Kurama? Who's that? You don't know who that is. He's the one who caused the bee. Naruto swallowed the rest of his sentence. Their meeting the previous day had already proven that the scarecrow didn't realize they were the reason he was now left out in the cold. This wasn't the best time to reveal that. The bee what? The bankruptcy. The big brawl. You're really milking the suspense here. Spit it out, who's this guy? An associate of mine, Naruto confided cautiously. Mise captured him because he knows a lot about treasures. A treasure hunter. The scarecrow repeated. Well, that's where you should have started, shashasha. A guy who knows his way to make big money, you don't turn that down. Onward to the rescue. She keeps prisoners over there. The hour that followed turned into a full game of hide-and-seek through the constant traffic of workers carrying beams and rubble. Being small had its advantages. It has to be behind there, he said, pointing with a twig. A massive door reinforced with iron bars stood before them. There's no one here. I hope it isn't locked, Naruto whispered. If it is, don't worry. We'll just have to cross the entire building again, grab the keys from the office, and come back. A wonderful little adventure, shashasha. Don't jinx it. But a simple turn of the handle was enough for the massive iron door to swing open as if it were nothing more than a curtain. You were saying, Naruto muttered. I was saying that my legendary instincts are never wrong, shashasha. Still, a reinforced door left unlocked. Well, after the attack they just went through, I suppose nothing should surprise me anymore. They're so overwhelmed they're forgetting the basics. Let's go downstairs instead of standing here talking. Go first, just in case there are traps left behind, shashasha. There were none. The basement opened into a narrow room, another reinforced door at the far end. 2 guards stood in front of it. Both unconscious. This was making less and less sense. Either someone came through here before us and did the hard work for us, or they sampled the boss's hooch. Either way, no complaints from me. They pushed the door open and... surprise. Nothing. Just a lit room, 4 guards inert on the ground. Kurama knelt there, his one remaining arm held up by a heavy chain suspended from the ceiling, lips bloodied. Ha ha ha, ha. It wasn't simple to begin with, and you're not making it any easier, he said, eyes half-lidded, before turning toward them. Ah, there you are at last. How? Naruto stammered. Kurama let out a weak, rasping laugh. One of my many talents, he answered with a nod. But enough hesitation. Come closer, Naruto. Shashasha. Well now, you told me we were looking for an associate, not a sideshow monster. If I'd known that even chained up he'd be cleaning house, I wouldn't have bothered scraping along the walls of every hallway to get here. No. Naruto knew that wasn't possible. He had seen what the demon was capable of. None of this could have been done by him, especially not without Mirai's help. And there was no way he could have expected Naruto to arrive with the scarecrow, a creature he had, as far as Naruto knew, never even met. I know you have a lot of questions, but now isn't the time for answers, Naruto, he said with a veiled smile. I can't break free without you. I need your help. This didn't make sense. Naruto knew Kurama could order him to do anything. He'd proven it time and again. So why now, in this position of extreme vulnerability, was he giving him a choice? Even in the way he was looking at him, something had changed. Naruto couldn't quite pin down what. He closed his eyes and exhaled. But the fact remained he'd come for him. He had no reason to hesitate. He closed the distance until only a meter remained. Don't misunderstand. This isn't a sign of trust. But I'll help you. That, I've promised. I expect nothing more. Now put your hand on my shoulder. Naruto reached out. His palm found the bloodied shoulder. Beneath his fingers, the flesh lost its substance, like sand slipping between phalanges. In an instant, Kurama's entire body became a burst of red light. Naruto felt himself pierced by that liquid glow, drawn in through his skin. No power surged from the fusion. Quite the opposite. He suddenly felt emptied, devoured from within. Something foul crawled into every fiber of his muscles, his bones turning brittle in its wake. The air tore from his lungs, gone before he could grasp it. His legs buckled, and he fell, until a firm support caught his back. Above him, through the sliver of his barely open eyes, the demon's face stood out against the light. No more blood, no more ruin, the ermine coat spotless. And above all, his expression held nothing sarcastic or condescending. It was a genuine, warm smile. Well, don't pass out just yet. Our turn has only just begun. Speak for yourself, Naruto muttered. Even with my help, you didn't get your arm back. Quite the sharp tongue you have there. Enjoy your reprieve, my boy. I'm in a generous mood. His attention then shifted elsewhere. Servant, you have done well. You'll be rewarded accordingly, later. Shashasha. Now that's what I call a profitable partnership. I'll remember that promise, big boss. But if we don't get out of here in 5 minutes, the only reward we'll receive is a cell for 3. Then let's not delay. Time presses, and it waits for no one. Naruto found a strange determination in this. Whatever awaited them in the future, they would not let themselves be swept away without a fight. Chapter 22, Dream. When Naruto had made up his mind, he hadn't expected that resolve to shatter within 5 minutes. In the middle of the hall, Kurama knelt himself in a posture of absolute submission, shoulders hunched, head bowed. What is the meaning of this? Mise snapped. How did you get out? And what is that thing? Shashasha. Quite the mess we've landed in. You wanted my forgiveness, Mise. Then here it is. I apologize for every wrong I've ever done to you. That still doesn't explain how you escaped your cells. She replied, her tails lashing behind her. I suppose I still have a few tricks you didn't expect me having, he said with a faint smile. She looked down at him, eyes narrowed, before folding her arms. As if I care. And even if that's true, do you really think groveling at my feet will soften me? You should have run while you still had the chance. But you wouldn't have let me get away so easily, would you? You'd like me to say yes, just to soothe what's left of your pride. Sorry to disappoint you, I stopped nursing that kind of hope long ago. Then permit me to make amends in a more tangible fashion, he said, laying 3 small pouches before him. Here is all I have left, to dispose of as you please. She looked at his offering, expressionless. That won't even cover half the damage. I'd love to offer more, but I'm afraid I've run out. A vein twitched at her temple before she turned aside to hide it. And what exactly do you expect in return? She asked. Assuming I accepted your gift. Nothing you give is ever free. Do you really want to discuss that in front of everyone? He asked with a crooked smile. You're the one who chose to kneel before an audience. If modesty suddenly bothers you now, you're a little late. In that case, allow me to put it this way, I need a ship, and a nebulite. She let out a humorless laugh. You seriously think your paltry gesture will buy that? You're right, it isn't enough. I won't pretend otherwise, nor will I insist. After all, you hold the cards. It's up to you what you do with them. Mise's eyes darkened with an emotion Naruto couldn't quite place. Anger, or something else. It was impossible to tell before the expression vanished. Spare me your metaphors, Kurama. This isn't a game we're replaying. Put that away and stand up. We'll finish this in private. What about the other 2, madam? Let them wander as they please. See that I'm not disturbed during my talk with him. She turned on her heel, the crowd parting before her like a receding tide. Naruto searched Kurama's face for the smug satisfaction of a gambler who had just hit the jackpot. Instead, he found only quiet contemplation, crimson eyes fixed on Mise's retreating back. The crackle of a fire. The clink of glasses. Naruto opened his eyes, vision blurred, a stray lock of blonde hair hanging over one eye. Had he slept? For how long? Face half buried in a sunken cushion, he tried to get up. It was hard. Not the mattress. His body. Every part of it protested. He settled for a compromise, sitting up. The cold wall pressed the clammy stickiness of his clothes back against him. He raised his head toward a broken window. Darkness, pierced through by the city's lights. Was it already night? He swept his gaze around. The casino's crowd was having a cookout. The towering iguana was carving generous slices with meticulous care beneath the admiring smiles of maid-clad mantis waitresses and the ravenous stares of a pack of bulldogs. Nearby, the badger in the waistcoat enthusiastically reenacted his heroic feat before an enthralled audience, swinging an imaginary bat through the air. Yuru stood with one arm draped over the shoulders of an utterly love-struck weasel, her smile wide and relaxed. The convivial atmosphere drew him in. A faint smile forming, Naruto took 2 steps toward the hearth's light. Everything tipped over, and he realized he was lying on the floor. The room spun, swallowed whole into an absurd spiral. Something acidic rose in his throat and he spat, no, vomited in front of him. The laughter around him warped into something grotesque, broken and distorted. His limbs thrashed without his command. Colors broke apart, drowned into each other. Cold, hot, he stretched his arm forward. Help, someone. A wrenching pull. Someone lifted him. Wind, suddenly. Freezing air. His lips were forced apart. His throat forced into an involuntary swallow. Something round went down, carried by a gulp. The molten swirl of colors suddenly steadied. Intense pain in his chest, spreading everywhere. A sea of suffering. He screamed. Heard himself scream. Curled up. Pressed against an immovable wall. He struggled, threw blows at whatever held him. But the arms around him never yielded. The toxic wave receded. The jolts weakened, grew sparser, faded to faint shivers. His body sagged, stopped struggling. His breathing steadied. His eyes opened onto yellow. A yellow that wrapped him through and through, like a coat, a shroud. He raised his eyes and found himself lying on his back, facing a gray ceiling of torn wallpaper. Naruto sat up, confused, the sounds of the party back in his ears. He raised a hand before his eyes. Turned it, unclenched. He stood, took 3 steps, bounced in place, light as a feather. He looked behind him. The mattress where he'd dropped the instant he'd had the chance was still there. He ran to the nearest waiter and asked if he'd seen anyone lying beside him. He was only answered with a shrug. Had his exhaustion and that pain been a bad dream? He tugged at his black doublet, sticking to his chest. No, that clammy feeling was real enough, as was the smell of vomit behind him. So how? Or rather, who? He scanned the crowd for anyone wearing yellow. But everyone wore the black and white costume. No trace, anywhere. A perfect rescue. Someone watching over him from a distance. It made no sense. So much so that it became absurd. If he tried to explain it, what would that even sound like? Listen, I was at death's door and someone saved me. They'd laugh in his face. He'd endured enough in the past to know their reaction, assuming they cared about him to begin with. A bitter laugh escaped his lips, followed by a disillusioned sigh. Then, with a half-formed smile, he lifted his head toward the gray ceiling. If you can hear me, whoever you are. Thank you. Only emptiness answered him, a presence made of absence, keeping its distance. A pair of crimson eyes shimmered above a serene smile. We leave in an hour. I hope you're ready. Kurama was perched on the edge of the desk, one leg swinging idly while the other rested across his knee. Behind him, Mai sat in an imposing high-backed chair, elbows resting on the desk, fingers loosely interlaced. The office was enormous. Carefully decorated, its walls were lined with towering cabinets. Near a curtainless window overlooking the corridor, a guzheng stretched its elegant wooden frame. And if he's not ready, that will be his problem, not yours, Mai said. As always. You ought to let people bear the consequences of their own failures. You'll sleep so much better once you learn to let go. It's always easier to let go when everyone else is left cleaning up your mess. A perfectly fair division of labor, I'd say. Careful, you're this close to slipping. Kurama chose not to push his luck, and sprang to his feet. I get the feeling I missed several chapters, Naruto sighed. There are some juicy details worth sharing, Kurama said with a grin. But I'm afraid your fragile little heart wouldn't survive them. Awesome. One more thing I'll never find out. That's gonna bug me forever. If it's any comfort, that's precisely why I decided, or rather, why Mai so generously agreed, to have you brought here. Naruto waited patiently for them to explain. You must be dying to know why I left you alone here. Not really. When do we leave again? Mai stifled a laugh behind her hand, before Kurama resumed, mouth pinched. Such breathtaking ingratitude. Very well. Since your curiosity is apparently beyond saving, I'll graciously educate you myself. My absence was hardly a whim. Certain negotiations can only take place between equals. One does not refuse the insatiable one. Nor does one simply walk around her. Ah, so it was an arm wrestling match. That explains it all. I beg your pardon, Kurama snapped, offended. He shot a desperate glance sideways. What exactly have you been feeding him for breakfast? It's astonishing to find this much cheek packed inside such a tiny brain. Probably a healthy dose of honesty. It's something you've been deficient in for quite some time. Charming. Thanks for the support, Mize. Always a pleasure watching the coalition of narrow-minded spirits ganging up on me. Oh, you're welcome. If a child this age can rattle you with a bit of irony, maybe it's your ego that lacks substance. You call that lacking substance. I call it dignity in the face of stupidity. But since you're so clever, I'll leave you the pleasure of feeding his little routine. Mize straightened abruptly, her eyes fixed on Naruto with sudden gravity. Jokes aside, that meeting, urgent as it was, cost me dearly. Your arm wrestling metaphor isn't far from the truth. Kurama lost the negotiation, and we were the collateral damage. The insatiable one spared no expense. 10 nebulites, to secure the services of one of the 8 lords who control the underworld. It took me an entire day to dig up his alias, the King in Yellow. The King in Yellow, no less. PFF'd. I can't believe he came up with such a pompous name. Might as well call me the Red King while we're at it, Kurama said, digging in his ear. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, Mize sighed. Still, that great fool's stunt at least opened us a path into the underworld. Naruto was becoming increasingly lost. But, what do you gain by telling me all this? Mize gave Kurama a heavy look. He made no attempt whatsoever to defend himself. Instead, a deep chuckle rumbled up from his chest before blossoming into an almost sinister laugh. Ah, my poor boy. Have you really not figured it out yet? You've been the linchpin of it all. I have the great privilege of informing you that this King in Yellow is none other than your own father. What? Oh ho ho. You have no idea how hard it was to hold myself back when I found out. One day. Muhahaha. Mize facepalmed. You're truly beyond help. A little tact wouldn't have hurt you. Tact, and miss a reaction like that. Come now, Mize, that would be a crime against dramatic art. Look at him, he's so shocked he's forgotten to be insolent. Naruto burst into laughter. It poured out of him without end. He kept laughing even as a talon gently patted his shoulder. Well, I think I broke him by pushing a little too hard. Do you think there's a spare part somewhere, or is the toy headed for the scrap heap? That's called happiness, Kurama. A notion entirely foreign to you. Let's just say I prefer not to dwell on it. Good feelings tend to wilt between my claws. By then, Naruto had stopped listening. His father. Alive. After all these years. The one who had saved him the previous night. It had been him. All at once, the reason his father had never returned became painfully obvious. He simply couldn't. Trapped in this foreign world, he had probably spent every waking moment searching for a way home. He must have tried everything. And now that Naruto was here, hope was no longer some distant fantasy painted on a canvas. He wiped away his tears, feeling lighter than he ever had before. But why? Why is he hesitating to see me now? You'll just have to ask him yourself, next time you meet him, Kurama said with a shrug. What do you mean? Naruto replied, eyes wide. He's given us a meeting point, believe it or not. Several realms from here. Apparently our dear fellow has an elaborate performance to put on. And, more importantly, a plan of his own to carry out. He must have decided we wouldn't be of much use in our current state. So it was only a matter of time before they would meet. Suddenly, their journey had found yet another purpose. Then we need to leave as soon as possible. Naruto said, breathless. The sooner we leave, the sooner we'll find him. One problem at a time, Kurama cut in. Without my tails, we have neither the power nor the authority to get anything done. And your continued survival remains a pressing concern. So swallow your excitement, you get back on your feet, then we'll go meet your precious old man. Naruto nodded eagerly. Mize's gaze drifted toward the window, her voice quieter. For a human to reach such heights, that is anything but ordinary. Now all that's left is for him to rival the major spirits themselves. Naruto looked at her, curiosity suddenly surfacing once more. But, why are you helping us, then? It's my father who wrecked your casino. Indeed. But the one who ordered the attack was the insatiable one. It's not as though I could exact revenge on her, Mize replied with a faint, shadowed smile. Besides, your father will be able to make it up to me, given the resources at his disposal. That's part of my arrangement with Kurama. Kurama answered with nothing more than a whistle. A knock came at the door. Moments later, 3 figures stepped inside. Before Naruto could speak, Mize's voice rang out, serene. Our friends are about to venture into dangerous waters. I could send them off with nothing but a ship. But I know perfectly well they won't survive on their own. And I have no intention of wasting valuable assets. You'll be accompanying them. Yuru was the first to react, sliding a card between her fingers in the same motion as her elegant bow. A bonus, I hope, before you send us into hostile territory. It will be commensurate with the risk. The pot-bellied badger enthusiastically cracked his knuckles. It's been a while since we've gone on a mission. We won't disappoint you, boss. The towering iguana settled for a nod, a silence worth every oath. At the dock, while the crew finished loading the caravel, the scarecrow was already perched on deck, twigs clinging to the railing, his single eye fixed greedily on the holds filled to the brim. Naruto held Mirai's hand tightly as she repeatedly tugged him towards the ropes dangling along the ship's hull. Kurama had stopped halfway up the gangplank, one foot resting on the deck, the other still planted on the pier. Below him, Mai stood motionless. A wide-brimmed hat shaded her face as the wind carried strands of her long black hair across her shoulders. The pale dress she wore was a stark departure from her usual dark attire, complementing the emerald tails flowing behind her. She didn't come up to join them. I suppose this is goodbye, the demon said with a thin smile. Let's hope it doesn't take another 30 years this time. PFF'd. I'll come back once I have something worth telling. Or once you've missed me enough to complain about it. You overestimate yourself. It's not you I'll be pining for, but my lost Nebulites. A low, rumbling chuckle escaped the demon. Of course. It's always been that way, hasn't it? One of the few things we agree on. Keep that in mind for the next favor you ask of me. I won't forget. You know I always honor my debts. Now get on board, before I take it into my head to charge you interest. Well then, my dear banker. It was a pleasure. With one last smile, Kurama adjusted the collar of his coat and turned away. Mai watched him go, expressionless, until something gave way. A slight furrow of her brow. The faintest tightening at the corner of her mouth. It was too much. She crossed the gangway in a single breath and collided with him head-on. Her hands locked in a cross over his chest, her face pressed between his shoulder blades. My king, when will you return to bring the dream to pass, for all of us? For some inexplicable reason, Naruto wanted to clap a hand over Mirai's eyes at the sight of such an outpouring. A false note. Kurama's face fell into a dull expression. His eyes closed for a heartbeat. When he turned around, a smile had already reclaimed his face. His remaining arm slipped gently around her. Oh, Mize, you know me well enough to know I don't like answering questions like that. Pain twisted across Mize's face. Her hands clutched at his coat, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, before she gently pushed him away. Despite the tears streaming down her cheeks, the smile she gave him was full of tenderness. I see. Take care of yourself, Kurama. The demon's smile softened, and he turned back around, claws in plain view. Have I ever done otherwise? As an old friend once said, you should sink your teeth into life while you still can. Naruto watched him climb back up toward them with a steady step and moved aside to let him pass. He gripped Mirai's hand a little tighter, silent before that composure verging on absolute detachment. The anchor was raised. The figurehead cut through the yellow waters. Far behind them, the casino's employees waved from the docks, wishing them luck. For the briefest instant, Naruto caught sight of a solitary figure clad in yellow atop one of Ashwick's rooftops. A golden shimmer flashed, and the silhouette vanished. Carrying with him countless memories and a hope renewed, Naruto hoped that this journey would not be their last.